The young teenager with the giant flying spiked mace that can deal magical damage is our main character, Banju Wan. Right now he's fighting a bunch of green-skinned goblins who are brandishing weapons and charging at him trying to get some of his blood. Just a quick glance shows there are probably hundreds of them, but Julian isn't worried at all. "Are you ready?" Julian said coldly. Then suddenly something flew straight at the goblin, smashing any that it hit into pieces. Just like that, Juggernaut didn't even move a finger, and the goblins rushing at him were all taken out, making the rest too scared to carelessly attack him. The cause of all this was that flying spiked mace. After wiping out the first wave of attackers, it hovered back behind Jugwan, while bits and pieces of the goblins it had destroyed rained down below, making the remaining goblins shiver and quickly back away a few steps. Then, while everyone was in a panic, suddenly a whistling arrow came flying from a distance. But of course it didn't even get close to Duwan before being broken by the flying spiked mace. At least it managed to grab the main character's attention. And not just him, the remaining goblins also turned to look at the goblin archer with eyes that said he was an idiot. They were probably cursing the poor goblin's ancestors deep down right now. As if knowing Duwan was about to take care of the archer, the others quickly moved aside, leaving the green-skinned goblin archer all alone. Just because you have numbers, you dare rush in, and now you're shooting arrows recklessly too. If you think Banjagoon's power is only this much and you can just storm into the dungeon, you're seriously wrong. Bang Manga Transform, Jugun shouted. Right after a yellow magic circle appeared on the handle of the spiked mace, and the weapon itself glowed yellow, like it was about to transform. Seeing Jugun was about to wipe them out, the goblins took advantage of the weapon still transforming to shout and charge at him in a frenzy. But the transformation didn't even take a second. The spiked mace instantly turned into a magical cannon, aiming straight at the crowd, its barrel glowing red as if charging energy. "Fire," Duguan said with a smile. To tell this story, we have to start from when Duguan was a child. At 4 years old, by some miracle, the young general already knew how to read. "The light of my life, the flame of my soul." The kid awkwardly read aloud a few words from inside the book, and just this alone was enough to make his parents beam with joy. "Honey, our kid is reading books in the original language." "Oh, so smart," his wife said, proud to have given birth to a genius. The four-eyed uncle smiled, making his wife's face blush slightly. "Come on, honey, but when did you teach him English?" "Oh, I didn't teach him at all," the uncle casually said. And after he said that, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. "Then how does the boy know languages from countries he's never even seen?" the uncle said worriedly while his wife's knitting stopped mid-motion. And it wasn't just English. Duguan started mumbling words in Japanese and Chinese, too, which made them even more confused. To answer this question as if hearing their doubts, the door suddenly swung open. "Haha, our Duguan surely inherited the bloodline of our ancestors. Finally, our family has given birth to a child who can fulfill the clan's long-held wish. Bam! Then the child will find the Ba Bao Tower for the clan," the big old man said excitedly while carrying a child under one arm. Just looking at him, it seemed like he was all too familiar with this. The couple could only shake their heads. "Oh man, Dad's starting again. Yumi, come here," his wife said awkwardly, and the uncle could only sigh. "Dad, wash your hands first, please. Seriously." Turning to the old man, seeing the couple didn't believe him, he got frustrated and seemed ready to snap the racket in his hand. "Come on, you guys, Ba Bao Tower really exists, you know." "Haha, yes, of course it exists," the uncle replied, but didn't take his eyes off the newspaper in his hand. Just from his expression, you could tell he was only answering to get it over with. "Did you have fun playing with Grandpa today, kid?" Duguan's mom asked again. Knowing he couldn't convince the couple, the old man turned to his grandson Jugwan and said, "Let me borrow this." "Okay." As he spoke, he casually took the drawing pad and colored pencils from Jugwan's hands, and quickly started drawing something while explaining. "A long time ago, in a chaotic world, our great ancestor had the power to help people communicate. With that power, he led everyone and built an unbreakable tower. That tower is called Ba Bao Tower." Hearing this, little Zuwan got interested and asked the tower our ancestors built. Tower means tall building. So our ancestors owned that tower. As he spoke, the kid's eyes turned into shiny coins, realizing his family wasn't as poor as he thought. Then, little Julian quickly hugged his grandpa's leg and asked, "The tall building. Where is our tall building?" Ignoring the question, the old man laughed heartily. "Our ancestors were masters of language. People who could translate and transform all kinds of languages. We must never forget that we are descendants of such a great man." "I told you to go wash your hands," the uncle complained. "You ask about the tower, but he doesn't even know where it is." The old man shook his head, making the light in Duguan's eyes fade. "That's our building?" the boy said regretfully. But the old man gripped his grandson's shoulders tightly and assured him, "One thing I'm sure of is that once you find it, our clan will restore all its power and glory." When he was little, every time he heard Grandpa talk about their ancestors' adventures, he hoped his extraordinary language ability would help fulfill the clan's long-standing wish. But his ability had far exceeded those expectations. As time passed, Banju-wan became a college entrance exam candidate. Now he was in his room checking his score information from the day before. Looking at the scores, I'm sure I'll pass. Political Science and International Relations at University S. Why is the result still not out this late? Duguan complained before his eyes narrowed and focused on the screen, because suddenly his laptop screen started glitching, showing no clear image at all. What's going on, Julian wondered, pressing F5 repeatedly to try to fix it. But before the computer could recover, a strange simulation window popped up, freezing his actions. What is this? Why is there a blue window here with all these squiggly letters I've never seen before? As he spoke, he squinted to read the Ultimate Academy of All Dimensions. Congratulations on passing the application screening. Seeing this, Jugun's face showed fear as he stood up from his chair. What the heck is this? How do I even understand this? He panicked as multiple notifications kept popping up. Student Banju-wan is summoned to the practical evaluation site. If you pass, you will become a reserve student, so prepare yourself. Countdown 19 seconds. Seeing this, Jugun became alert and started looking around cautiously. Who's messing with me? Did Ban Yumi come out here? I told you, just shout loud, General. And right at this moment, his computer finished repairing itself and displayed some good news. An admission letter to the university's Political Science and International Relations Department. Candidate number blah blah. Name Ban Jugwan. Date of birth 02/20/2001. We are pleased to inform you that the above candidate has been admitted to our university for the 2020-2021 academic year. The university president S looked at the computer screen and Jugwan breathed a sigh of relief inside. Haha, I guess I was just too nervous. I must have been seeing things. He laughed without realizing the countdown on the blue screen was still ticking down. Teleporting to the exam location in year 432. Starting practical evaluation, summoning student Ban Jugwan to the practical assessment site. As the announcement ended, Jugwan's figure suddenly flashed and instantly disappeared inside the room. At the same time, his sister Yumi opened the door, stepped in and asked, "Hey, Ban Jugwan, did you pass?" "Hey, Ban Jugwan," she called out, but didn't see her brother anywhere, even though just a moment ago she clearly heard his voice. The scene shifts to some limestone cave high above where strange magic circles suddenly appear. Then a flash of light and Duwan falls straight down to the ground, letting out a painful cry. Ignoring his condition, the system screen continues with an announcement demanding the special practical test for candidates from the secondary dimension has begun. Defeat the blind goblin and destroy the dungeon core. Back to the main character at this point. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to accept his situation. This is crazy. This isn't a game, so I really got summoned. With this headache, it's definitely not a hallucination. What the heck is this special practical test? Please take me back. I didn't sign up for any of this. The general shouted, clutching his head. Yes, but this is a test site, not a place for everyone to cry. Before Duwan could complain more to the system, footsteps sounded behind him, startling the young man into silence. It's really here. He panicked, thinking to himself, because right in front of him were two goblins with fierce faces, each holding a 5-foot wooden club. Human, I heard a human's voice. The bait's here, they said as they scanned the area with their eyes. Over here, Duwan quickly covered his mouth and slowly backed away. Are they talking about me as the prey? Oh my God, now I can even understand their language. Blind Goblin Practice Evaluation Dungeon Core. What the heck is going on here? Do I have to defeat them to get out? Feels like I'm inside a game or some novel. Duwan thought to himself, then glanced around to assess the situation. Based on this headache and the vivid feeling, even though he didn't know what was happening, it felt real. Speaking of which, Duwan looked at the two blind goblins turning left and right, not seeing him at all, even though he was standing right next to them. They're blind goblins, right? I have to defeat them to escape. But how am I supposed to do that? Modern people probably wouldn't even beat Chihuahua. The warrior screamed inside and slammed his fists on the ground. But that foolish move just gave away his position to the blind goblins. Immediately, a wooden club swung straight at Zuwan's crotch, almost making him curse his ancestors. What the hell, you bastard? But it seems like they still can't see me. Don't panic, Jugun whispered to calm himself down. Right then, his flip-flops betrayed him and started to make noise. As soon as Jugan put a bit of force on the rubber slipper, it made a loud, squelching sound, alerting the blind goblin with the hat who charged straight at him, swinging his club. Startled Jugan quickly ducked to the side and narrowly escaped death. The goblin's strike was so powerful it left a small crater in the ground. If Jugan had been hit, the warrior would have been done for instantly. Falling to the side, Jugun quickly covered his mouth with both hands and lay still like a dog to hide himself. Meanwhile, the other goblin, hearing the noise, asked, "What's that?" "There's a sound coming from over here." The hat-wearing goblin replied, "You sure?" The bald one asked again, "Definitely here, don't let it escape." The hat goblin affirmed and turned toward Jugan. At this point, Jugan didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Stay calm, stay calm. Even though they're blind, they're very sensitive to sound and movement. They hunt by communicating and cornering their prey together. At this rate, no matter how good I am at hiding, I'll get caught sooner or later. If I don't want to die, I have to think fast. I can use their blind goblin habits against them. No time left, I have to act now. Jugan thought hard inside. Then, taking advantage of the fact that these goblins only detect sound he felt around, grabbed a stone nearby and threw it forward. The sound of the stone hitting the ground immediately caught the attention of the two blind goblins, and sure enough, they were fooled. Hearing where the sound came from, they shouted and charged straight toward it. Then, as the big bald goblin searched the ground for prey, it only found the two stones Jugan had thrown earlier. Looking at the stones in his hand, the blind goblin was a bit confused but hadn't realized he was trapped yet. Behind them, Jugan saw their mistake and seized the chance. At that moment, he silently told himself and threw a big stone about the size of a brick straight at the bald goblin's head, causing it to immediately bleed. The prey behind shouted as it swung its club back without hesitation. As a result, the hat-wearing goblin who had just come running got hit square in the face, leaving its teeth and lips messed up. But before the hat goblin could explain, Jugan imitated its voice, while its lips were protesting, "Take it down." Hearing the warning, the hat goblin immediately gripped its club tightly and smashed it forward, denting the bald goblin's head and knocking it out cold after just one hit. Then its huge body collapsed forward, falling on top of the hat goblin. On this side, Jugan saw both of them down and was panting from the tension. However, the hat goblin was still alive, and to finish this test, Jugan had to take care of them. So he started eyeing the wooden club they dropped nearby. Back to the hat goblin, it was struggling to crawl out. Then, as if sensing footsteps approaching, it lifted its head slightly to look around. And right in front of it was Jugan with a slightly panicked face. "Sorry, but you tried to kill me, so I guess this was expected," Jugan whispered and reminded himself not to hesitate. "If I can't finish off even a dying creature, there's no chance I'll get out of here." With that, he raised the wooden club to finish off the goblin. After a few loud screams, the goblin's body stiffened briefly, then went limp. Looking at the two bodies in front of him, Dujun sighed in relief. "For now, I've survived," he said with relief, and at the same time, both blind goblins' bodies suddenly emitted a soft golden light. Along with that, countless runes appeared on their bodies and flew straight toward Jugan. "What's going on?" he said confusedly. And as if answering Jugun's question, the system notification popped up. "Congratulations on completing your first dungeon hunt. Your reward is the high-level spatial power unlocking the Babylon Code." Looking at the ancient symbols spinning on his hand, Duquan said in surprise, "This is the Babylon Code power that's been unlocked. This power will be displayed in hieroglyphs, a language familiar to the owner." Additional info. Hieroglyphs are characters that convey ideas through images. Broadly speaking, they refer to characters that describe the concept of things. Looking at this notification, Julian's eyes showed a bit of surprise since it understood the participant's meaning so well. "Hieroglyphs familiar to me. Chinese characters," he said, choosing that option. The system immediately confirmed and returned the notification. "Chinese characters successfully registered." Unlike phonetic transcriptions that describe sounds, these characters convey meaning through their shapes. From the two goblins, the concepts acquired are demon life and body. Other concepts are too complex and not important for the owner's current absorption level. At this moment, some Chinese characters also started rising from the two goblins' corpses. As for Duquan, after hearing the notification, he still didn't understand a thing. "Wait, acquire and absorb," he exclaimed. At the same time, he watched the two goblins' bodies slowly dissolve right before him. And he thought, my ability isn't just about language. I can take concepts from things, too, he wondered to himself. And after they vanished, the system gave another explanation. Absorbed 0.2 demons. Demons are a concept that humans can't normally possess. It is recommended to store them in the Babylon Code or separate them to assign to other things. As the corpses dissolved, they left behind 3 types of Chinese characters in 3 colors, red, blue, and purple. Julian, after hearing this, vaguely guessed what they were for, so he casually grabbed the blue character and said, "So now I can keep or apply the concept, or maybe I should just try it out." Thinking it through, the general took a chance and shoved the blue character inside his body. And as soon as it entered his body, the system sent another notification. Absorbed 0.4 life. Owner's life increased to 10.4. Overall power and potential improved. Right after the notification, Du Quan himself felt like he suddenly got stronger. His mental state also became more refreshed. "Wow, I already feel more confident," Du Quan said, cheerfully. At the same time, he also started absorbing more of the red ancient language, making this general guy seem even tougher, absorbing 0.2 body. The owner's body increased by 10.2. Health improved. By now, Du Quan felt a buzz like he just finished a workout. Whoa, what's this strong feeling? But it's not just strength in the hands. Muscles and everything else have improved too. I've absorbed quite a few concepts from those guys. I've understood taken over and absorbed them. The goblins' bodies disappeared after their powers were absorbed. Only these 2 wooden sticks remained. If concepts aren't just applied to oneself but can be used on other things, then who knows, it might actually work. If it really does, I'll get out of this dungeon. I can do it. Now die, all of you. He said that while starting to use the purple characters. The remaining time quickly passed with the power stolen from the goblins. By now, Du Quan had fought straight through to the core of the dungeon. Behind him were countless goblin corpses lying like dead dogs. I used the unlocked power to quickly wipe out all the blind goblins in the dungeon. As he spoke, he casually smashed the dungeon core into pieces with one light hit. As soon as he did, the system kindly sent a confirmation message. "Congratulations on passing the special practical exam for secondary space candidates." Hearing that, Du Quan let out a relieved breath. "Phew, so now I get to go home, right?" the general said with a big grin he couldn't hide. But fate had other plans. This story doesn't end here. Right after the system reminded him, candidate will be teleported to the dormitory. "What?" Du Quan shouted before the teleportation light whisked him away somewhere. Okay, to sum it up, Du Quan was teleported, but not home, instead to a world he had never seen before. That place is called Union Academy. Cut to a room inside Union Academy where he suddenly found himself looking around nervously and asked, "What the hell is this place?" In response, the damn system spoke up. "Congratulations on passing the practical exam and becoming a provisional student. Please change into your uniform in the dormitory and attend the interview. Wear the Union Academy uniform proudly." Right after the announcement, the system gave him a set of clothes and a pair of shoes. Seeing himself forced into this Nam Chin felt his blood boil. What the heck, an interview, but I'm already in college. And now I have to wear a uniform again. Give me back my freshman days. Damn it, this is just unbelievable. They almost got me destroyed last time. And now they want an interview. Once I meet the person in charge, I'll show them how polite I can be. Du Quan said this while quickly putting on the uniform and hurried off to find the interviewers, though he had no idea where to start. He seemed to know his way around, walking straight ahead without stopping. Walking, he kept muttering to himself. He flung open the door in front of him. But before Julian could shout inside the office, a beautiful girl with neatly tied back orange hair decorated with a flower saw the general storm in and gasped, "Oh my!" Turning toward the general, seeing her beauty, all the earlier fierce energy vanished. He even froze stiff like a wooden statue. No matter how fierce and destructive he was, when facing a beautiful woman, he completely lost his nerve. Damn, she's so beautiful, green skin alien. Absolutely stunning. Turning back to the girl, seeing Nam Chin's awkward, flustered look, she quickly guessed his identity. "Welcome, Banju Wan student." "Welcome, Banju Wan. I am Yumina, professor of combat magic at Union Academy. Nice to meet you." "Ah, yes, ma'am," Jugan stammered. Seeing this, Yumina continued, "First, congratulations on passing the practical exam. Welcome back." "Ah, thank you." Jugan scratched his head shyly. "Also, Jugan, did you know your test attracted the full attention of all the department teachers? Can you believe it? You're the first student in 500 years to create a completely new item during the evaluation." Over here, Zuwan heard the 500 years part, and his face started looking constipated. "I mean 500 years or whatever, I was brought here clueless and nearly died, professor." The general screamed inside his head. but Professor Yumina seemed oblivious to his expression, smiling and saying, "That's fantastic, really. This is an exceptional case way beyond the usual special exam here." Seeing her cheerful attitude, Jugun could only sigh. Maybe because the worlds are different, their thinking is different too. "I'll get out of this weird place right after the interview," Duquan silently told himself, before turning his attention elsewhere. Then the general's eyes widened, and he hurriedly asked the professor, "What's that pillar called?" Hearing the question, the professor looked toward the window. "Pillar. So it turns out people from the secondary space don't know anything about the Union, or that tower is that for real. That tower is actually the reason why the Union Academy was founded. We nurture students with exceptional abilities from different dimensions and help them reach the top of the tower. That's the Union Academy's aspiration and also the common wish of every dungeon dimension. In the dungeons, the source of all mysteries and dangers in this world, that's the Ba Bell Tower." Back to Zuwan. Just hearing this made his heart start racing. Because that's the tower his grandfather always talked about. Ancestors a dungeon. That's exactly the building I've heard about. "What's this all about, Grandpa? Is everything about our ancestors really here? But they say it's the dungeon within dungeons. Does that mean the tower is occupied by some kind of strange monsters? But it doesn't matter anyway. The glory of the family and everything that belongs to our ancestors, I will take it all back," Jugun said with a smile. "That's when I decided to join the Union Academy. Then thanks to the professor's special favor, I was able to go back home. After the family meeting and explaining everything, my grandfather was so thrilled he nearly lost his mind." "What? You found the Ba Bell Tower? Well done, just like my grandson." "Dad, calm down, calm down." My uncle quickly reassured him to stop the old man from losing it completely. Anyway, after explaining everything, Zuwan was ready to start school. And now, in the Union's lower-level dungeon inside the Hobgoblin Cave, Zuwan is preparing to enroll. At this moment, with his unlimited ammo ACC-47, Jugun began teaching these goblins what it means to choose the right modern civilization. These goblins hadn't even rushed to attack him before they were shredded to pieces by a hail of bullets, literally. And Jugun calmly walked forward, sweeping across the path. No creature could stop him. Here we go, here we go. Before, my power was limited to language, but now I've taken from the goblin's demon 3.4 life, 6.8 body, 3.4 assassin, 0.34, social attack, 0.57. Now everything's totally different. With the Babylon Code, I can linguify, absorb, and manipulate the concept of anything. Every time I defeat an enemy, I can take the concept I understand from them. The more I absorb, the stronger I become. The concepts I gained from the first dungeon, the Blind Goblin Cave, were transferred to this staff, turning it into a powerful weapon. "That's this buddy here," Julian said as he looked at the spiked club, automatically finishing off the goblin who had just tried to sneak attack. Julian gave it a smash to the jaw that left the guy completely disoriented. "This is the Goblin's Club. The first item Banju Wan created by infusing demon energy into the staff. This item can automatically reveal its true form on the owner's command and transform as well as operate freely." Seeing his creation so useful, Dugun couldn't help but stroke this beauty, though it was just accidentally made. But thanks to that, I passed the evaluation test well. Then after rubbing his forehead, Jugun glanced at the pile of corpses around and muttered, "All right, time to clean up the spoils." After confirming the code, he quickly absorbed several concepts from the corpses. Life 5 demon, 3 devil 5, body 3, soul 2, leadership skill 1, assassin, 1 family, 0.05. Glancing through these notifications, one line caught Zhu Wan's attention. "Among the concepts I collected from the monsters, there's one thing I've never seen before. What exactly is soul?" At that moment, Manga the Ice Pencil excitedly dashed over in a hurry. "What's up, you want it?" Dugun asked, and Bang Manga nodded, seeing that the god didn't hesitate to gift this line to him as well. "Of course it's yours. Wait a moment, I'll give you more life and demon power too." Saying this, Jugun focused his mind to control the hieroglyphs floating around his hand and compressed them into a sphere. "This is what I've learned so far. Gather the small concepts I collected and infuse them into the staff." Thinking this, he quickly stuffed the sphere into Bang Manga, and very quickly, the iron club emitted a brilliant light as if it were evolving. The concepts blended strangely harmoniously, helping the item transform Demon 2.5 and Beast 4, automatically combined, creating a perfect fusion that produced an item beyond its current level. Hearing this notification, Jugun's eyes flashed with amazement. Beast, so one of the concepts I separated automatically transformed, Dugun exclaimed. Then the glowing sphere quickly cracked into many pieces, revealing a small snake inside. Thanks to the superior fusion process, Beast Demon Level 10 was completed. Beast Demon. Combining the characters for Demon and Beast to create a Beast Demon? That's amazing. Can I touch it? Dugun said as he cautiously reached his hand forward, a little scared. Luckily, the snake still recognized its owner, so it gently rubbed its head against Julian's arm. Same personality as before. It probably can still turn into a gun or shield, right? Julian whispered. So cute. All right, from now on, your name will be Ivy. Before heading back, let's check your growth stats. Using his experience, he focused on Banzugun's personal info. Life 45.1, body 32, soul 324.5, magic power 38.7, swordsmanship 14.2, leadership 1, venom I 105, super hearing 100, divine language 100. Let's see, life is pretty much like the levels in a game. Body describes physical condition, but why is my soul stat so high? Things like venom I and super hearing must relate to my language skills. If I don't understand some, I'll just ignore them for now. Saying this, Jugun looked at the little snake and asked, "What do you think, Eve? Can you blend in with the other students now?" Hearing this, Eve quickly shook its head repeatedly, very embarrassed. "It's okay, the most important thing is your growth stats, right?" Julian advised. At the same time, since Julian had finished the dungeon, the system asked, "The dungeon core has been destroyed. You can leave the dungeon now. Do you want to exit? All right, let's go out. It's time for the Union Academy entrance ceremony." He said this while pressing a button on the screen, and quickly his body was teleported by magic to the Union Academy's main hall for the entrance ceremony. At this moment, the atmosphere here was very lively. There were all kinds of races here, and somehow I even spotted a brand copying Adidas. Above a sign next to a smiling face at the same time inside the big hall, the newcomers quickly found their seats. And in a cool way, Dugun was also teleported right into the center of this great hall. This startled a few people nearby. While the general observed everyone around, he was equally amazed. Wow, so many people. As he spoke, he activated Venom Eye. Venom Eye is a pair of eyes that can read everything. Depending on skill level, it helps the user understand the target's aura and spirit better. At this moment, in Julian's eyes, the stats of the others quickly appeared. In Julian's view, it looked like the young man made of magma had some stat called BBC, while a handsome blonde guy had a pretty crazy stat labeled SA. Seeing those stats, Dugun began to feel scared inside. Sure enough, unlike those from the secondary space admitted through special tests, like me, students admitted through normal procedures looked way stronger. At least 10 times stronger than me. But where's my seat? Dugun wondered silently before hearing someone call him, so he turned around. "If you're from the secondary space, don't hang around here anymore. Get lost over there." The voice belonged to a big guy who looked like a boss from a dungeon game. But he wasn't someone Dugun could handle right now, so the general just waved and said, "Oh, all right, thanks." Seeing him so timid, the group laughed out loud. However, Duquan wasn't angry at all. It's no surprise. Those who got admitted through the regular process tend to be overly confident like that. They discriminate against me just because I come from a secondary space. Even in this world, the strong always look down on the weak. That's the same everywhere. Duquan thought quietly to himself, and right then, as if sensing his loneliness, a blonde guy way back raised his hand and called out, "Hey, main character, special admission student, sit here!" Hearing the call, the main character hurried over here. "Is this spot reserved for students from secondary space? Wow, looks pretty packed." Duquan was confused and thinking, and before he could even look at their stats, his eyes almost popped out. Damn, are these really students from secondary space? All 3 of them have stats strong enough to easily take down regular admission students. At this moment, through Julian's eyes, the blonde guy's rank was SAA, the white-haired girl was SSS, and the pink-haired girl was ABS. But Julian also noticed 3 other rankings, C and SSS. Then, after they clearly saw each other's faces, it seemed Duquan and the blonde guy also knew each other. Yeah, hey, this spot is ours, right? Awesome. After saying that, Duquan thought quietly to himself, This guy is Lai, a handsome dude I met in the dorm before the orientation ceremony. Our first meeting was a bit unusual. Back then, when we met in the dorm room, Lai greeted the main character by pointing the sword in his hand right at him and shouting, "Who goes there?" Seeing the sword pressed against his neck. Duquan's eyes widened in shock. "Hey, dressed like that, who else could you be? You're a new student, your roommate," Duquan shouted, making his friend realize his action was a bit over the top. "Oh, sorry, I just finished a practical test, so I'm still a bit tense. Are you okay?" Yeah, Duquan replied, though feeling a bit annoyed inside. This handsome guy looks like a prince straight out of a fairy tale. Seems a bit hot-headed, but since he apologized, it probably wasn't too bad. He thought silently before Duquan explained his test was fighting a bunch of blind goblins. Then Lai smirked with disdain. "That was your practical test. Even a basic trained rookie can easily hunt goblins. My opponent in the practical test was a whole army of trolls and ogres." He was happily sharing his achievements as he spoke, which made Julian start to feel a little fired up and apologized to his best friend just a few seconds ago. "Not bad at all, but this guy is incredibly annoying. Let's just forget about that." Then the main guy's face relaxed. "Speaking of which, we haven't even showered yet and we're already sitting here chatting. It's been a long time since I had someone to talk to." "Same here." Lai nodded. Then the general took off his shirt, revealing a very muscular and solid body. "All right, let's go shower. The bathroom here is shared, right? We can keep talking while we shower," he said casually, while Lai's face inexplicably turned bright red. "You go shower first, Zuwan?" Zuwan asked, turning back, but Lai was so embarrassed he couldn't even look at him. "I'll go shower later, Lai said awkwardly, making Julian look at the blonde guy with a very strange expression. Back to reality time will probably erase this awkwardness, right? Besides, since this is a place reserved for special selected students, the two of them probably had that in mind. Julian also turned to greet them. "Ah, hello," the pink-haired girl replied, and seeing her innocent, cute look, Zuwan almost fainted from a sudden drop in blood pressure. "So cute, nice to meet you," the general repeated and then started talking to the white-haired girl. "Oh, right, and you too. Hello." Across from them, the white-haired girl with distinctive black eyes stared at Zuwan, making him a little uneasy. "It's okay, what's wrong, Zuwan?" she asked. "That thing wrapped around your arm is interesting," she said calmly, and Julian immediately guessed what she was talking about. So he didn't hide it, and called out his little snake Eve. "You mean Eve. You all can see it." Looking at its cute little form, the faces of all three people began to melt with delight. Even the seemingly cold, white-haired girl blushed with excitement when she saw the little snake. "Adorable, this snake is the item from before, right? It's only been a few days, but it's changed so much," Lai asked. "Hey, can I touch it?" "It looks so cute," the pink-haired girl said longingly. And the white-haired girl also spoke up. "I'm John Doc-ho, a martial artist's daughter. What's your name, "I'm Bonju-won," the main guy answered. Then he turned and asked, "But what do you mean by martial artist? So you have some kind of martial arts, like shooting energy blasts or something?" Hearing this, Zuwan said it out loud, and the other three suddenly giggled, leaving him completely confused. Even John Doc-ho trembled so much she had to cover her mouth tightly. "You're not totally wrong to think that, really. Actually, since this is a magical world, it's not surprising to have martial arts," Julian replied with a smile. As for the pink-haired girl, she also said her name. Yeah, I'm Roy Trow. Nice to meet you. I'm Aslight, you can call me Lai." "Nice to meet you," John Doc-ho Rucholai said with a bright smile. But right after he finished speaking, John Doc-ho turned her face away, as if she looked down on talking to this young man, which made him roll his eyes. Seeing this, Julian could only smile awkwardly and say to both of them, "I think the ceremony is about to start." At that moment, he noticed that on the stage, the beautiful Professor Yumina was sitting there. "Oh, it's Professor Yumina," he exclaimed, making Lai beside him curious. "Is Professor Yumina the one who advised Julian?" "Yeah, same for Lai." Just as they finished speaking, before anyone could say anything else, the lights inside the hall suddenly changed. Then the roof of the hall slowly opened on both sides, revealing the sky above. "The roof of the hall is opening. What's going on?" the group said in confusion. Then, a cold voice suddenly echoed. Everyone gathered here at this moment. Along with the voice, the whole group of students felt a tremendous pressure weighing down on their shoulders. It made the whole group terrified. What is this? Why such a heavy pressure? Duquan thought in fear. But then he gritted his teeth and lifted his head to look up. Up above, the voice continued. "Then now the entrance ceremony. for the 2057th class of Union Academy officially begins. The voice came from the illusion of some enormous eye. It's a huge high-level entity. Time passed quickly. At this moment, Professor Yumina was also welcoming Jugwon's group of friends. Super impressive, right? The principal's speech, she said with a smile. But unfortunately, none of the students responded or cheered. Maybe it's because the lingering presence was still too overwhelming. Still, Julian calmly sipped his tea and nodded, saying, "Very impressive." "That giant eyeball is the principal." Hearing him say this, the group suddenly got startled and turned to ask Jugwon, "Did you see that eye? Are you really daring enough to look up?" Because of the overwhelming aura, most people didn't dare to look up. "That's really scary," the group said in fear. This left Jugwon a bit astonished as he seemed to feel some pressure, but not to the extent of being terrified. At the same time, the female instructor John was also staring at Jugwon. It was as if she wanted to find out why this weakling could look at such a terrifying entity. The entity had used a special method to completely conceal its true form. How was that even possible, back to Jugwon? Feeling her scrutinizing him like that, he also felt a bit creeped out and hurriedly explained, "It's just a feeling. It feels like there's a giant eye looking down at us." Over here, aside from the fact that Dukwon could look at the principal, Professor Yumina got to the point. "Anyway, that really is the principal. From now on, unless you achieve something special or cause an incident, you won't have the chance to meet him again. But it seems like Jugwon will be meeting him privately." She said this while turning to look at the deity with a delighted expression. However, our male lead, hearing that he had to meet such a big shot, looked bored. "Why does it sound like the professor is cursing me?" In response to this, Yumina covered her mouth and laughed. "As your supervising teacher, your achievements are also my achievements. So from now on, you all need to give it your all." Hearing this, Lai's eyes also lit up with surprise, and then he asked, "So Professor Yumina will be in charge of us?" "Exactly," she said while treating herself to a cup of tea. This information still left Lai stunned. "One of the 9 official professors of the academy is in charge of us," he exclaimed in astonishment inside. Meanwhile, Yumina, after placing her cup of tea down, also introduced herself. "I haven't officially introduced myself yet. I'm Professor Yumina, teaching combat magic. I have been assigned as the homeroom teacher for this class 11. Let's strive together for the next 5 years." "I thought usually only teaching assistants were assigned to secondary students," Lai asked. Hearing this, Yumina nodded and explained, "That's true. However, this year you all are a very special batch of students, so I will take on this role." At this point, she felt a bit emotional inside. "It's really so special that I wonder how only students like you got chosen." Thinking of this, as if recalling something, she turned serious and said, "While everyone is here, let me give you some advice. Be cautious of the hindrance and malice from the regular students." Upon hearing this, Dukwon was initially a bit surprised, but he quickly understood the meaning behind her words. The obstacles and malice that the professor is talking about are not just simple competition in learning. It's about physical violence and arguments among students. If issues arise outside the internal competition protected by school rules, even professors cannot intervene. To thrive in competition with other students, you must be strong enough to overlook the obstacles and malice. If not, goodbye for now. You 4 should work in groups. You are the special students who have a O2, and you will be teammates climbing to the top of the tower from now until graduation. Well, let's end the conversation here. The students have prepared a small gift for you. The rules and details will be explained after you receive the items." As she spoke, she snapped her fingers, and immediately some shiny items appeared in front of the group, leaving them in awe. And this item turned out to be some kind of pendant. "Is this used to identify students? It looks just like a normal pendant." Bison frowned, recalling Professor Yumina's words. "You can use it to identify yourself and access all the school's facilities, and teleport within the Union campus." At this point, to test the teleportation feature, they murmured to see. The teleportation spell is "Professor Yumina is so beautiful." As soon as the words ended, all 3 of them were thrown outside. "Professor Yumina is so beautiful!" Vu shouted. Then they were teleported back to their original positions. As for this spell, all 3 of them could only remain silent, unsure of what to say about Yumina. "Oh my," the group sighed, saying they need to have this identification pendant to enter the tower. So whether they want to or not, they have to keep it safe, Lai said while quickly putting the pendant into his jacket pocket. On the opposite side, the pink-haired girl Ducho was also curious. But why is only Dukwon being held back? Who knows? Lai shrugged in response. Maybe it's because he sensed that terrifying entity. Doc Ho-John voiced his thoughts. As she spoke, she remembered Professor Yumina's conversation with someone over the phone. Right now, not only have we prepared tea parties, unfortunately, among all the students only, he can look directly at the principal. Doc Ho-John quietly observed the transition to Zhu Gun's position. At this moment, he was sitting quietly like a sheep in the principal's office. What is this on the very first day I have a private meeting with the principal? Did I cause any trouble? The bewildered guy thought, and seeing his worried demeanor, the principal spoke up. Just look straight at me. My true form is not here. This voice belonged to a doll placed on the table. Hearing this, Duquan dared to look at the doll in front of him and asked, Principal, no chairman, just call me teacher. He reminded, oh yes, teacher. Duquan hurriedly replied. Then this teacher got straight to the point to save both sides time. I should explain the reason for calling you here, right? Usually I wouldn't intervene in a student's development. Whether strong or weak, it doesn't concern me. Whether you die inside the tower or survive to gain strength and glory, I don't care. My only goal is to witness someone reaching the top of the tower. Everything else is meaningless. Hearing this declaration, our main character fell silent for a moment. Meaningless. To be exact, the tower was left by his ancestors. Until now, the Ban clan was destined to reclaim it with all its strength and glory. I'm willing to risk it all to reclaim the tower. However, facing the principal, what does the tower mean to other students? Why come to this dimension to conquer it? Thinking about this, unable to contain his curiosity, Duquan spoke up. Excuse me, teacher. What exactly is this tower? Hearing the question, the teacher was silent for a few seconds, as if surprised by this question, and then he also gave his own answer. The tower is a path to the divine and also a challenge. Is it a divine being? Is it the kind of divine being that everyone usually thinks of? It's getting more and more complex. Duquan thought to himself, not realizing the things he was pondering. Meanwhile, the principal continued, Therefore, I will not intervene when students face difficulties. However, this time will be an exception because I see your potential, the greatest potential I have ever seen. I will arrange to help you prepare for your tower climbing journey. As he spoke, the doll's arm slightly lifted, releasing a stream of light dust that resonated within the identification necklace that Zhu Wan received. What is this? He exclaimed. And the teacher quickly explained, I have extended the exploration privileges beyond the student scope. Now you can move to any dungeon. So sharpen your skills in your free time before conquering the tower. Outside the academy, Zhu Wan asked back. That's right, now go. Zhu Wan must remember to improve his skills before climbing the tower. If you perform excellently, I will unlock the next privilege for you. As he spoke, the teacher waved his hand and immediately a portal appeared under Julian's feet, causing his body to fall inside. The next privilege? Julian exclaimed. That's right, it's the independent tower exploration. So we are really looking forward to the next meeting. As soon as the words ended, Julian was officially kicked out of this room and fell right into the arms of the beautiful Professor Yumina behind him. Seeing him appear, she cheerfully asked, Did the meeting with the principal go well? Looking back at Zhuguan, he looked up and could only see two huge hills blocking his view. So the guy hurriedly left that pair of thighs, feeling embarrassed. The principal usually chases away guests like that. Weird, right? She shrugged and said while Du Huan over here didn't dare to look directly at the professor anymore. Yes, he replied shyly. From the very beginning, he was looking forward to meeting you. Zhu Wan then, after calming down a bit, also talked about his conversation with the promises from him leaving Yumina in awe. Oh my goodness, allowing students to leave the academy, why, she said in disbelief. Seeing her reaction, Zhuguan curiously asked, Is it a big privilege? He said you need to quickly improve your lacking skills. In response to this question, Yumina kindly explained the issue to him. It has to be called super huge. You can freely explore the dungeons outside the tower as well as move to the cities outside at will. That means you'll gain more experience and preparation than others. No student has ever enjoyed this privilege. She reminded him, making Julian realize how well he was being taken care of. Ha ha, so that's it. I thought it meant you were too weak and needed to take supplementary classes. Thank goodness. Turning to Yumina, her voice now had a hint of jealousy. You're really lucky. Julian was quite envious. Usually teachers are too busy to go out during this time. Is that so? Julian asked back. That's right, because Union is an academy. Everything is centered around the students, so it's quite inconvenient for professors. And with this privilege, you can explore dungeons and travel to cities when you have free time and go shopping too. You can even snack freely. So envious. The more she spoke, the closer her face got to Duhuan's, making the young man sweat nervously. And then finally, Yumina revealed her true intention. There's a really beautiful city. You should go try it. Its name is Ronica, the Spring Temple. There is really... Not waiting for her to finish, the guy quickly interrupted, fearing this teacher might eat him. Professor, let me buy a gift for you. Time quickly passed, transitioning to somewhere outside the academy. At this moment, Jugun was also out completing the task that Yumina had assigned to him, recalling her earlier advice about the honeymoon supported by the monks. That's amazing. It's famous for its sweet, fruity aroma, dense bubbles, and lingering aftertaste. Buy her 1 or 2 bottles, okay? The professor who loves wine just said that, and her eyes lit up like car headlights. And she entrusted this task to the new student. Thinking about this, Jugun could only sigh inwardly. A professor asking a student to buy wine for her. This world really is full of surprises. But anyway, it's lucky that I already have a stash of items. As he said this, he opened his backpack, observing it with a very satisfied expression. Before he noticed an item inside, it reminded him that this was something his grandfather gave him when he came home before starting school. Jugun focused on a certain bag. This is an item prepared by his grandfather. Its rarity is unknown. Scene shifts to the day before enrollment. Before Jugun left, his grandfather came with a bag to find him. Are you ready, Jugun? Yes, grandfather, I'm all set. Did you sleep well? He replied. Hearing his grandson say that, the old man let the bag he was holding drop to the ground, making a heavy sound. Perfect timing, open this and take as much as you want. What is it? Jugun asked curiously. Just open it and you'll find out, he said with a knowing smile. And indeed, as soon as he opened the bag, streams of golden light flashed from inside, nearly blinding him. Wow, it's all pure gold. Can I really take this? Jugun asked in amazement at the value of this bag. Yes, haha, it's fine, Jugun. This is our ancestors' treasure meant for finding the Babeo Tower. Now it's yours. Use it as you like. The old man smiled, and the sudden wealth made Jugun emotional to the point of tears. Thank you, Grandpa. This will be very helpful. Thank you so much. But this is going to be a bit hard to carry, right? He stammered. Why is that? The old man asked back. Well, just looking at it, it seems really heavy, Jugun complained. This kid, the old man exclaimed irritably as his grandson hesitated despite being a gold addict. Back to reality after unlocking his item stash, he also threw all his personal belongings inside his backpack. Now that I have an item stash, it's much more convenient. Everything can fit in here. My grandfather said gold is valuable everywhere, so I'll take out a few bars. All set. It's time to step into the new world. As he said this, Jugun turned to look at the modern city before him. Thus, after entering the city, he was somewhat astonished by the level of development of this place. Oh, even though it's a different space, the urban scenery is quite similar, huh? At this point, our protagonist noticed a few people riding flying vehicles in the sky and fell silent. Wow, it really isn't that different. What is that? It's flying? How does that work? He thought excitedly before his strange demeanor caught the attention of a few security guards. Hey there, you look really strange. Where are you from? Hearing the call, Jugun turned around. But before he could explain, the 2 guards recognized his uniform and quickly changed their attitude. Oh my, are you a student of the Union Academy? Hello, we are the guards responsible for the western border of the Runica Academy City, they said, standing at attention. While Jugun felt a bit embarrassed seeing both of them so enthusiastic just because he was a student of the Union. Hello, I'm Bon Jugun, a first-year student of the Union Academy. He scratched his head and continued. They both turned to question him. But how did you get here, Bon Jugun? Did the principal give you permission? Yes, he said I could explore freely. Jugun nodded in response. I see. Thanks to the principal and teachers, our city is now peaceful. We are always grateful to them. Both smiled, causing Jugun to reassess the strength of this academy. Haha, the power of the Union seems pretty impressive, Jugun thought to himself. On the opposite side, the 2 guards also spoke to protect him. Since it's a new environment, you probably don't know much about the city and how it operates. If you need, we are willing to help. Oh, really? Jugun said happily when he saw someone willing to help him. Of course, that's our job as guards. If you have any questions, just ask us. The confident group patted their chests, and for Jugun, a clueless newbie, how could he pass up this opportunity? Immediately, he pointed at a flying vehicle in the sky and asked, So I want to buy that. How much does it cost? Time quickly passed. At that moment, our Jugun was holding a brand new flying vehicle soaring around the grassy area. "Oh my gosh, this is amazing," Jugun shouted loudly. Turning back before hearing Jugun's question, the two guards broke a bit of a sweat and reminded him. If it's that you're talking about a flying motorcycle, right? The basic model is already 250,000 Rona. Quite expensive." Hearing that Zhu Wan's face also turned blank as he asked, "How much is 250,000 Rona? So it's called a flying motorcycle." Saying this, he casually pulled out a solid gold bar from his bag and asked, "Can I exchange this to buy it?" Seeing the young officer suddenly pull out something so valuable, the guard's eyes bulged wide like a cow's. "Where did you get such a big gold bar?" "Is this real? Oh, my grandfather gave it to me?" Jugun laughed and said. Coming back to reality at this point, he felt a bit surprised inside. "A gold bar is already worth 500,000 Rona. I should thank my grandfather for forcing me to take it after all. Gold can be used anywhere. This foolish guy, remember to take it with you," the old man shouted angrily. "But it's heavy and troublesome," Jugun complained. Being a young man with too much money is indeed hard. Over here, as if sensing every gust of wind hitting him, the little snake if also appeared, making Jugun excitedly show off to his girl Eve. "Hey, what do you think? Just like you. The concepts of love and demons have brought life to this flying motorcycle. Now its name is Lilith. So from now on, let's live in harmony together." Lilith was created by Zhu Wan by endowing it with the concepts of love and demons, turning it into a living being with will just like Eve. Turning to If, hearing her master say that the little snake also flicked its tongue. It's hard to tell if it was annoyed or happy. Not paying attention to this attitude, Jugun still hadn't forgotten the task that Professor Yomina had assigned to him. "All right, I've bought the wine for Professor Yomina and created a sibling for Yomina. Everything that needed to be done is done. Now I should head back." "Back to school," Jugun said with a smile. But just a while later, the god felt uncomfortable and lay sprawled on the table. His head was spinning as if he was lacking blood to the brain. "Oh, my head," the main character complained like a puppy craving milk. At this moment, Lai also walked over annoyed, placing a glass of water in front of him and shaking her head. "I'm very disappointed in you, Jugun. I can't believe it. Right after the meeting, you went out without saying a word and then came back drunk," Lai said while looking at Jugun with a very judgmental gaze, making him weakly say, "I'm sorry. It was because of Professor Yomina, so I couldn't refuse." Speaking of this, Jugun recalled the image of the professor tightly grabbing his collar, refusing to let him leave. "Bottoms up, drink up. Let's keep going until your face is red like a sunset." "This is also the first time I've ever drunk alcohol in my life," he said while quickly grabbing the glass of water and gulping it down, snorting. "Dugan is radiating the scent of flowers and Vutro speaks up. If you had said it earlier, I wouldn't have had to wait anxiously," Lai said irritably. And over here, Dr. John also noticed the flower-shaped badge on Dugan's chest and said, "So that pin is for you to become the professor's drinking buddy in exchange for the class representative position." Hearing that, Dugan leaned back and said, "Class representative, huh? If you mean class monitor, then I guess that's right, because Professor Loteo is in charge of the four of us, so we have to accept it." Lai spoke up, but at that moment Dr. John said something that startled both of them. "If one person should be chosen to represent the four of us, it should be me because I'm the strongest here. You see that, right?" Dr. John said while staring intently at Julian, but Lai opposed her statement. "That's a bit strange, Dr. John. Even though we are teammates and equal, I need to clarify what you just said. Your arrogant attitude isn't beneficial for our future at Leo Tower. Besides, I don't agree that you are the strongest either," Lai said, pointing directly at Zhu Wan and shouting. But to this questioning, Dr. John only gave a disdainful smile and shook her head. "Ha ha, you just said we are equal teammates, right? That's ridiculous. Yesterday you were the one who asked the professor if you could climb the tower alone. So where's the equality in that?" She shrugged, causing Lai to blush with embarrassment. About that, the young man stammered, unable to speak, and at that moment both Zhu Wan and Rushel stared at him with scrutinizing eyes. "Yeah, you did say that." Seeing their stares, Lai's face turned extremely awkward. "I wasn't asking out of curiosity. It's not that I don't want to party with everyone." Turning back to Zhu Wan, ignoring the young man's words, he lay sprawled on the table and thought, "I thought there might be discrimination from the start of the class, so I planned to have them work together first, but it seems like our group is already in disarray. I never really wanted to be class monitor, but now I understand why the professor chose me." Lai lacks soft skills, but has a very high sense of self-esteem. As for Dr. John, she is extremely authoritarian. Although she is very strong, she will definitely make others dissatisfied. Finally, there's Rushel, who is very passive. His personality is not suitable for leading or caring for anyone. Ha ha, what a specially selected student. Realizing this to prevent the team from breaking apart before it even formed, Dugan had to speak up. Wait a minute, everyone calm down. Listen to me. The class monitor doesn't need to be the strongest. It shouldn't be the strongest. He expressed his opinion, and upon hearing Juo say that, Dr. John's eyes narrowed, and she asked, "Why?" "Because if the strongest is the class monitor, that person will unilaterally decide everything in the class. While the class monitor needs to maintain unity in the class, they can't do that right. After all, the class monitor is the one in the middle providing fair and best solutions for everyone. So I think a laid-back person like me should be the class monitor." "Laid-back you?" Dr. John said, almost laughing out loud. "All right, then. The professor has the right to appoint the class monitor, so whatever you say, I'm listening." "So," Dr. John said with a smile, and seeing that the most dangerous person agreed, Dugan also breathed a sigh of relief inside. "Thank you. Phew, over here," Dr. John continued. "From the start, the person I really wanted to stay here is just you. Well, even though I don't really like it to get what I want, I have to accept these unnecessary things." So she said while glancing at Lai and Rochelle, "That's it. See you later." After saying that, the white-haired girl coldly walked away, leaving behind Lai, who was so angry that he was shaking as if he had been trapped. "What do you mean, unnecessary?" Lai gritted his teeth. Ju-won saw this and had to try to reassure him, "Calm down, calm down." After temporarily calming Lai down, Ju-won felt utterly drained. Oh man, this morning felt more like a battlefield than a school. Regarding self-esteem, that's hard to deal with. Take it easy, Bon Ju-won, the main character, reminded himself wearily. But before he could rest for a few seconds, the busty girl Du-cho over here stood up and said, "Hey, Du-won, didn't you bring that adorable snake from before? I want to try touching it." She said, her eyes sparkling. Oh man, what a minefield this is. The main character sighed inwardly. Just like that time flew by quickly. The first lesson for Bon Ju-won as the class monitor of the 11th grade where unique individuals gather began, but it didn't start smoothly. Cut to some kind of arena. This magma guy didn't understand why he suddenly went crazy and stood up shouting, "Professor, I really want to know how good those we selected for the special exam are." Hearing his shout, everyone turned to look at Dugan's group with excited and evaluating eyes. And the referee in a prisoner outfit nodded and said, "In our first class, we will start with a sparring match. How does that sound?" Hearing this, the students got excited and couldn't hold back. "Professor, let me fight with them." "Don't let me back down. Let me go first." "You over here, are you going to take that pin off? Just say it." Annoyed and provocative sounds began to ring out, leaving both Dugan and Lai speechless. Next, Lai's expression became worried. So the Union Academy divides classes based on student abilities. No wonder they seem to hate our 11th grade so much. It might also be because of that thing I'm wearing, a bit provocative," Dugan said awkwardly. While the crowd was still barking wildly, the golem was staring intently at Duwan's badge, thinking, "That weakling dares to wear the pin gifted by the flower goddess Professor Yumina right in front of me. That's unacceptable." The more he thought about it, the more his anger flared up to the point that he yelled so loudly it nearly burst the eardrums of the students next to him. "Professor, let me test that guy's strength myself. Please let me fight him." Over here, the professor agreed right away. "All right, step up. Ban, you will fight Yekter, that little pup. You decide this without even checking if Ju-won agrees or not." Returning to Professor Yumina, she was quietly observing Ju-won's first class, and after realizing this was a joint class between the 1st and 11th grade students, she started to sense something off here. What is this? Why are students from my class mixed with the special class students right on the first day? And it's a practical combat subject right from the start. Special students recruited straight from the secondary realm can't possibly compete with advanced students. And they must have thought this way to arrange the schedule like this. I don't know who is pulling the strings, but I can feel their malice. Back to Ju-won, he wasn't foolish enough to fight the big golem opposite him. So he immediately raised his hand to refuse. "I'm sorry, Professor, but my combat skills are still very lacking. I don't think I would gain anything from this fight." "Huh, is that so? Then I'll deduct 3 points." the professor in the prisoner outfit said casually, leaving Ju-won stunned. Step up. Ju-won, stop making excuses. He spoke while adjusting his glasses with a very sinister attitude. And at that moment, Du-won realized that this guy seemed to be intentionally targeting him. What is this? Why is he like this? Does he want to force me onto the field to humiliate me in front of everyone? The more he thought, the darker the male lead's expression became. And he said, I'm not making excuses, that's the truth. I was recruited directly because of my special ability, not because of my combat skills. If you're curious about the special abilities of direct recruits, there should be a different way to assess them rather than forcing us to fight. Du-kwon presented a very convincing argument. But the professor in the prisoner outfit, seeing Du-kwon continuously refusing, gritted his teeth and shouted, Are you teaching the professor how to do his job? Hearing this, Du-kwon didn't bother to show him any respect and retorted, Whether you're a professor or a student, if you don't know something, you have to learn. And besides, am I not the representative of the class? Deduct 5 points. The professor shouted, causing Julian to sigh. Ha ha, is that how you want to play it? After thinking, Jugun came up with a counter-proposal and suggested, How about we do it this way? I will use this week to prepare and fight next week. Just give me a week. I'll go into the tower once, and when I come out, my preparation will be almost complete. Jugun confidently declared, making the entire atmosphere of the class seem to pause for a moment. Then a few glances began to look at Jugun as if he were an idiot. What did he just say? Next week's match. Prepare. What is he talking about? Clearly he's at the bottom and he thinks he can fight against the special class in just 1 week. Back to this prison professor at this point, the gray-skinned puppy was so angry that he bit his own lip. Now he's ignoring what I said and scheduling things his way, fine, whatever. On this side, Du-kwon saw him grinding his teeth and openly sneered, So what if he ignores the teacher? You're not an official professor. He mumbled something that made Lai behind him gasp. Returning to this prison professor after suppressing his anger, he proclaimed, Banju-won and Iraq, next week you two will officially face off against each other. The format will be public and the entire academy will watch the live broadcast. Everyone make sure to tune in, he said with a smile as if looking forward to Julian being humiliated next week. So he not only wants to humiliate me, but wants it to be really loud. Julian frowned in thought before this prison professor turned to continue addressing him and the class. Julian, since you requested to prepare, remember to show your abilities well. If you can't do it, there's no need to wait. Before the puppy could finish, Jugun boredly interrupted, Of course, right, Director. Next week we have the official match. I'm really looking forward to it, Zugun said with a smile, and in response came a spit from the Irtor. Yeah, you weakling, he disdainfully said, making Zugun feel embarrassed. I don't understand why he's putting on a happy face for this rocky guy. I definitely don't expect him to respond politely since what I want to probe isn't his attitude. Thinking about this, the director's stats appeared in Jugun's view. The director's stats, which were a complete mess, were Life 250 Physique, 300 Magic 120. Looking at his exact stats, Jugun felt that his earlier decision to postpone next week's match was indeed the right one. No wonder he's in the special class. His life and physique stats are really impressive. His life is 5 times mine and his physique is 10 times greater. But even so, compared to them, he's still nothing, Du-kwon thought while looking at Lai and Roy Trow to climb the tower. I have to surpass Erecto's level, Du-kwon silently thought before laughing. Ha ha, you two, why do you look so gloomy? Are you worried about me? Ignoring his words, the confident Doc Ho-jan started warming up in the back. What's up? No one is stepping up. Unlike the class president, fighting is my specialty. Aren't you curious about the skills of the specially recruited student? Is anyone brave enough to come up here? If it's a duel, I'm always ready, Doc Ho-jan confidently said. Her stats even overflowed beyond that hexagonal frame. Turning to the crowd after hearing Doc Ho-jan's challenge, they were left speechless for a few seconds. Even the prison professor was confused and speechless. And the reason is very easy to understand. Even a weakling like Julian could recognize the strength coming from Doc Ho-jan. It was silent, but that was understandable. Even his thousand-eyed vision couldn't fully grasp Doc Ho-jan's strength. There's no way that the first-class students wouldn't feel his overwhelming aura, Julian thought to himself. Returning to Doc Ho-jan after seeing that she had challenged, but no one dared to step up, she also said boredly, What's wrong? If you're too lacking in confidence, I can pick someone. Saying this, she pointed at the lucky rocky guy Yektor. It's you, Yektor. I'm sure you're not the type to only pick weaklings to fight right. Come on, I'll make you feel pain. On the opposite side, the rocky guy, seeing himself being singled out, was startled. Perhaps he realized that Doc Ho-John's strength completely surpassed his own, and the director must be very scared. His initial target was me, but now he's being challenged by someone unexpected. Everyone here could feel if he agreed to Doc Ho-John's challenge just to save face, he would be doomed. He would incur injuries that would be hard to recover from in a week. Although this wouldn't affect me, it shouldn't be like this. Thinking about this with a saintly personality, Zuo Wuhan felt compelled to step up and advise, "Wait, Doc Ho-John. Sorry, but Irtor has a match with me next week. If you want to fight him, you should wait your turn." Hearing this, Doc Ho-John turned to look at Jugun and asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course, thanks for worrying about me, but this time I will use my strength to prove that I deserve it," the little general confidently declared. "And if this weakling wants to raise the level of difficulty of the test, then there's no reason for me to advise otherwise." "Ho, ho, ho, I thought you only knew how to be sly. Who knew you had a bit of manliness in you? All right, I'll let you do it your way. So besides Iraq, is there anyone else? Is there anyone brave enough to step up here?" she asked again. However, these people were completely silent, turning their faces to the side, not daring to face Doc Ho-John directly. "Is no one there?" the white-haired girl asked once again. Then, after seeing these worthless guys still silent as ever, Commander Ho-John sighed deeply and said disappointedly, "You were barking so loud earlier, but when facing a real strong opponent, you all just tuck your heads like a bunch of turtles." Hearing her say that, these first graders clenched their teeth tightly. But no matter how angry they were, none dared to step forward. Until the handsome blonde guy spoke up. "Who exactly did you call a turtle tucking its head? Weak and stupid kids always gather in groups, acting like they're protecting their own by barking loudly. It's kind of entertaining to watch." Hearing someone dare to verbally spar with Commander Ho-John, Jugun immediately turned his attention to him. "What's up?" This guy, although also in the special class, clearly seemed to be on another level. Jugun frowned, thinking that from this guy's gaze, the whole blonde guy seemed to be radiating an unusual energy, making those around him too scared to come close. The guy next to him, seeing Julian's confused expression, spoke up to explain, "That's Optima, the ruler of the Katios dimension." "Huh, Katios Optima. What's that?" Julian asked, puzzled. His dumb question also surprised Lai. "You don't know. Jugun, besides Union, there are 10 other high-level dimensions. Optima comes from the ruling family of Katios, one of those dimensions." Back to Jugun, hearing that the blonde guy had such a terrifying background. He even started to break out in a sweat. So this guy is descended from one of the most powerful clans across all these dimensions. At that moment, according to everyone's gaze, Optima began descending into the arena below. His professor coldly gave orders, and this professor, like a loyal dog, immediately understood and started doing something. "Ah, okay." As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled out some electronic device. This made Vutro a bit curious. "What is that?" "It's a recording device. Probably planning to film a public video," Lai guessed aloud. "So what happens after they finish filming?" Jugun asked curiously. "They said they'd share everything on the internet, but I'm not really sure what that is either." Lai shook his head. It seemed like Lai came from a dimension without advanced technology, so he didn't really understand this stuff. But with a modern civilization like Julian's, he immediately understood the professor's intention. "So that's how it is. Turns out it's the same here." Seeing Julian seem to understand, Lai also turned to ask Julian, "You know what the internet is?" In response to the question, Julian connected to Unionet and explained, "It's basically a local network set up by companies or educational organizations to exchange information." Back to Lai. Hearing this, he was even more amazed. "Your spatial dimension is so low that you don't even know about Union. So how do you know about this?" "Ah, well, in my space, this is the common direction for everything's development." "So where is this school's internet?" Duquan said as he kept scrolling on his phone. And the busty Ducho, waiting nearby, had to run over and show him, "There's a live broadcast channel here. Our class is watching it." "Yeah, thanks, Ducho. You're good at finding things." Saying that, the general quickly clicked on the live broadcast channel, and soon the image of the two Dr. John and Optima appeared on their screen. "What's this? This live broadcast is the professor trying to insult us, but it looks like things won't go according to his plan," Duquan muttered. Back to the arena, both Dr. John and Optima radiated a fierce aura. After a moment of staring at each other, Optima spoke up. "Make your move." In response, Dr. John smiled confidently. If you're weaker, I'll step aside. Make your move. Earlier, she said while extending her hand forward to provoke him, weaker. Let's see how long you can keep acting cocky. Kneel down, he said, extending his hand forward and activating some kind of power aimed straight at Dr. Horizon. From everyone's viewpoint, you could see Optima's palm emitting some kind of wave, and when it reached the Juggernaut group, they immediately felt a heavy pressure pressing down on their bodies. What's this? It's different from the language power I have. It's like water flowing downhill like the natural law that we can't live without air. Everything in this space is forcing me to kneel before him. It's like this is just obvious. Could it be distorting natural laws? Dr. John speculated. Nearby Lai heard this and turned to Julian. Did you just figure out the principle of that ability? Yeah, Duquan replied. But before he could explain, Ruot, who was trembling, clung tightly to him with a terrified look staring ahead. Back to Dr. John. When Optima's power hit her, it was like a buffalo going into the sea. She didn't even create a single bubble. Then a dark blue-black energy started pouring out from her palm. With just a flick of her hand, she completely shattered the pressure, leaving the whole group wide-eyed. Even Juggernaut couldn't believe his own eyes. Unbelievable. He just increased the pressure, yet she already extinguished the opponent's force, Duquan thought. Back to the blonde Optima. Seeing Dr. John easily break his move, his eyes showed a bit of interest. Ha ha, got some skills, huh? On the other side, Dr. John shook her head after hearing that. Your power is as ridiculous as the horns on your head. If that's all you've got, I'm really disappointed. No way, Optima replied, swinging his hand as if about to use that technique. But this move couldn't escape Dr. John's eyes. Immediately, she gathered power into her foot and rushed forward, delivering a kick to his stomach that interrupted his move before it could even start. You think I'll just stand here and get hit a second time? Because close-range hits are stronger, Dr. John said mockingly. But on the other side, Optima managed to block her kick with an energy shield. Still having to defend made his hollow pride seem a bit bruised. Struggling unexpectedly, I have to use both hands for a fight like this, he complained. Then suddenly Dr. John's voice sounded right next to him, making him jump and swing his arm backward. Arrogant fool, Optima shouted, not realizing he'd been the one speaking the most arrogant words all along. Back to Dr. John. Before Optima's strike reached her, she bent down to dodge. Then she used her left arm to knock Optima's left arm aside while her right hand grabbed the collar of his shirt. Finally, she delivered the knee strike straight to the chin of the arrogant guy. With this series of moves, Dr. John confirmed her thoughts. Indeed, his movements were extremely clumsy. Don't tell me you still need someone to feed you, Dr. John mocked. But her attack was still blocked just in time by another shield from Optima. Still being overwhelmed like this made the foolish guy start to get angry. This bastard, he gritted his teeth and gathered strength into his fist, then launched a super-fast punch at Dr. John. However, his punch only hit the air as she coolly jumped to the side to dodge. Back to Lai, seeing Dr. John toy with Optima like a cat with a mouse, he was stunned. Unbelievable Optima. The ruler of Ketios is being dominated by Dr. John. Hearing this, Jugone, who was quietly watching both, also shared his thoughts. It seems that this Optima guy is used to taking down opponents by restricting their movements, basically twisting the natural order. But that method doesn't work on Dr. John, which is why he's ended up like this. Right now, in their eyes, the blonde guy is getting mercilessly beaten by Optima. He can't even land a single hit, and she's just punching him relentlessly. After a flurry of punches to the face, she follows up with a high kick straight to his chin. If it weren't for those energy shields, he'd probably be down for the count already. Back to Jugone, our commentator keeps giving his opinion that guy may have superior power and physique, but clearly he doesn't train regularly. The general sneered, making Lai a bit surprised at his observation skills. He can even see that. Dr. John can fight Optima one-on-one, and Jugone can see right through both of their abilities. Clearly, they both got in through a special recruitment for secondary space candidates. But what the hell is going on here? Back to the fight at this point, Optima doesn't even have a chance to counterattack, as Dr. John's punches keep flying at superhuman speed. "How dare you be rude to me?" the idiot shouted. Not realizing his situation, his answer came immediately when Dr. John's fist landed on his face. Even the energy shield couldn't block this punch. "Did you come here just to flap your gums, or is your tongue so long you want me to cut it off?" Dr. John said sharply, turning back to Optima, furious at being constantly suppressed. The little punk has started to lose it. At that moment, a symbol of diamonds arranged in a circle appeared above his head. Along with that, his whole body burst with fierce power as he slammed both hands onto the ground, cracking the arena floor into many pieces. Son of a bitch, how dare you humiliate me like that? I will never forgive you. If you want to die that badly, I'll make it happen. Optima shouted like a mad dog. Turning back to Dr. John, seeing Optima barking loudly like that, she kindly gave him some advice. Death isn't a word. A kid like you can just throw around. As she spoke, she began gathering magic power inside, wrapping it around her arm. Then she charged forward to teach that blonde guy a lesson. Seeing this, Optima yelled, "Die!" Then he started pushing his hands forward. Then just at the moment when these two were about to clash their ultimate moves, suddenly Professor Yumina's voice rang out. "All right, that's enough," she said while clapping once, causing both newcomers to stop their actions immediately. Because right then, the entire arena was filled with the colors of flowers. Looking at the magical scene, both Internet and Optima were a bit stunned. And Yumina, seeing that both had stopped, continued speaking. "Our academy doesn't encourage students to fight to the death. It's better if you save that attitude for climbing the tower. You both understand, right?" After advising them, she snapped her fingers, canceling her skill, and the garden of flowers slowly faded away. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Duquan was thinking, "What is this? Is it an illusion?" But even in this illusion, I can still smell the rich scent of flowers. Speaking of Optima seeing Yumina appear, he realized he couldn't keep fighting. So this dumb guy could only click his tongue in frustration and turn away. But he didn't know that the professor's intervention had just saved his life. Otherwise, Instructor John would have taught him what it feels like to smell the dirt. Turning toward Instructor John, ignoring the weakling's attitude, she began speaking to Yumina. "You're really strong." In response, the female professor smiled brightly, and Instructor John sighed and returned to her seat. "Yeah, welcome back," Duquan said. Hearing this, the white-haired girl also looked to the godlike figure for his opinion. "What do you think? Pretty awesome, huh? Just watching is helpful." Duquan smiled as a total newbie like him was witnessing such a fiery battle for the first time. But before our main character could finish, Ruot suddenly rushed up and clung tightly to his back, making the group a little curious. "Ruochol, what's wrong? Are you still scared of Instructor John?" He frowned, noticing his friend's uncontrollable trembling. "Ha, so cute. It's okay, come here." Haha, Duquan smiled as Ducho stubbornly clung to his back, refusing to let go. Elsewhere, Yumina's annoyed voice rang out, grabbing everyone's attention. "You're going to be punished. Professor Farrell, it's only the first class and you've already allowed sparring. Not only did you allow sparring, but you also turned a blind eye when things went too far. You know this is a serious mistake, right?" "I'm sorry." The professor in the uniform stammered. "An apology isn't going to cut it this time. So you better prepare yourself," Yumina said arrogantly, then headed toward Jugun. "Oh, and as class president, the most important thing is character. Jugun, why are you wearing your pin upside down?" As she spoke, the beautiful professor gently adjusted the name tag on the male lead's chest in an incredibly intimate way, making the students behind them fangirl like crazy. But without seeming to notice their gazes, Yumina, after fixing Jugun's badge, left right away. "Well, then I'll be going. Have a great day, everyone." Watching her walk away, Duquan could only give an awkward smile. Haha, our professor came here to stop the fight but only made the dissatisfaction worse. After saying that without even looking back, Duquan already felt countless hostile stares from the first-year students aimed at him. Why only that weakling? I won't let him off. Someone gritted their teeth and said, "Time flew by quickly like that." News about the fight between Instructor John and Optima spread among the freshmen. "Hey, did you hear the new girl from the secondary dimension went toe-to-toe with Optima? Not just toe-to-toe, she dominated. Secondary dimension. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? What's going on? Wow, all these freshmen are super cute. That pink-haired girl is adorable. Yeah, I agree. Don't talk nonsense. Optima is the #1 hope of the first years. Who dares mess with her?" "Yeah, agreed. Let's watch the video." Professor Farrell posted online, someone suggested. Then, after watching the battle video, question marks started popping up in their heads. What craziness is this? That silver hair is insane. Looks like this year freshmen were picked just by their looks, huh? Silver hair is legendary. I love you, silver hair girl. From today on, I'm your fan. Me too. The fangirls kept commenting nonstop, before they started turning their attention to Google. But why is this guy haggling with Professor Farrell like that? A master negotiator, pretty sharp talker. Oh my God, that's Professor Yumina. The goddess descended. Wait a minute, what's this? Sister, don't do it. What is this? Who's this punk? Someone give info about him. Haha, the boys are all mentally crushed. What's going on? Who is he? Curious comments started popping up. And of course, our main character, Julian, could see these comments too. But he wasn't even a little happy about becoming famous. Feels like the whole world is talking about us, Julian said worriedly. Across from him, Lai's head was practically smoking from not understanding all these high-tech gadgets. Haha, I don't get any of this internet language at all. Turning to Doc Ho John after reading the comments, her unique eyes narrowed slightly. That's strange. That guy is supposed to be the #1 hope. No way. At least someone in that class is way stronger than him, Doc Ho John said while recalling the image of a girl dressed like a mage sitting curled up in a corner. Before she turned to ask the male lead, I thought you noticed too. In response, Dujun just shrugged. Ha ha ha, I was just too focused on your match. Back to Lai now. At this point, he was already sprawled out on the table. But Dujun, they're mentioning your name all over the community page, right? Master Negotiator. What does provoking moves mean? They don't mess with anyone who dares to challenge the #1 hope, so they just criticize me instead, Dujun sighed. That's not the only topic they're discussing, right? Doc Ho John added. Over here, Lai glanced aside and said, Now that you mention it, do we usually sit this far apart? He exclaimed in surprise, not understanding why. But the busty Ruokol deliberately sat at a different table, and right now she was still trembling nonstop, making the atmosphere during the meal feel heavy. It seems Rochol sensed something from Doc Ho John, or maybe she was just too scared to come closer. I wonder how things were when they shared a room. Maybe he's still tense from last time. Or maybe I should use this to help him relax a bit. People always need a little sweetness after all. Thinking and acting right away, Jugun pulled out a jar of jam from her bag. This is fairy jam created from Jugun's synthesis ability, extracted from over 10,000 types of concentrated fruit. Special effect light, but helps boost overall growth of various stats. Look at this, the general reminded everyone, making them a bit curious about the jar. Seeing the curious looks from the two gun players, he didn't keep them waiting long. Haha, surprised, aren't you? Here, your bread, Jugun said as she twisted open the jar lid. And as soon as the lid was opened, a gentle, sweet fragrance spread all around. The moment the scent reached Ruokhol's nose, her eyes immediately went wide as she turned to look at the group. At that moment, Jugun was just spreading jam on the slices of bread. Try it, he said as he pushed the plate of cake toward Lai and Doc Ho John sitting across from him. Although they saw Julian spreading some strange substance on the cake very quickly, both of them opened their mouths and took a little bite. Right from the first bite, an explosion of flavor erupted in both of their minds. Even the cold Doc Ho John couldn't resist how delicious it was. This is so good, they both said in amazement. Haha, I told you it was good, right? Ju-won smiled with satisfaction. Yeah, Ju-won, this isn't just a little good, he said. Lai stammered speechless while Doc Ho John also nodded in agreement. I've tried all sorts of delicacies in Trung Nguyen, but this is really on a whole different level. Both spoke as they chewed with puffed cheeks. As for Zhu Jun looking at the starving devil expressions on both of them, he also felt a little awkward. Ha ha, as long as you say it's good, that's enough. Then Dugan turned to invite Ruochol. Ruochol, come over here and try some. Over here, the pink-haired girl was already drooling with craving. Then, as if she couldn't hold back the tempting flavor, she swallowed hard, annoyed herself, and hurriedly pulled a chair closer to Jugwon. Can you make one for me? She whispered softly. Ju-won replied. After tasting the bread with jam, Du-cho looked like he was starting to melt away flavor coming from the fruit. The best fruit flavor in the world, she said contentedly. Ju-won, did you create this with your power? Lai asked. Can I have some more? Doc Ho John said hungrily. Of course, eat as much as you want, Du-jun said happily. It feels like eating something really precious, Doc Ho John said as she licked her fingertips. It's not that it's cheap, but friends should share with each other. Consider it a repayment for your kindness earlier. Even so, that's still a bit much. All right, I've decided. To repay you for your medicine, I'll personally teach you martial arts, Doc Ho John said as she pressed her face close to the main character. After they finished eating, Doc Ho John immediately took Julian and teleported inside an ancient Eastern-style house. It seemed like it was also Doc Ho John's first time here, so she was a bit surprised as she looked around. Let's see, as long as there's enough space to move, that's fine. I didn't know there was a place like this, she said, happily glancing around. She set her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she looked around. This training room must reflect your psychological environment, right? No wonder it's union level. he said in awe, then curiously asked, "But we left right after eating. What are you planning to teach me?" Not waiting for an answer, Doc Ho-Jon casually grabbed a wooden sword and muttered, "This size is just right." "Don't move around wildly," she said while swinging the wooden sword, making Julian a bit nervous. "Let's start with this," she said, stepping into a stabbing stance, holding the sword horizontally in front of her chest, gripping the hilt tightly with her right hand, while her left hand gently rested at the base of the hilt. Then Doc Ho-Jon applied some force with her left hand and pushed the sword forward, stabbing straight towards Jugon, and just as the sword was about to hit his face, she stopped the motion, sending a gust of wind pressure right into Jugon's face. "This is a stab," Doc Ho-Jon said simply, "a movement without hesitation or doubt. An attack made by a person incredible and miraculous." But in that brief moment, Ban Jugun discovered a new concept. Pierce through, but why piercing? He had just been showing swordsmanship. Jugun lost in thought, his face frozen, when Doc Ho-Jon called out, "Hey, Julian, are you listening to me?" Hearing the call, the main character snapped back to attention. "Ah, sorry. So focus carefully on the essence of the stab. There's not just one form. You can stab with anything. So I just showed you the basic and core meaning of the stab, how many times to stab from where, what target you're aiming at, and finally, the spirit with which you stab." Saying this, Doc Ho-Jon started swinging the wooden sword, demonstrating moves until she finished with a stab aimed straight at Julian. Pausing again, the white-haired girl continued explaining, "Although there are countless applications, these are always the basic core. That was a stab. Don't forget it." Back with Ju-Won, even though he knew Doc Ho-Jon wouldn't actually hurt him every time he saw the tip of the sword flying toward him, he still got a little startled. The basic core Doc Ho. John focusing on one concept perfectly rather than combining many created a much stronger sense of power. Perhaps for Doc Ho-Jon, that's why she mastered the stabbing technique. The basic core. Ho-Jon mastering a single concept to the extreme compared to combining multiple concepts creates a much more powerful feeling. Perhaps for Ho-Jon, that's why he mastered the thrusting technique. Yes, over here, after teaching Zu-Won, Ho-Jon also handed him the sword in his hand and suggested, "Want to give it a try?" Yeah, the male lead said as he reached out in response. Then he rolled up his sleeves a bit and added, "I'm a bit nervous, so I hope you understand." Hearing this, the swordswoman couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, if you were perfect from the start, then all my years of training would be meaningless." Just as her words finished, a strong gust of wind rushed towards Ho-Jon, and this gust was the thrusting motion from Juggernaut, delivering a blow that was just as precise as Ho-Jon's, leaving her stunned. What was that? Could he really grasp the concept after just one observation? She was confused and thinking that inside her mind, while Jugun, even after throwing a pretty solid strike, still wore a grimace of dissatisfaction. "This isn't good enough, it's still not right," Jugun grumbled before reminding himself, "Focus. I can't perfectly imitate it yet. So far, I've only been concentrating on combining the concepts together. I thought they could only get stronger by combining or supplementing each other. But that's not the full extent of my power. By refining what I already have, I can become even stronger. Think about it, there are many Chinese characters that mean stab. So why choose the word pierce? Looks like for him, stab means you absolutely have to pierce through the target because it's a critical strike." Thinking this through like he suddenly realized something, Jugun started gathering all his focus and launched another stab. The strike was so fast and powerful it broke the sound barrier, causing a huge explosion in the air. Right after throwing this strike, the main character himself felt a strong recoil, causing him to slump down to the ground from exhaustion. Turning to Ho-Jon, seeing Jugun practicing so frantically, she stopped him. "Stop, you don't have to push yourself right from the start. If you remember what you saw just now, try it out in a bigger space and use it on the opponent you want to take down." "I know," Jugun gasped back, catching his breath from fatigue. At the same time, as if to congratulate Jugun for mastering a new technique, countless notifications appeared around him. "You have mastered and experienced the concept of piercing. You have mastered and experienced the concept of martial defeat." Looking at these messages, Jugun couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha! I only swung the sword a few times and my stats already increased." Speaking of which, there was a special notification that caught Jugun's attention. Additional ability update successful. Observed and understood the depth shift concept of the 10,000 poison eye. Increased to 110. Martial arts 36. Swordsmanship. Pierce stab 16. Seeing this, the guy started to panic a little inside. My stats really skyrocketed. I just mastered the pierce stab concept and it's already at 16 points. There's also swordsmanship. No matter how many demons I kill, it never goes up, but now it suddenly jumped to 20. Overall, my combat skills have doubled. Does this make sense? The more Jugan thought about it, the more confused he became. Meanwhile, Dr. John was looking at him with equal surprise. I didn't expect I would be the one at a loss. Who would have guessed that from the start you could break away from the weapon's form and grasp the essence of the technique? Dr. John said with a bit of irritation, seeing how quickly Julian had achieved some results. Ah, no, that's not it. I just watched and imitated you, Duquan said, scratching his head. But that only made Dr. John more annoyed. Really? If just watching means you can imitate and fully understand, then why would anyone bother training hard? Dr. John snapped. Seeing her this angry, the little general quickly complimented her. Maybe that's true, but what if it's because you taught so well? I'm not exaggerating. From the very first time I saw your moves, I could deeply feel the meaning behind the motions. I was truly amazed that someone could reach that level and was completely absorbed by it to the point of losing track of time, Duwan said enthusiastically. Hearing that, Dr. John's face slowly flushed red. Wow, this guy really. We haven't known each other long yet, he can say things like that so easily. Then she sighed inwardly and turned to leave. Back to Youngwon with Dr. John's help, he didn't forget to thank her. Anyway, that lesson was really useful. From now on, let me handle the gourd part for you. That's still far from what I just taught, Dr. John complained. What really? So what should I do now? Duquan said in a panic. In response, Dr. John suddenly smiled in a way Duquan had never seen. Ha, no worries. The losses I took today I'll make you pay back tenfold later. Just wait and see. Well, it's class time now, so let's head out. Ah, right, yeah, Duquan said absent-mindedly. After Dr. John teleported away, the little general muttered something only he could hear. I didn't expect she even had that kind of expression. Cut to a hallway somewhere inside Union Academy. At this time, Lai and Ruthless were casually walking down the hallway, but some students from another class seemed to recognize Ruthless's identity, so they stepped forward and blocked her way. Hey, where's your little sister from? The sudden question made Ruochol's face freeze a bit. Behind Lai saw these guys trying to mess with Ruochol, so he immediately stepped forward to stand in front of the pink-haired girl. This made the blue-haired guy raise his eyebrows and look at him. What's this? He said irritably, and Lai answered back. She's my classmate. What do you want? Lai asked coldly, and for some reason the blue-haired guy's anger flared up inside after hearing that. Huh? What kind of low-life bug dares to butt in here? Get lost! He shouted. At the same time, Duwan and Dr. John teleported to the same spot. Phew, hope I'm not late, Julian said, catching everyone's attention. Just in time to start, Dr. John added. Meanwhile, Julian noticed some friends ahead and asked, surprised, Oh, what are you guys doing not heading to class? Across from them, the blue-haired guy saw the group knew each other, so he clicked his tongue. Annoyed, and didn't forget to bark some usual nonsense threats. Watch yourselves, freaks. After saying that, the three small-time guys turned and left, leaving Julian confused. Only Julian stammered. Thanks. What's wrong with those guys? What's going on? Julian asked, puzzled, watching their backs. Up ahead, time passed, and the scene shifted inside a lecture hall. At this moment, some bald, blue-skinned old professor was explaining the school's history. So the history of Union doesn't start when the chairman founded the academy, but from when the tower appeared in the primal space. Blah, blah. In another corner, those small-time guys from before were pointing the camera at Du Cho and ogling. Whoa, another one for the collection. The bald guy said with a vile tone, while the red-haired dog-like guy in the middle glanced at her with contempt. What good is a bug like her climbing the tower? Hearing this, the blue-haired guy smirked. There's a better job for her. Better job? Someone asked. If you come work as my maid, you'll be spoiled every day, he said with a suggestive tone. What a crazy guy. Ha ha, then I'll be the first to bid. They burst out laughing, not bothering to hide their words at all. This made Rochu here tremble as if about to cry. And of course our two friends Julian and Lai sitting above heard this too, their faces darkening with anger. No matter the scale, people everywhere are pretty much the same. But really, what's wrong with that professor? So noisy like this, and he still acts like he doesn't care. Is he ignoring it or just not hearing it? Julian wondered silently. Meanwhile, Lai on this side couldn't just stand by and watch this situation anymore. So he stood up and spoke out. "Excuse me, Professor." Hearing this call, the old man paused his lecture and turned to ask. "Oh, you called me seeing this?" Lai explained the whole situation honestly. "Yes, the other students are too noisy. I can't focus on your lecture. Can you do something to control them?" Hearing this, the old blue-skinned professor grunted a few times. "Oh, right. Did you all hear that? No chatting during class. Just focus and listen to me." "All right, where were we?" "The Renaissance period of the Union," he said briefly, then went back to lecturing. This made both Du-Wan and Lai widen their eyes. "What, that's it?" they thought in disbelief. Over here, the three punks saw Lai stand up to confront, but it had no effect at all, so now they turned to tease him. "Oh, look at the goody two-shoes student, thinking he's all that just because he's good-looking." Speaking of which, it was because of this guy that I couldn't get her number earlier. "What's up, you two a couple or what?" "No way. Then why is he acting all flirty?" Looking at that girl's figure, she's no joke either. "Ha ha ha, no doubt about it." "Agreed, ha ha." They laughed carelessly, making Ruch's eyes well up with tears while Lai gritted his teeth and snapped the pen in his hand in anger. But before Lai could lose his temper, Jugun reached out and patted his shoulder to calm him down. "Stay cool." Hearing this, Lai glanced at Jugun and asked, "Are you telling me to just take it?" Even when hearing stuff like that about classmates, in response, Duquan kept a calm expression and said, "If you don't hold back, what do you plan to do? Fight doing pointless stuff like that won't make things any better. Causing trouble in class will only make things worse. Just stay calm and watch this." As he spoke, Julian pulled out his phone and showed Lai a video on the screen, a recording of the Union History class number 01. "That's Unitube on the internet." "What do you mean?" Lai asked curiously. At this point, Julian flashed a very sly smile and said, "There are many ways to solve problems, Lai. To deal with cowards who talk behind your back, the best way is to use their own game against them." Hearing this, Lai seemed to figure something out and shouted, "Wait, Jugwan, don't tell me you're—" Without responding, our main guy immediately started doing something on his phone. All the dirty stuff those guys spat out during class is being broadcast live right now. At this moment, through their eyes, there's some kind of screen angle from above pointed straight at these three little brats. Not knowing they're being secretly recorded, they keep casually throwing out insults like, "What's the point of a bug like him climbing to the top of the tower? If you come to my house to work, you'll be spoiled every day, you crazy idiot." Haha, this angle is thanks to Little Snake Y carrying some kind of camera in its mouth, filming from above. Of course, after hearing those words, the online community started flooding in with curses. "What bugs, huh? What class are these crazy kids in? They must be freshmen in 7th grade. You guys are nuts. Where's the teacher? The freshmen this year are really crazy. This is too much. That blonde girl is pretty cool. I really respect a girl who keeps studying hard even after hearing stuff like that." This is why some people are called space guardians. What's going on with Union School lately? Comments kept pouring in, making Duquan laugh like it was a jackpot. "Oh wow, explosive reaction here. Getting slammed hard." Lai nervously said, "As expected, boss." John shook his head. Then she also looked at Duquan and praised him. "You're pretty smart too, huh? You named it Union History to cleverly steer public opinion, didn't you?" "Heh, no way I'm letting those who hurt Ducho off the hook. Gotta make them miserable." The old man laughed slyly, but quickly those guys realized they were becoming the center of attention online. "What the hell live stream? Damn it, who's filming? Hurry, find the camera." They yelled quickly, looking around to find the camera angle. And very soon, the blue-haired guy spotted Little Snake Eve holding the camera from above. "Hey, over there!" he shouted to his two buddies nearby. But before they could catch Little Snake, Eve instantly disappeared right before their eyes, making all three of them furious. "Huh." It vanished. "You damn snake, is that you, Blondie?" The blue-haired guy angrily spun around and shouted. But what they didn't realize was that their natural buzzing like flies in class had already crossed the limit for the bald professor. "You all have terrible attitudes toward learning. You were the ones causing the noise just now, right? I'm calling roll, then get out immediately." The professor spoke, radiating a dangerously intense aura, causing even the red-haired guy to shrink back. "No, it's not like that. Professor, someone uploaded a video of us online." He hurriedly explained, but the professor said, "I don't give a damn." So before they could say anything else, he kicked them out. "I said get out already." Then annoyed, he warned like everyone else, "I'm going to give you all failing grades for the whole year. And the rest of you sitting here, stop bothering others and focus on the lesson." Back to Duquan, seeing the professor so annoyed, he gave him a silent thumbs up in his mind. Wow, even the substitute teacher's no joke, huh? Suddenly, even just failing them is too lenient. After saying that about Ruthless, that's already too forgiving. Juggernaut said, annoyed, and Lai agreed. Exactly, but those guys' student life is basically ruined now. Speaking of Root, seeing the two of them stand up to retaliate for her, this pink-haired girl smiled contentedly and said, "It's okay, that's enough. Now I'm fine, thanks for stepping up for me." Looking at her cute face, Duquan was a little shy and turned his face forward. "No, I didn't do anything. When it comes to strength, I'm no match for you guys. What I just did was an accidental effective way to handle it. No need to thank me," he said modestly. "Still, since you're the class president, I feel more reassured," Duquan Lai said with a smile. Time quickly passed. Scene shifted back to the previous arena. At this time, the trio of jerks came to Lai for revenge. "Hey, you the handsome guy over there hearing the call?" Lai slightly turned his head back. "Yeah, that's you. Come here, didn't you hear me?" they said as they swaggered toward Lai. "So what's the problem this time?" the blonde guy asked coldly, while the three in front looked like they were ready to tear him apart at any moment. On the opposite side, the blue-haired guy was starting to raise his voice to explain what happened yesterday. Behind him, the red-haired guy was grinding his teeth angrily because of that damn broadcast yesterday. "My grades got totally wrecked right at the start of the semester. We even got targeted by the seniors. Our classmates are avoiding us, do you know that?" The guy with the shaved head shouted out in frustration, acting like they were the real victims here, ignoring their words as soon as they started picking a fight with me. Julian turned to watch the professor sitting calmly off to the side to see how he would react. As expected by Julian, the professor just watched with interest and had no intention of stepping in to stop them. Look at that, 3 students armed with sharp weapons confronting us, but the professor doesn't even plan to intervene. It seems like neither the professor nor the students here pay any attention to those from the secondary space. And who really cares about the state of these chickens and pigs anyway, Duquan thought to himself. While YouTube quickly backed behind him, returning to the argument, the blue-haired and red-haired guys clenched their weapons tightly and spat in Lai's face. "What did you just say?" "You bastard, say that again." He shouted so loud like he was afraid no one heard him and like he thought they were all deaf. Lai had to repeat himself once more. "Looks like they still don't get it, so I'll say it one more time. If you want me to explain, then ask politely, you savage," the blonde guy said coldly, facing the insult coming from someone belonging to the secondary space. The 3 idiots were so angry their whole bodies started shaking like they were having a seizure. "What savage? How dare a low-life creature from the secondary space like you talk to us like that?" "Savage," he said as he pressed his sword against Lai's neck. But before the little mutt could say another word, a flash of a sword suddenly cut through, snapping the blue-haired guy's blade in 2. Everyone around stared in shock. What was that just now? Duquan thought to himself. Just from a quick glance, he suddenly discovered a whole new concept. Back to Lai, he was now holding a sword that shone with a dazzling light. "Didn't I tell you already? If you ask politely, I'll be happy to explain." Saying that, Lai pressed the glowing sword against the blue-haired guy's neck, scaring him so much he immediately dropped to his knees. As for Julian, looking at the aura Lai was giving off, even the general was stunned. That's strange, the atmosphere around him suddenly changed. How is that possible? Is it because of that sword? What kind of brilliant energy could radiate like that? He wondered to himself, but couldn't figure out what Julian was thinking. Then, after seeing the blue-haired guy kneel down, Lai spoke up again. "Silence like this is good. Now that you've properly greeted, you can leave." But across from them, the blue-haired guy was also stiffening up. "Damn, Lai's pressure is overwhelming. I can't move my legs because of this intense pressure," he thought to himself. Meanwhile, the other 2 idiots seemed not scared of dying, yet still talking big. "You little pest, how dare you ignore the words of these weaklings?" Lai then turned to look at the professor and asked, "Professor, how does the academy judge a group that suddenly attacks classmates with swords during class?" Hearing the question, the professor smirked. "Why ask me all of a sudden? The academy encourages real combat practice." So from a certain angle, he intended to brush it off. But how could he fool Lai? "But you didn't really agree to the sparring, right?" he asked coldly. "It's true. But even if I didn't agree, you still pulled out your personal weapon, didn't you?" He held out his hand and said, "I only responded when provoked." Lai shook his head no. You can't deny you were the one who first released energy before the old professor questioned you. But Lai had his reasons. Doing that was the only way to avoid damage. Or does the professor mean you should stand still and take it? What did you say, you stupid professor? Frustrated, yelling out loud, Zuwan and Rushel also felt worried for their friend as they watched him argue directly with that dumb professor. Hey, Lai's acting a bit different now, huh? Back to Lai, he was now looking at the professor with a deadly glare. So how should I deal with their rude insults then? Ah, well, sorry, but I didn't see him. He shrugged and said, and with such a blatant lie, it pushed the blonde guy to his breaking point. What did you just say? The teacher just said that. Lai shouted loudly while his sword radiated a terrifying energy, startling everyone there. Luckily, at that moment, Miss John came over and flicked his forehead to stop him from doing something stupid. You idiot, John. Lai rubbed his forehead after the flick, the pain making him tear up. But before he could question further, John scolded back, "Too noisy. Just because you're influenced by the sword doesn't mean you can act all high and mighty." She said this while giving him a double finger poke right on the forehead. And as if understanding the message, Lai immediately sheathed his sword. As soon as the sword disappeared, Zuwan felt the strange energy vanish too, letting him breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the blue-skinned professor started leaning on his cane. Irritated low-life creatures from the secondary dimension, so arrogant. "Low-life," he said angrily and then turned to leave. His dog-like barking made Jugan and Rushel speechless. "That was a bit dangerous just now, huh?" Duwan said, glancing at his pink-haired friend. John was still lecturing Lai, already yelling loudly, just holding a useful item in her hand. "That's just how you really are," Duwan whispered. Seeing the scene, Lai was definitely the biggest bomb. Later, while eating together, the general didn't eat immediately, but started playing with his food and said to Lai, "You know, I've been thinking a lot. At this rate, we might not be treated kindly in the academy." Duwan said sadly, making Lai feel a little awkward. "You said what Lai shouted." Seeing this, Duwan rolled his eyes and snapped at him, "Huh? What about me? Didn't I try to get along with the professor? I even signed up for an official sparring match after being provoked. Are we the same?" Hearing this, Lai's voice softened. "Ah, well, after seeing your reaction last time, I wanted to improve things a bit," he stammered. But Julian's anger still hadn't cooled down at all. Yes, and it only caused an even bigger problem. "I don't get how you let the ringleader slide and then challenge my professor." "I'm sorry," the young guy said, tears welling in his eyes. Actually, Julian cared more about Lai's attitude when using that sword. On a normal day, Lai wouldn't act so recklessly. It's like someone flipped a switch inside him. It really is because of that sword. Thinking this to make sure no more trouble happens, Duwan frowned and asked, "Tai, be honest with me, you can control that power from before, right?" Hearing this, Lai slammed the table and confirmed, "Of course. Otherwise, how could I have passed the entrance exam earlier? I just got angry because of the professor's lie." "Oh, so it was because of a lie. Wow, that's a terrible lie." Duwan smirked. But his tone didn't sound very convincing, which made Lai suddenly start to shake. "Of course, understood. So you're confident you can control it, right?" Duquin asked again. "Trust me, I guarantee this kind of thing won't happen again." The blonde guy patted his chest confidently. But right after that, Doc Ho-John just spilled everything out. Fortunately, it didn't cause any trouble. The scene of you being controlled by the sword god was worth watching too. "You should have been scolded more." "That's enough," Duquan advised when he saw Lai completely drained and collapsed on the table. Speaking of Doc Ho-John the sword, Maiden suddenly remembered something and turned to speak to him. "Hey, Zuwan, I'm starting to understand Professor Cho's advice from a few days ago. If we keep going like this, school life will just be more chaotic. If you have any thoughts about our future, say it now. I want to hear the class president's opinion." That's how Doc Ho-John got him to say something like that. Our main character was a bit surprised inside. "My opinion. After the past few days of school, I've realized what the real problem is. The belief that some people are born strong or that your background decides your worth, and the extreme disdain for lower spatial classes. And the outdated system treats that as normal. So what can outsiders like us really do in a place that sees that as just the way things are?" Thinking about this, Duquan felt a bit confused and turned to ask everyone, "Hey, do you want to win the public's sympathy? If not sympathy, then what do you want to achieve?" Hearing this question, the group, although a bit puzzled, gave their answers. "Communication," Doc Ho-John replied. Duquan heard their answer and quickly interrupted. No, what you guys already have is your looks. Duquan said while carefully observing this good-looking team. Then he briefly laid out his plan for everyone. So you're planning to create a channel showing our daily lives? Duquan asked in surprise. The male lead nodded in confirmation. Yeah, back on Earth where I'm from, that's a common way to gain favor. We'll build an image and show it to the public. Once you build an image in people's minds, it naturally creates a sense of closeness, right? That can grow into respect, even admiration for the person, Duyen said while adjusting the camera angle and the light cover, pointing it toward Lai. From what he heard, he understood the plan. But this young man still had some questions. But Jugan, if we want respect and admiration, then why do we have to fight each other like this? It's not fake, it's a real fight, Jugan seriously reminded them live. At the same time, Doc Ho John also rushed in with a continuous attack. However, Lai still didn't take it too seriously. But when suddenly told he had to fight seriously, he hesitated inside, then threw a right hook. However, that punch was immediately caught by Doc Ho John, who ducked to avoid it. You don't need to worry, because in a fight getting hit a few times means you're already serious. Saying that, Doc Ho John grabbed Lai's collar tightly and threw him over his shoulder. The impact was so strong it instantly left a small hole in the floor. Lai's head was spinning from the blow. Seeing that Doc Ho John teased him, "Oh wow, is that all you've got? I get it, it's understandable since last time you were controlled by an item. What good is pulling out that sword? I bet even if you did, you still wouldn't be skilled enough to fight me," Doc Ho John said with contempt, making Lai grit his teeth in frustration. Opposite him, Lai seemed unable to bear the insult and shouted, "You!" then charged at Doc Ho John again. Meanwhile, Duyen, seeing the two fighting with such fierce spirit, she was fired up and cheered them on. "That's right, Lai, you're doing great." While saying this, the cameraman started finding the best angles to film. Speaking of the universe girl, seeing Duyen so excited, she asked worriedly, "Hey, Julian, will this really make our school life better? I still don't quite get it." In response, Julian wasn't sure how to explain exactly, so he just chuckled. "Well, things won't change overnight, but I promise it'll work." To help her understand, Zhu Wan gave an example. Just imagine if those guys who've been picking fights with us find out how awesome you all are. They probably won't dare mess with us anymore. "Yeah, that's true." Ruth nodded. "Right. Ha ha, look at them. It's like the ground's made of tofu or something." The main guy laughed, looking at the floor all smashed up from the punches of these two monsters. "Anyway, we have to post it to see the results, so don't worry too much, Ruth. Your beauty is too classy to stress over this. Don't you know beautiful people look even better when they smile? That's for you, Ruth. You have a face everyone loves everywhere. It'd be a shame to keep frowning, right? So just put your worries aside and enjoy the moment." The cameraman advised, and as if under a love spell, Ruthless's mind seemed to calm down, and he unconsciously smiled. That's so true. Every time I hear Google say that, I feel like everything will go just like that. Back to the battle. Although fighting fiercely, basically, Lai was getting beaten up badly by Doc Ho John. "Where are you going?" "I'm just getting warmed up," the swordswoman said while cracking her knuckles while Lai was crying and begging Julian. "Oh God, Julian, save me. He's not human anymore." Time quickly passed. Scene shifted to eating. Right now, the street girl was crying over her 8 bowls of beef noodles with lots of veggies. "I can't eat this, it tastes like soap," Ruchol said with teary eyes. But for the sake of the big YouTube channel project, Duquan winked at her and advised, "It's okay, Ruochol, you'll get used to it after eating." "But why do we have to film this?" Ruochol complained. Time passed quickly. Following the class president of 11th grade's suggestion, they began uploading videos of their daily life to the channel. The whole group's rebellion, and just like Julian predicted, they got explosive reactions, especially the video of the fight between Lai and Doc Ho John. Just seeing how much damage they did was enough to give people goosebumps. Wow, seriously, aren't they from the secondary space? They're freshmen because of that silver hair, sis, I love you. Is this for real? It's hard to believe he looks fragile, but fights pretty well. That was considered pretty good. Are these monsters merged together or what? The group exclaimed before switching to another video of a 4-person team playing something. "What's that?" someone asked. "It's called Boss Game. It's a traditional game among negotiation masters. You move pieces on a board according to the game's rules using stones and paper." "How is this a game?" "This is definitely secondary space. Pretty unique. See, the rules are really simple. So why doesn't he understand the rules then?" Haha, someone laughed, seeing how fast Lai lost. Cut to a scene with Professor Yumina present. As soon as she appeared, the fan crew flooded the comments. Professor Yumina always looks like an angel. I wish I was in that group. That atmosphere must be amazing. Ha ha, this weirdo looks like the cream of the crop. What car brand is that? Probably Ronica. You can buy it at Manhwa. Just looking at it is healing. That guy is so jealous. The group wished aloud as the scene shifted to Ruth crying over his 8 bowls of veggie noodles. The group started teasing her. Ha ha, so cute, adorable, absolutely adorable. Ruth, are you from heaven? Ha ha. Yesterday's lunch was really bad. Did it taste like soap? Hey, did you come from heaven? Ha ha. Yesterday's lunch was really bad. Did it taste like soap or something? That's how it tastes good, such a rustic dish. What you looking for, a fight? Hey, stop arguing. Let's watch the next one, the next video. Huh. The next video is a live stream. Seriously, that's awesome. Wait, but the broadcast date is tomorrow. Yes. Early tomorrow morning. Wait, isn't tomorrow the tower climbing day? Someone shouted. Judging by their looks, this is a pre-scheduled broadcast. Back with Jugon's group at this moment, he didn't expect his video to get such a warm response. No way, I can't believe it. Why are there so many people? Rushal asked curiously, while Jugon didn't really care about that. He only cared about the results. Our channel gained 1,000 subscribers in just one day. That's amazing. Jugon smiled while his friend Liev looked a bit annoyed. Why is the video where I got hit the one that got the most attention? He complained to Luce. The beautiful Professor Yumina saw the group's excitement and came over to praise them. That's fantastic. Union is the top place full of wonders. In a place where we're seen as just normal, no student even thinks about creating content. But the channel you created cleverly found its way in creating entertaining content and connecting with people. I never thought of that either. Always hearing her say that Julian flew over to brag about his first fight video. It's really popular. Hey, take that down, Julian Lai cried out, ignoring that the professor clapped once. Let's continue. Today we'll enter the tower. You all already know, right? Are you all ready? Hearing this, the group nodded confidently. Meanwhile, the main character turned to look at the group and was startled. Wait. I just realized I'm the only one wearing the uniform. Why is everyone else dressed up like that? In response, the group looked at Zuwan strangely. Since we'll be fighting continuously inside the tower, we just chose clothes that are comfortable for moving. That's right. If we have to fight, this outfit makes me feel the safest. Rushal nodded in agreement. Oh, I see. Julian whispered. Is the outfit you're wearing okay? Julian Lai asked again. Hearing this, Duquan pondered silently. In his heart, he understood because he lived in a peaceful place. He didn't have clothes specifically for fighting. But he chose this life for himself. If he had to join a life-or-death battle, thinking this through, he adjusted his tie and confidently told me, "This is good enough." Turning back to the professor, seeing the group fully ready, she nodded as well. So you're all ready, then let's go. Saying that, she snapped her fingers and a magic circle appeared beneath the group's feet. After a flash of light, they were teleported to the front of the Babeo Tower. There were also countless other students waiting to enter inside. When they saw them appear, the group quickly recognized who they were. Huh, aren't those the rebels? Seriously, they came here too, the brown-haired guy shouted. Meanwhile, the girl Roy Trow looked around bewildered like a lost child suddenly appearing here. Wait, this is the tower's entrance. The tower opens at dawn, but you have to line up by class rank. We're in the second-year class, too, Yumina explained. But that comment made Gugun look a little pale. So we're the first-year class going in first. Well, you could say it is because of your high skill level. She shrugged as she spoke, then talked about Lai while they waited around. He also noticed that Ba Tom Tep, who had teased him before, was standing inside as well. Oh, those guys. Why do I feel like the way they're looking at us is different from before? The swordsman wondered aloud, noticing that these people awkwardly avoided looking him in the eye while showing that expression. Duquan felt pretty satisfied inside. After all, they were subscribed to our channel too. Over here, the swordswoman Dakho John also spoke up, though there were still some eyes filled with hostility. She said this while looking toward the stone man erector, who was staring at Jugwan with headlights-like eyes. Ban Jugwan, she reminded, and without needing more words, Jugan got the hint. I know, let's go. After saying that, Jugan led the group inside. As he walked, he thought about how today was tower climbing day, and next week would be his battle with Director, only 4 days left. In that time, I'll reach a level he can't possibly match. Of course, every time you change floors, the monsters get different and stronger. Traps are the same. Speaking of Doc Ho, John, after sipping a cup of tea, she got a bit serious and asked a tough question. What if someone dies while climbing the tower? Hearing that Dukwon and Lai, who had been chatting excitedly, suddenly realized things weren't as simple as they thought. Right now that you mention it, what happens if I die in battle? Almost forgot about this important detail. Both of them worriedly thought about this question. The professor chuckled softly. Ha ha. That's a crucial question. Contrary to your worries, in most parts of the tower, challengers won't die. Even if they do, fortunately, both of you can breathe easy knowing you won't be lost forever. Inside the tower, turning back to Yumina, she continued explaining, technically, if you die, you'll be sent back to the tower's gate. Huh. So do you have to start over from the first floor? Dukwon asked in surprise. No, your student ID ring records your teleport history, so next time you enter, you can start from where you were eliminated. So the student ID ring is very important when climbing the tower. Don't ever forget it. Remember that, she said, pointing to a necklace on her hand that displayed the words teleport. No, don't make us go back to those two guys. Hearing their teacher, he felt like he was playing a game. Ha ha. This is just like a roguelike game with a save feature, right? If you can respawn after dying, then I can challenge as many times as I want, Lai said confidently. Of the four people, only Doc Ho John paid close attention to the professor's words. Wait, you said in most parts of the tower, challengers won't die, right? If that's true, are there areas or situations where challengers can die, meaning the tower isn't completely safe? Hearing this, the group looked to Professor Yumina, waiting for an answer. Is that right? Indeed, you're very sharp, Doc Ho John. That's right. Now I'll explain some special cases where even you could die, the beautiful professor said with a serious tone. But the next part of the story was hidden by the author. The scene switched back to the group as they enthusiastically fought a bunch of toxic blue slime inside the tower. This weird monster is Clawsider, a notorious beast that bites through all explorers' gear and steals their weapons. But that's for others. For Jugon's team, it was nothing but a pile of goo. With one sword swing, our guy Lai easily sliced through all three slimes, while nearby Doc Ho John snapped her fingers, firing magical blasts that blew apart their bodies mid-air. While they were tearing into the monsters, Dukwon was experimenting with a lamp hanging on the wall but didn't seem very successful. Still no luck. Even though I can clearly sense the concept of fire, I just can't separate it. I can do it in other dungeons, but why not in the tower? Figuring this out will help unlock my power. Julian frowned, thinking. Before Overseer John saw him lost in thought with the torch, he walked over and reminded him, "Hey, Julian." Hearing the call, Julian was startled and turned to say, Sorry, I just got a bit distracted. You said you needed time to think, so have you figured anything out yet? She asked. Julian shook his head. I tried to see if I could separate the fire, but it seems I can't. Hearing that, Overseer John felt a bit disappointed. I see, that's too bad. If you could have done that. We can freely use the tower's terrain. Hey, could you please not jump to scary conclusions about my abilities so quickly? The god said awkwardly. While the two of them were talking, a blue slime slowly approached. As it crawled near Overseer John's heel, suddenly that blue liquid mass surged upward, spreading out in the air like it wanted to swallow Overseer John whole. But before it could touch the swordswoman, a chain shot forward at supersonic speed, smashing the Clawsider's body into jelly. And of course, that attack came from Juggernaut. Seeing the main guy use a weapon like that, Overseer John's eyes lit up with surprise. That automatic item looks like that when it fights. Why is she talking about a little snake, Eve? Yeah, that's right. The god nodded and continued. There he waved his hand to command Eve to attack. And because she has her own soul, Juggernaut didn't have to give many orders. Eve flew around swiftly, smashing all the Clawsiders at super speed. Even Overseer John had to admit, not bad, pretty fast. In response, Juggernaut gave an awkward smile. Actually, I have something stronger, but it's a bit unstable. Hearing this, Overseer John glanced toward Rush's direction. No matter how ionized it is, can it compare to those guys? At that moment, judging by their looks, Rush's stance became extremely fierce. Her hands transformed into beast-like claws, and with one swipe, this cute girl created a huge hole in the floor, sending dust flying everywhere. Funny thing, the basic rule in fighting is to hide and stay out of the enemy's sight. But here she is, yelling and fighting in a place like this. Overseer John shook his head, annoyed by Rush's fighting style. Meanwhile, Zueyun was a bit stunned. Haha, Rush's fighting style is totally instinctual. Right. The two Lai and Roosh shouted loudly, making Overseer John behind them grind his teeth in irritation. Seriously, it's way too noisy. Every time you swing your sword, you have to scream, she complained. Time flew by quickly, and soon the group had completely cleared this path. Anyway, it seems like there's only Claw Cider in room 1. A monster this size is nothing for us, right? Lai calmly said. But just then, suddenly, Commander John sensed a strange aura and warned, "Don't let your guard down." As soon as he finished speaking, energy started to gather. A stronger monster is about to appear. Hearing that, Lai quickly gripped his sword tighter and asked, "Could it be a high-level monster?" "Maybe," Commander John guessed. Hearing that, Lai turned to look at Juggernaut to signal him. "Hey, Juggernaut, I know Lai. No need to say I'm already looking." As he spoke, our main character began using the 10,000 Venom's Eye to observe. And very quickly, he discovered some strange energies radiating from the stone tablet in front of him. "Hey, YouTube, it's the stone tablet ahead. Smash it." Hearing this, Roosh went wild, shouted, and charged forward, punching the stone tablet so hard that the monster hadn't even spawned yet before it was crushed. The punch was so strong it made the entire hallway seem to shake in rhythm. Oh my god, we destroyed the high-level monster before it even appeared. It even dropped an enhanced magic core. "It dropped that easily," Lai said in surprise as he was just preparing for a big fight. Ignoring that, Brutal quickly grabbed the magic core that had just fallen. But the moment she touched the core, Ruthless's pink hair suddenly turned a fierce red. At the same time, Juggernaut noticed it too. There was a symbol above her head that said Furnace Core. "Hey, Ruthless, your hair is darkening," the commander warned. At the same time, he paid attention to the words above this shy girl's head. Furnace Core means a furnace inside the heart. It's a concept of burning emotions as fuel for power like a berserker. Could her hair color change completely? Thinking back now, everything's clearer, Jugon thought to himself. Meanwhile, seeing his awkward posture, Rushal walked over, worriedly grabbed his sleeve, and anxiously said, Did I look scary just now?" In response, Duquan gave a very flattering smile and praised, "Not at all, on the contrary, you look very reliable." But if it gets worse," Rushal stammered, running out of ways to say it. Commander John had to interrupt. "I already said it's fine. What are you still worried about? If you're afraid of losing control, don't worry, I'll kill you to prevent any damage," the swordswoman said firmly, scaring Rochel to the point of tears, while the other two also looked at her in shock. Commander John said, "Don't. If one person dies, we'll have to start exploring again from room 1. The male lead quickly reached out to stop her, but Commander John had her reasons. "But at this rate, maybe only 3 of us will be able to keep going." Then she seemed to think of something and shook her head. "No, I think it's better if only 2 of us climb." Her voice softened, and now it was Live's turn to tear up. "Wait, what about me?" he shouted, feeling like he was being left out. "Why are you suddenly mad like that?" Jugon wondered silently, then looked at Rushal's restless state, realizing she was still worried about herself. He gently touched her shoulder and comforted her. "Listen, I'll think about it. I know why you're worried, so as class leader, I'll find a solution," Zuwan said with a bright smile, making Rushal's innocent face light up. "Thank you, Julian," she said as she grabbed the male lead's hand. Across from them, Julian blushed and scratched his head, saying, "It's nothing, this is how a class leader should be." Nearby, Lai and Commander John, feeling like they were being treated like bystanders, glared at Youngwon angrily. "Turns out you're just as ordinary as the other guys. You light up at the sight of a pretty girl." Commander John sneered, "You're mistaken. Wasn't I normal in front of you?" Youngwon quickly answered, "But hey, don't you all think you're being a bit too relaxed?" Lai reminded them. Then after clearing this floor, they used the teleportation formation to go down to the next floor. Teleportation ended and this was room 2. Lai calmly said, "Except for the moss and weeds, I don't see much difference between this room and the last one." Ignoring that our main character was still fiddling with the magic core collected from the first floor. The core from the high-level monster Ruto gave him earlier, focusing a bit. Its stats appeared before Jugon's eyes. Life 8 demon, 11 melting, 12 acid, 5 resistance, 1. Looking at these sky-high numbers, the male lead's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. What is this? Time spent in the dungeon was really a waste. The number of concepts collected in one room equals what I got from 10 goblin caves. Acid and melting are attributes indicating material decomposition. It must be because we defeated Claw Cider. Now I'll infuse melting into my sword, and acid will obviously go to you. Saying that, he casually tossed the acid orb to the little snake Ython Pei. Not sure if the orb was too big, but Julian kept trying to swallow it and his eyes rolled back, but he still couldn't swallow it down. Seeing that Commander John on the side curiously ran over and asked, "This kid is growing too fast, huh?" A sudden voice rang out. It startled our main character. "Hey, can you not just sneak up quietly and then suddenly speak like that?" The sun god said nervously. "If you trained your senses a bit, you wouldn't be so easily startled." That was Officer John complaining. And while this pair was still arguing, the Night Lie noticed something and warned, "You guys, the monster in room 2 is about to show up. Can you be a bit more serious?" At that moment in their line of sight, countless magic circles suddenly appeared on the path ahead, like they were about to summon monsters to come say hello to the team. Then before Lai could finish complaining, Officer John shot another magic bullet, dispelling a cloud of black smoke right in front of her. "Just be serious, but this room 2 doesn't seem much different from room 1, right? No matter how careless a lion is, you don't see it getting killed by ants, right?" She shrugged and said. At this moment, waiting for everyone on the second floor was a black smoke monster in humanoid form. These are Evil 01 evil entities that target the magical power inside humans. Turning to Lai, he really couldn't agree with this idea. If you just stand there like that, it's only a matter of time before disaster strikes. Then let me suggest something. How about we let Bon Jugun handle the fighting in room 2? She spoke up, making our main character in the back jump. And of course everyone knew how weak Duquan was, so they immediately refused. "Why are you saying that all of a sudden? That's way too dangerous." Hearing this, Officer John still smiled and continued. "I think it's a good idea. Anyway, next week we have to do sparring. He needs to improve his skills fast. Makes sense, right?" As she spoke, Officer John looked at Jugun like she wanted to tease him. And after her words, the sun god could only laugh bitterly. "Ha ha ha, no wonder you've been acting so weird all this time. All right, let me try handling this here myself." Saying that, Duquan started rotating his arms to warm up. Looks like the general himself was pretty excited to fight. Only Lai remained worried and advised, "Hey, Julian, this is really dangerous." But before Lai could finish, our main character already understood he needed to improve his fighting skills and raised his hand to stop them. "It's okay. Just like Officer John said, I need to get stronger fast. It'd be a waste if you guys keep using energy here. It'd be a waste to let you guys burn energy here. These 2 sentences will help me improve as fast as possible, right?" Yeah, if Duquan says so, I trust you." Rukal nodded like a little squirrel. "All right, but if anything even slightly dangerous happens, I'll jump in immediately." Lai agreed. "Thanks a lot, Duquan." He smiled, then turned to speak to Doc Ho John behind him. "Listen, Doc Ho John, now just save your strength. I believe you'll be fully helping me later on, right?" "Hey, listen to this." The female swordsman smiled confidently. "At least I promise you won't die from overexertion now." Hearing the boss's backing, Duquan relaxed completely. "Good then. Let's go, Eve!" The male lead shouted, fully focused. Right after Eve switched into ACC 47 mode and started firing like a rainstorm straight ahead, delivering equal damage to the monsters. Sure enough, the monsters couldn't even take a step before being shot to pieces. Meanwhile, Lai and Ruthless, watching the godlike firepower, almost fainted. What the heck? Is that the signature weapon from Julian's world? I don't know how powerful it is, but its speed at killing monsters is unbelievably fast. I wish our soldiers were equipped with something like that, Lai thought to himself. Meanwhile, Doc Ho John quietly observed Juggernaut's weapon and assessed, "Is that Kai energy? No, it's continuously firing iron pellets. It can handle second-tier assassins and even approach first-tier level. It would be useful in martial arts. However, its attack is only in a straight line. Fighting at long range is fine, but in tight spaces like this, it's prone to unpredictable situations. For instance, if an enemy attacks from a blind spot." Doc Ho John thought silently. Just as she finished thinking, a demon spirit hiding in a corner waited for Julian to pass by. Then it lunged to bite him from behind. Seeing this, Lai and Rochelle panicked and shouted. Zuan heard the call and calmly turned back. But our main character reacted incredibly fast. Right after he pulled a long sword out of his pack and with a single slash easily cut the demon spirit in half before it could bite him. After finishing, Jugun exhaled, "Ah, you really scared me." Behind him, the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief, seeing their commander safe. "Phew, what was that?" Jugun asked. "That sword," Lai asked. That's Jugun's longsword with stats Demon Sword 12, Assassin 19, Blood Poison 9, and Melting 12. You're that good with a sword, I had no idea. Lai and Rochelle praised. While they were chatting, the swarm of demon spirits from behind took advantage of the moment and charged like a flood. Back to Julian hearing their compliments, he wasn't arrogant but humbly said, "No, compared to Lai and Doc Ho John, I'm still far behind," saying that he gripped his sword tightly, ready to finish off the rest. Meanwhile, Doc Ho John noticed Jugun's attitude and nodded thoughtfully. With the combination of gun and sword, our main character had no worries about being sneak attacked by those demon spirits anymore. Before long, this second floor was almost completely cleared by our main character. Only one demon spirit was left standing alone, looking ashamed. No other demons in sight, so this must be the last one. After finishing this guy, we'll teleport again. So, now let's take a break. Saying that he ordered his little snake to transform into chains and tightly bind the demon spirit to prevent it from escaping. The others in the group used this time to rest while the monster was chained up. Speaking of Doc Ho John, she bent down to carefully inspect the remains of the demon spirits' bodies. The sword's blade melted and decomposed them. He had already used the power he got from the previous room. Judging by what happened before and his sword moves, it's clear he's never been on a battlefield. So how can he improve so quickly? Doc Ho John wondered silently without thinking much. Like her, Lai and Rochelle were also praising the main character. Coming up with a teleport coordination like this, Julian is really smart. Only someone experienced like a student could think of this. Haha, really? Julian scratched his head shyly as he was praised for such a simple thing. And what about me? Even Doc Ho John admitted, "Good job, that last slash was excellent." "Oh, really? Then thanks," the male lead replied happily. But then she shook her head and commented, "Except you're too focused on speed. It's still way better than idiots who just wildly swing their swords." Saying that, Doc Ho John smirked and teased Lai, which made the knight furious. "What? Why am I the idiot? I was fighting my hardest just now." Hearing this, Doc Ho John pretended to be innocent. "I never called anyone an idiot. How did you come up with that? Slashing blindly in the dark while yelling if that's not idiocy, then what is?" she complained. Meanwhile, the knight next to her kept arguing loudly, "That's how I was taught to fight, whether in the dark or not." Back to Jugun. Ignoring their bickering, he casually pulled out a can of soda from his pack and laughed. "Ha ha ha, you guys are really something else. Even though it's break time, don't you guys feel tired at all?" The more he spoke, the weaker the main character's voice became when this old man noticed the other three staring at him with very strange eyes. Then the face of the swordswoman Doc Ho John darkened as she turned to question him. "Hey Jugwan, what are you chewing on?" Nearby, Rochelle also looked at the main character with a hungry gaze. Just now I heard a fizz and smelled a strong fragrance. In response, Zuwen quickly pointed to the can in his hand and explained, "This thing, they sell this outside." The old man tried to smooth things over, but it only made things more complicated. "You're allowed to go outside, but we aren't," Julian Lai said calmly with a cold tone. "Sorry for drinking alone. I wanted to share with you guys, but there's not much, and this only works when you're exhausted. Even if you drink it now, it won't help." Then Jugwan quickly tossed the can back into his bag, and of course those words were just the old man bluffing. There's no such soda that only works when you're drained. Unfortunately, Doc Ho John's group didn't know this, so when Julian said that they believed it completely, only works when exhausted. "All right then, I'll take responsibility for the third room." Saying that, the swordswoman started cracking her knuckles. Seeing that, Julian started to wonder, wait, wasn't it supposed to be, "Let me handle it to improve"? Why the sudden change of heart? Hearing this, Doc Ho John's cheeks puffed up, but she ignored him. "I've never even tasted that drink, so I can't let you hog it all. That drink actually belongs to Doc Ho John." Lai glanced sideways to remind them to drop the subject. After resting, Julian finished off the unlucky evil spirit to save it from further mental torture by the group. As it died, a teleportation circle appeared at the group's feet to send them to the next floor. "Starting to teleport now," Lai reminded. "Let's get back to our main character." While waiting for the teleport, he took the chance to check the farming results of the previous floor. Here's his current status board. Ban Jugwan Life, 129 body, 72.8 soul, 350 mana 101, martial way, 62, swordsmanship, 36, piercing, 26, leadership skill, 7. Driving, 15. Resistance, 2. Venom Eye, 115. Hearing, 105. Speech, 107. Looking at his current status compared to when he first entered the academy, it's really skyrocketed. That's pretty amazing. This level is about average for the academy. I just swung my sword a few times here, and even the swordsmanship and piercing skills I recently learned have improved. With this kind of progress, I should focus on developing my swordsmanship. The match next Tuesday is going to depend on how much I can improve my martial arts skills. My body and Yektor's have over 200 power points difference. Honestly, it's really hard to catch up to him in just a week, no matter how hard I try. But when I learned martial arts from Master John, I understood that acquiring skills is important, but nurturing and developing them is just as crucial. As for advancing in the martial path, if Master John could teach me more. Just as he thought this, our main character looked over at the swordswoman with a hopeful expression. But then Zuin gave himself a hard knock on the forehead. What am I even thinking? No matter how strong Master John is relying on him is totally not okay. No unbalanced relationships. Think smart, I still have time. He thought this while rubbing his forehead. At the same time, the teleportation magic activated, throwing them down to the 3rd floor. While he was still lost in thought, suddenly Lai, the panicked knight, shouted, "Julian, what are you doing? Get a hold of yourself!" Hearing the shout, the young master suddenly realized all 3 of them were falling freely downward. Just looking at the distance between him and the ground was enough to turn young one pale. What's going on? Why am I falling? Oh God, is the ground gone? Young one thought blankly while the well-endowed Rukol screamed loudly and covered her skirt with her hand. Back to Julian, things got worse when he looked down to check. He spotted a sharp trap below, ready to impale anyone who fell. No time to think, Julian immediately commanded the small snake Ivy to transform into chains and lash tightly around Rukol's body. This saved her from death by a hair's breadth. If she had fallen another half-meter, she would have been pierced through. Above, Rugwan grabbed the chains with one hand. Seeing that he had saved Rukol just in time, he felt a bit relieved. Almost panicking, he said, "Thanks, Rugwan." Rukol below hurriedly spoke without paying much attention. The main guy looked around and thought, what the heck? What kind of teleportation is this? Why is this room so big? And there's a trap right at the landing spot. Could this place be... As he thought this, Jugan associated it with somewhere else. But before he could say anything, the swordswoman's voice rang out, "Hey, Jugan, you should move quickly." Hearing the call, Zuwan looked toward the sound and saw that somehow Rukol was standing on the ceiling just like standing on flat ground. "How did you get up there?" Zuwan exclaimed in surprise. However, Rukol didn't explain much and just warned, "If you keep standing there, you're going to die." "What?" Jugan asked back, still not understanding what the swordswoman meant. Then, as if to answer, 2 small windows suddenly appeared on the side walls. From inside, who knows how many spears shot straight at the main guy, putting him in a very dangerous situation. Damn it, I can't let Rukol down. With that in mind, the main character used all his strength to pull hard with his right arm, dragging the chains, and Rukol's body flying upward. At the same time, he summoned the flying motorcycle Lilith to avoid falling below. With this lightning-fast move, Julian successfully helped both of them escape this dangerous situation. Then Julian quickly pulled back the chains and caught the pink-haired girl in a princess-style hold. "I caught you. Are you okay? Sorry if I was a bit rough, but that was really dangerous. I had no other choice." Hearing this, Rukol blushed and stammered, "No, I'm fine." "All right then, hold on tight. Seems like it's still pretty dangerous inside this space." As he spoke, Julian glanced around and immediately noticed another wave of spears shooting out from inside the pillars. Meanwhile, similar to Jugon, the knight Lai was also targeted by countless flying axes. But these simple attacks weren't enough to trouble him yet. With just a few sword swings, Lai easily shattered all the axes. Behind him, 2 pairs of wings grew, allowing him to hover in midair. However, one thing puzzled the knight greatly. What's going on? At the meeting with Professor Yumina, she said we had to pass the 20th floor to encounter traps. But we're only on the 3rd floor. Isn't this difficulty kind of weird? Lol. Also, Zuwan, what is he pulling out this time? Lai said this as he looked toward Zuwan, who was flying on his bike carrying Theo. Rukol dodged all their spears aimed at her. Back to the main guy dodging the GA. The general gritted his teeth and thought hard. Traps keep triggering from every direction. What kind of structure is this exactly? Behind, unlike Jugon's panic, the timid girl was actually a bit excited to be part of the action. Not sure if it was because she felt comfortable or not, but she suddenly remembered Jugon's previous warning. Hold on tight. Thinking about this, the girl happily put both arms around Jugon's waist, while also pressing her huge speaker set onto his back, making the general's face in front turn as red as if boiling. Hey, what are you doing all of a sudden? My back's getting hot. Jugon was startled and thought to himself. At the same time, an arrow flew over and stabbed straight into the tail of the vehicle, causing Lilith to swerve painfully in an S shape. Too dangerous! Julian shouted just before a golden sword flashed by, slicing through all the spears chasing behind them. And of course the one who just acted was Lai. You were driving fine, so why did you suddenly do that? Zuan heard this, and Julian stopped the vehicle, briefly surprised, saying, Hey Lai, what's with those wings? Before I answer you, I want to ask, what exactly are you driving? Is this something from your world too? It's a flying motorcycle, haven't you ever seen one? Julian asked back. A flying motorcycle. Lai looked confused. Hearing this, Julian didn't bother asking more because he was certain Lai didn't know anything about it. Putting that aside, Dugan observed a bit and asked, By the way, where's Commander John? At this, Lai suddenly realized he had completely forgotten about the swordswoman. Yeah, now that you mention it, I haven't seen her anywhere for a while. Could she have fallen into a trap? Lai said worriedly. But Dugan quickly waved his hand. No, that can't be. There's no way she'd fall for a trap that easily. She's definitely somewhere watching over everything. Julian chimed in with his guess. Then, while they were moving, Lai asked about the plan. So what should we do now? How do we stop all these traps? Hearing the question, Julian focused and thought for a few seconds, then answered, According to survival guides, you have to hold out for a certain period. I don't know exactly how long or how it works, but for now, you should run to the other side. Lai, I'll try to analyze them. Saying this, Julian pointed to his left. I got it. The knight nodded and quickly flew that way. Then Zuan hurriedly scanned all the windows, shooting out spears, and analyzed the directions of the trap's triggers. They were all targeting Lai. They prioritized attacking the one who was moving. Come to think of it, it was the same back then. Back then, too. I shouldn't have moved so hastily. Am I an idiot? The more Dugan thought, the dumber he felt. He kept thinking until his close friend reminded him because the arrow was still stuck in the tail of the vehicle. Julian over there got annoyed and pulled the arrow out. Damn, this thing can hurt Lilith too. I need to tell everyone to stop moving all over the place right now. But wait, if we stop moving, we won't be able to get through this room. Thinking about how to leave this room without triggering the trap, Julian felt a headache coming on. But just then, the arrow in his hand suddenly began to slowly dissolve into a beam of light, which made him panic. Wait, what's going on? Did I just absorb something? It seems like I just read some kind of concept. Why is this happening all of a sudden? I couldn't read anything in room 1, so how come now I can? There has to be a reason. Could it be Dugan frowning in thought, but very quickly he shook his head to dismiss that idea. No, maybe it's just a coincidence, but I need to check to be sure. Saying that, Duquan glanced at a sword beside him and gently touched it. Sure enough, the sword started to dissolve again in his hand, confirming his suspicion completely. Unbelievable, Duquan said in amazement, looking at the two characters floating above his palm. Duquan frowned, thinking about the concept he obtained, beheading. Why isn't it sword, but beheading? Now that I think about it, last time I also saw a concept different from what was physically shown. Thinking this before he could figure out the reason, Dutron anxiously said, Hey, Duquan over there. Hearing that, Duquan quickly looked to the side and saw somehow his friend Lai was being swept away by a wave of water. Ah, Lai, you idiot, Duquan shouted, turning back to the knight. At this moment, Lai had to put all his strength into his feet just to keep from being swept away. Damn it, I let my guard down, thought only weapons were dangerous. Who knew water pouring out of traps could be just as bad? There's definitely something in the water. I feel numb and my vision is getting blurry. At this rate, I won't be able to handle the next trap. Looking at the number of spears aimed at him, Lai had zero confidence he could dodge them all in this bad condition. Farther away, as if noticing Lai's situation, someone looked worried. That's why Julian quickly revved his motorcycle and rushed to help, watching the main character's back. Lai and Ruochol remembered what Julian had said earlier. Sorry, Ruochol. I'm about to take a big risk, so I can't get you involved. Wait here for a bit. Thinking this, she whispered, Come on, Julian. Back to Julian, while driving, he stretched his hand out to touch the water flowing from the trap. And sure enough, right after he received new concepts from this, you gained over 10 points for acid and waves. Just like before, even though I touched water, what I got wasn't water, but waves. Now I understand. That's why the concept I absorbed earlier was beheading, not sword. Elsewhere, unlike the others struggling to dodge traps, sword-wielding Dakho John was freely moving atop some pillars without any difficulty. But from her gaze, she saw Zhu-Won speeding straight towards Lai like he was about to do something. Zhu-Won, what are you planning to do? She frowned and asked. Back to Zhu-Won while driving, he took the chance to review the state of the matter when it appeared, deciding what concept he could gain. Earlier, that hidden weapon aimed at my neck, so its concept was beheading, not sword. Thinking this as if he found a way to deal with these damn traps. Julian shouted loudly at Lai ahead. Let me handle this for you, Lai, saying that he revved up and charged ahead to intercept the weapons. As he sped up, the main character silently prayed inside. The depth of the 10,000 Venom's eye is expanding, allowing me to see through the essence, or even better, I can read the intentions of all the hidden weapons fired from the trap. Thinking this, Zhu-Won activated his 10,000 Venom's eye, making all the weapons in front of him reveal their concepts. Below the night, Lai had no idea what Zhu-Won was planning. Seeing his friend rush headlong into the weapons, his eyes widened in disbelief. What, he's charging straight into the trap? Ignoring the youth back to Zhu-Won as he charged into danger, he already had a plan. I don't need to absorb everything, just mix them all and destroy their form, that's enough. Thinking that a conceptual orb gathered in Julian's palm and the orb started pulling all other concepts around into his palm, making the weapons slowly dissolve. Seeing this, our main character knew he had successfully placed his bet. He shouted, "Over here, Duquan." As soon as he stopped the bike, the Night Lai hurried over, asking, "Hey, Duquan, are you okay?" "Ah, yeah, Lai. Glad you're safe." "Ha ha! We really just escaped death by a hair." Duquan laughed. "So what was that thing earlier?" Lai asked. At this point, Zhu-Won took out the conceptual orb to show Duquan and explained, "I have no idea. It looks like everything combined into this block. Looks like I've just gained something amazing." Seeing that Lai could only admit defeat. "Looks like you just awakened a new power, huh? You faced that trap head-on. You really are a wild beast." No sooner had he finished speaking without waiting for more exchange, countless sounds of whistling pierced the air as spears flew in from afar. Facing this attack even without Julian stepping in, Dr. John and Rochelle rushed forward and knocked all those weapons aside. After finishing, Dr. John didn't forget to nag. "If you guys don't drop this reckless attitude sooner or later, you'll get into serious trouble. Ha ha ha, thanks to you two. I almost got wrecked." Duquan breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Dr. John glanced at Lai and smirked. "Look at you, almost seriously injured and still so reckless." "Huh? What did you just say?" Lai gritted his teeth. After they finished clearing the traps, the teleportation circle appeared under the group's feet, signaling they had completed this damn layer. "Looks like that was the last trap. It's starting to teleport us again," Root Lolang said while the two people nearby kept bickering. "What's your attitudes about that? Aren't you being a little harsh on someone who just barely escaped death?" Lai the Knight rolled his eyes and questioned Dr. John. But Dr. John shot back sarcastically. "Well, who told you to let such a weak trap attack you? Show up at the right moment and act all high and mighty. You planned this from the start, didn't you?" Lai gritted his teeth. The only response was a faint smile from her. "Do you still have to ask that now?" Back to Jugon, seeing these two argue so much he didn't even bother to intervene anymore. "Ha ha, those two are really funny. But no matter what, whenever we're in danger, we always jump to save each other. So what's there to fight about? But this also shows our team is working really well, right?" Ju-Won thought quietly to himself before Dr. Cho smashed his illusion. "Of course I waited for the crucial moment. Because once you owe me, I'm definitely going to collect both principal and interest," the confident swordswoman said, leaving the whole group stunned as they stared at her. Ju-Won hoped the friendly feeling from earlier wasn't just a hallucination. Cut to the 4th floor where Jugon's group is surrounded by some kind of ruined architecture. After looking around to check the area, Jugon spoke up. "This place has a lower ceiling. At least we won't be attacked from above like last time. That's great." While speaking, he pointed behind him, and the small snake Y in ACC-47 mode immediately understood and opened fire, aiming straight at a spider not far away. However, when hit, the spider only let out a few panicked cries. But these bullets, when shot at someone, only cause little sparks, making Jugon's excitement suddenly fade. Beside him, the Night Lai immediately recognized the monster's identity and warned, "It's a tower spider." Tower spiders are a unique type of monster strong on any floor of the tower, whether low or high level. Seeing his attack had no effect, Dugon swallowed hard. "They're completely intact. See." They even deflected Eve's attack direction. In response, Lai stepped in front of Dugon, raising his hand to let the old man charge forward, and explained that the tower spider's abilities are random. No matter the floor, it seems your weapon isn't strong enough, Jugun. We'll handle this room for Doc Ho-John. Looks like we'll have to count on you this time. Hearing this, the swordswoman knew it wasn't the time for jokes and nodded. Got it. Turning back to Jugun, seeing that his weapon had no effect, he sighed unhappily. This is tough. Didn't expect such strong monsters already. Seeing his struggle, Doc Ho, John sighed and raised her hand to stop everyone. All right, everyone, move back, including Julian. Watch closely. This is what you've been waiting for. With a shout, Doc Ho-John fired a blast of energy straight at the tower spiders ahead. Just with this one shot, she completely knocked them down like dead dogs on the ground. Seeing this, the main guy cracked a crooked smile. Wow, that really was a powerful shot. This looks way stronger than Eve's bullets. Most of the spiders were already down. Nearby, Doc Ho-John glanced around to make sure no spiders were still fighting and said, "Leave finishing them to him." "Ha ha, what kind of merciful leader do you think I am?" she said proudly, and with such a golden opportunity falling from the sky, Duquan had no reason to refuse. Immediately, he pulled out his long sword from his gear and told the two behind him, "All right, Lai, cover the rear, and Ruchel watch the ceiling for any surprises." Got it. They both nodded. Turning back to Jugun, now fully backed up by teammates, the general calmly approached the crippled spiders to gain some experience. Interesting, Doc Ho-John isn't my leader, but I didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. Interesting, Captain John isn't my leader, but I didn't expect him to be this thoughtful. But honestly, how could I not feel grateful? As he spoke, Dujun tightly gripped his sword and charged straight at the spider that had lost its ability to move right in front of him. I thought the guy would get some experience from this, but no. As soon as he struck, the sound of metal clashing echoed through the silent space. Julian's whole body was trembling violently from the recoil caused by the strike. It was basically because his sword hitting that spider was like cutting into a block of iron. Not too hard. Julian gritted his teeth and said. Meanwhile, the tower spider below seemed enraged by Julian's attack. Its two eyes suddenly lit up like headlights and it leapt straight up, clearly wanting some of his blood. Seeing this, Dujun quickly took a long step back. Even so, there's always a way. Saying that, our hero gathered momentum and charged again, driving his sword hard through the spider's head. After all, it was stupid to expose its weak spot for Julian to strike. Got it, Julian said happily while Lai let out a relieved sigh for her. Back to the main guy, even though he managed to kill one tower spider, he didn't feel any joy at all. But if slashing doesn't work, then it's pointless. I can't just stab and pull out over and over like that. Maybe the tower spider is still a bit too much for me. Dujun thought to himself before coming up with an idea and teasing himself. Haha, am I stupid or what? I have an ultimate item from the previous room and didn't even think of using it. Now's the perfect time. Saying that, he took the concept orb with 20 accumulated points and attached it to his longsword, making his sword glow with a bright light. The light looked like heated steel, testing its compatibility with his sword. Just as he finished, a notification popped up in front of Jugun showing the item evolved thanks to excellent compatibility. The Dao Fu longsword gained 30 magic, 30 attack, 19 blood poison, 9 melting, 12. Across the way, after resting for a while, the remaining vicious spiders had recovered from the impact of Captain John's force. Sensing the killing intent from Jugun, they all rushed forward to gang up on him. Seeing this, the main guy confidently gripped his sword tightly, slowly pulling it back to prepare for an attack. Now let's give it a try. Saying that, Julian swung his sword hard forward, and with just a single strike he easily sliced through the bodies of 3 tower spiders without leaving a scratch on his sword. Back there, the Lai group was also amazed at what they saw. What did Jugun just eat to get that strong? Suddenly, Lai said in confusion while Commander John was also intently watching Jugun as if trying to figure out what trick the main character was using. Back to our main character, his face showed a bit of surprise. Wait a minute. Although that slash was perfect, something feels off. It feels awkward, like maybe I swung the sword harder than necessary. Let me try again this time. I have to get it right. Saying that, Jugun coldly swung his sword again at the spiders. Once again, Lai and Rakul saw the spiders were still numerous, so they rushed forward to help. There are too many of them, let us lend you a hand. Right, Lai nodded in agreement. And while they charged forward, Duke Ho-John seemed to notice something. Earlier, he definitely did something to that sword. In that brief moment, he was able to slash down an enemy he couldn't before. How can someone have such a sharp and overwhelming intuition? Plus, he's developing skills without relying on any innate ability. Usually, when people get an enhanced weapon or a stronger weapon, they swing wildly like fools. But he doesn't even have that flaw. Though not immediately, one day he'll grasp the very essence of slashing. There's no reason for me to interfere with that process, but it's a shame to just leave it be. After surpassing the 3 trials, I was proud to be the greatest prodigy in the martial arts world. But now I'm blinking at a talent who makes my past look pathetic. No way, this man definitely belongs to me. Just then, Duke Ho-John's eyes flashed with a dangerously sharp light. Meanwhile, our main character was still fighting fiercely, unaware that he had caught her attention. But soon, our main character suddenly felt a chill down his spine. His hair stood on end, and even the sword swing in his hand stopped as he looked left and right. "Hey, Jugan, what's up, man?" Lai asked. Nothing. I just suddenly felt a chill. I thought some high-level monster was about to show up," the general said confusedly without noticing that Duke Ho-John's face behind him had darkened. Then he turned to her and said, "Hey, Duke Ho. John, why are you just standing there? Aren't you going to keep shooting? Huh? Why should I? You're still doing fine on your own?" she replied irritably. In response, Julian gave a sly smile. "Oh, really? Guess I don't need to get you a drink anymore then. Because I'm still doing fine, what?" Duke Ho-John said, eyes wide open. "Finally looks like this room's cleared." Lai breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, our main character took out 2 cans of GA soda to tease the swordswoman. "I guess I have to share these with Lai and Rakul." "So you just want to keep that soda for yourself, huh?" Duke Ho-John said as she chased after him. Back to Lai suddenly, at this moment he received some kind of notification message. The message came from outside. At the same time, not only him, but also Julian and Dr. John received a message. Even Rushel got one too. Seeing this, the 2 of them paused their prank and started thinking. The message came from outside, but why now? Did everyone get it? Glancing over the message, Lai's eyes showed worry. The message ordered everyone to leave the tower. What, why, all of a sudden? And it's a direct message from the principal too. So this applies to the whole school, right? I'm not okay with this at all. This isn't even the warm-up for me. I haven't even had a soda yet. Unless there's a good explanation, I'm not accepting this," Dr. John complained irritably. But before she could say more, Rushel in front immediately went into battle mode and shouted, "They're here!" Hearing this, the group turned sharply forward and realized that without knowing when, several spatial gates had opened right in front of them, and countless tower spiders were crawling out from inside. Seeing this scene, they understood what was going on. So that's it. That's why they called us outside. Looking at the strange phenomenon before them, Lai remembered something and added, "Is this what we heard about in the meeting, right?" "Looks like it." Dr. John nodded. "Ha, no wonder the difficulty is so weird." Dugan laughed and said. Meanwhile, the swordswoman checked her identification collar again and shook her head. "The ID collar isn't working anymore. Looks like we're completely trapped in this room." So this is what the professor meant about a phenomenon where even students can die irregular space, Lai said with a tense voice as a wave of tower spiders rushed straight at them. Back to the meeting with Professor Yumina before she talked about cases where even students would perish. When new student Leo Tower is difficult, there's a chance of space pirate invasion. Hearing this, Dugan was curious and asked, "What's a space pirate?" "She'll explain them later. The problem is their unusual invasion causes an irregular phenomenon. It's something completely unpredictable. In normal explorations, you guys can't die. But once irregularity occurs, everything changes. All the rules inside the tower get distorted and safe zones become dangerous. The number of cloned monsters becomes uncontrollable, and the difficulty of rooms spikes abnormally. You could call it hell mode. Plus a bunch of other problems happen all at once." Hearing this, the faces of the 3 turned completely pale. Just imagining themselves trapped in that situation was enough to scare them stiff. Back to the beautiful professor, as you can see, the tower doesn't guarantee absolute safety. So remember this well, if you get stuck in an irregular phenomenon, know that it's a truly dangerous situation. Back to reality after understanding their situation. Of course, the group had no time to fight an endless wave of monsters like this. Right away, Zuo Wuhan started his vehicle carrying Rushel and fleeing. The other 2 also sped up with all their strength. Behind them, the spiders kept close, not letting up at all. We don't know how long these spiders will keep appearing, so trying to hold out in a tight space is way too risky. Dugan frowned and said, "Looks like it's infinite," Dr. John muttered. And as the spiders started pouring out of the hallway, Dr. John unleashed her full power, blasting a wave of internal energy to blow the spiders away. Along with that night, Lai kept swinging his sword, cutting with each strike. The slashes sliced through the spider bodies as he shouted, "Dr. John, don't stop! Just take care of yourself first," Dr. John complained. Then the two started fighting together, blocking the monster wave completely. But Juggernaut was a bit worried about their energy drain. Dr. John had already killed dozens on the way here, and Lai, too. Their strength was already wearing thin, and Ruchel's hair had darkened even more. He didn't even speak anymore. If his hair completely changes color, will something terrible happen? These spiders are pretty tough. What should we do now? Dugan anxiously thought and then talked about the swordswoman. Dr. John, during a brief break, turned to the male lead and said, "That beast of a friend seems to have completely lost her mind. Who would have expected this to happen? I can't hold out much longer either. If we don't get a break soon, it's going to be dangerous." While saying this, Dr. John cracked her wrist like it was sore from too much fighting. Opposite her, without much thought, Zhu Wan immediately pulled out a can of GA from his bag and handed it to her. "Oh, wow," this Dr. John asked. "Just keep drinking. I'll hold them off." "Take your time resting and drinking," the elder said with concern. And faced with such a gentle offer, Commander John's face flushed slightly as he accepted the can. "Ha ha, you really think you can do it?" she teased. "Of course I can. Watch closely now." With that, Dugan somehow pulled out a grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it straight into the center of the spider swarm ahead. The grenade exploded violently, scattering the spider remains all over the place. "What was that? What kind of power is this?" Lai shouted in surprise. "So pretty awesome, right? I put a lot of effort into making it." "Take a break," Lai Julian said with a smile, then started driving his flying motorcycle forward. Gaining experience as he went, Zhu Wan also absorbed the essence from the spider bodies, thinking to himself, "The fly looks full of energy, but right now he's a bit unpredictable. More monsters keep coming. How much time we have left is uncertain, so letting Lai and Dr. John rest is the best choice. In the meantime, I need to take down as many monsters as I can. I have to buy them time to recover," Juggernaut thought silently. Before he could react, a notification popped up in front of him. "Poison blood of the executioner's sword increased by 15. You have understood and comprehended part of the concept deep slash reaching level 2. As the message appeared, Juggernaut's sword was suddenly enveloped in a sinister red glow. "The sword is turning red." Juggernaut frowned, staring at the changing sword in his hand. The main character didn't have time to analyze it further. He didn't know what the poison blood was based on, but he'd figure it out just by trying. Saying that, Dukun clenched his sword and swung hard instantly, cutting the two spiders in front of him in half. Right after that strike, Duyen noticed something different from before. "Wait a second. The sword's arc is getting wider," he thought back to the earlier moment. If the slash helped strengthen the strike, then poison blood helped extend the range and distance of the attack by draining his own blood. Let's see, I can't use it all the time, though. Every slash feels like it's a blood sacrifice. I'm craving chocolate now. The general panicked in his thoughts. With this rebellious sword, Lai's friend saw Julian's sword changing and asked, "Did you get something interesting again? What's with that sword aura?" Without answering, Julian observed for a moment, then asked back, "Where's she at?" Hearing this, the knight glanced to the side and shook his head. "She's busy fighting the spiders over there. We shouldn't approach him right now." Hearing that, Duquan looked toward Rukhal, who was screaming like a wild beast and smashing any creature that dared to come near her. Seeing this, he sighed and advised both of them, "Don't rush into it. Just rest a bit more. It's not necessary." "Thanks to you, Zuwan, I've already rested enough. You should look around. The spider numbers have dropped significantly," Lai said gently, making Zuwan snap to attention and realize that indeed the number of monsters had decreased a lot. "Kid, I just noticed." Doc Ho John looking around too. Her spirit also dampened as she said, "Usually when monsters stop attacking, it means the battle is near its end, or something stronger is about to appear." Livewood said, and sure enough, the battle-crazed Ruoi Trao on this side also sensed something strange stopped moving, and turned toward a place where a spatial gate was slowly forming. Out of it crawled a huge spider. Looking at the enormous building-sized body of this monster, Lai also said in a daze, "It's too late." Nearby, the main character's eyes went wide with confusion. What's going on? Didn't they say monsters this giant only appear after the 50th floor? Nearby, the swordswoman, seeing Duquan's naive expression, complained, "Don't you get tired of whining non-stop when things go wrong? Hearing so much makes my hands want to bleed." Then, as if feeling their luck wasn't bad enough, Lai suddenly noticed something and panicked, tapped the main character's shoulder and said, "Hey, Julian, what's that?" Lai focused on the elite monster in front of us first. Julian hurriedly said, and Lai said straight out, "Is there more than one elite monster in this room?" Hearing this, Julian was startled and turned around. "What are you talking about?" Then Julian got his answer when he saw another giant spider right behind him. At this point, Jugon and Lai's faces turned purple, like they were about to die. Damn it, this is bad. There are actually 2 high-level monsters here. Looking at this scene, Lai's teeth chattered uncontrollably. "What now? Is there anything like this in our school textbooks?" he said fearfully. While the group was still trying to figure out what to do, sensing the strong threat from the giant spider, Rukol grit. Her teeth charged forward to attack, making Jugon and Lai at a loss for words. "Oh man, attacking without control now." Livewood complained, but well better than nothing. Julian responded and quickly came up with a plan. Lai watch Roy Trao. "Each of us will take down one in front and behind will be me and Doc Ho John. We'll do our best." "All right, got it." After saying that, the knight clenched his sword and rushed to support the timid girl. Back to Jugon facing this spider, he finally realized how terrifying it really was. "Well, talk is easy. We were confident about splitting up earlier, but now what do we do? The smaller ones earlier could be handled by chopping off limbs and poison, but with one this big, he wasn't sure if his current attacks would be effective." The more Julian thought, the less confident he felt. Sensing his worry, the swordswoman stepped forward. "Didn't you just say it's me and Doc Ho John? You know you can't win, but still refuse to ask me for help. Is that pride or stubbornness?" She whispered into Jugon's ear, making his face flush a little. "What was that?" Jugon blurted out. "You like this type, right? It's kind of unique, but not bad. Now it's time to pay the price for that sweetness. The price might be a bit high, but don't think of it as a debt." As she spoke, Doc Ho John slowly drew the sword at her side. This was also the first time Duquan saw her use a weapon. Doc Ho John uses a sword. He thought she could fight barehanded. "Why is that? Is she showing off or something?" The young general wondered silently, and maybe she had some mind-reading ability because she turned and explained immediately, "I just don't want my hands dirty. Don't overthink it." Hearing this, our main character blushed deeply. Sorry," the little logical guy said, and his embarrassed look made Dr. John chuckle. "You're just missing one thing. I'll show you just once. And if it were you, one strike from this sword would be enough to get your answer." Thinking this, Doc Ho John began to emit a powerful aura. She sternly warned the main character, "Hey Jugwon, watch closely." As she spoke, she slowly brought her sword back. The atmosphere around her became more serious than ever. But just then, Julian suddenly heard noise coming from Lai's direction. "You idiot, don't chase me. Go hunt the monsters," Lai said with difficulty as he tried to use his sword to block the big-chested girl. She had lost her mind and started attacking her own teammate. While they were struggling, the giant spider behind took the chance to shoot a huge web strand toward both of them. During the struggle, only Rukol managed to react in time and jumped aside. Lai got caught by the web and stuck to the wall. Seeing that damn spider dared to interfere in his battle, his guts growled fiercely at it to threaten. Seeing this scene, this protagonist's head was sweating profusely. "Oh man, this is such a mess." Just as he finished speaking, Dr. John's reminder voice rang out. "Hey Jugwon, where are you looking? Focus on me here." Hearing that Julian turned back, "I'm looking, but that spider over there." "I told you it's fine now." "Because there's only one spider left over there," Dr. John said calmly. Just as Julian turned back, she swung her sword to attack, and with just a single strike, she sliced that spider in half before it could even react. Through Jugwon's eyes, he clearly saw Dr. John's movement. That arm swung up from below such a simple move. From that very simple motion alone, I saw death dividing the world. He thought quietly to himself. Then, after witnessing this supreme skill, Julian's mind felt a bit dizzy, like too much information was being loaded in. At the same time, countless notification screens appeared around him from the system. An advanced skill was instantly mastered. Ability to control enhanced power level. Depth of 10,000 poison eyes. 10,000 hearing ears. 10,000 divine words increased by 5 points. Successfully grasped part of a very powerful and complex martial arts concept. Depth of soul severing is 390. Depth of martial way is 97. Depth of sword technique is 52. You have observed the essence of slash depth, reached 15. Back to Jugwon, he had no time to pay attention to these notifications now. His head was still pounding like it was about to split in two. No words could describe it. Just by glancing at her martial arts, his stats skyrocketed. That power was like breaking through Optima's energy field. That must be an upgraded version of the deadly slash he had seen before. Oh my god, how can someone channel such fierce willpower into a sword? The concept of death, I discovered, was so clear and vivid it sent chills down my spine. Thinking about that, the protagonist couldn't help but shiver. Thinking about facing this attack forever until Dr. John saw him dazed after her slash, she called out, "Hey, Ban Jugwon, did you watch carefully? Don't expect to see it a second time." As she spoke, she pressed her face close to Jugwon's, making him jump back, startled. "Why are you backing away?" she asked. "Every time it's like this, you stand way too close." Dukwon awkwardly shouted, "Forget about it." Then Dr. John casually tossed the core of the elite spider to the main guy. "Huh, isn't this the core of that high-level spider from earlier?" he exclaimed in surprise, and judging by his expression, the stats on this core were no joke. Life 3, Body 11, Demon. 12, Armor 15. Web 10. Resistance 1. Seeing that the main guy felt a bit hesitant, unsure if he should keep it. Dr. John was the one who defeated it, though. "Is it okay if I just take it like this?" As he said that, he glanced over at the swordswoman with an unreadable look. Sensing his mood, she smirked teasingly. "Hey, that's a reward. Don't be shy, just take it." Hearing that, the general guy quietly turned away, embarrassed. Then, while the two of them were being lovey-dovey, the night lie stuck off to the side, witnessing this lovey-dovey scene, couldn't take it anymore, and shouted, "Hey, you two, stop being all lovey-dovey and come help me." "Bruce has totally lost it right now," Lai said nervously, glancing toward Chu Trom nearby, who was literally pounding the elite spider into a pulp. "Looks like Lai's hero act is totally useless now. I'll be defeated in just a second." "In this situation, only one person can stop him, who else but Dr. John," Dukwon said, looking at the strongest fighter on their team. But after seeing her standing there with arms crossed like it wasn't her problem, the main guy started sweating nervously. "Don't look at me like that. I've done my part in this fight already," the swordswoman complained. But since she couldn't beat Ruochu herself, Jugwon earnestly tried to persuade her. "I know you don't like it, but right now this is an irregular situation. If one of us dies, who knows what might happen?" Just as he finished, the legs of the elite spider started moving again, showing it wasn't dead yet. "Of course," Dr. John said. "Fine, then I'll play with that little monster." He cracked his knuckles, making Julian visibly relieved. "Oh, that's more like it," he said happily. "But Dr. John has a condition: you finish off whatever's under his feet. Hey, monster, don't just stay up there, come down here." At the same time, Dr. John casually shot a blast of force right at the face of the shy girl to get her attention. "Wait a second," Dr. John below interrupted before the main guy could say more. "Let's have some fun together." Feeling provoked, Rochol growled like a wild beast and charged straight at her. Rochol's landing was so hard it cracked the ground into pieces, but Dr. John easily dodged. At the same time, she taunted Ruochol to lure him. "This way, monster!" Dr. John laughed. Ruochol kept lunging at her without hesitation, and right after a missed stab, Dr. John grabbed Ruochol's wrist and slammed her body hard down into the ground. "Oh no, not that side, I meant this side." Haha, just blindly charging at the strong one. "Get up, be still, so full of energy, huh? Shh, I'll play with you. As long as you're still conscious, feel free to run around all you want." Commander Ho John teased, and Ruthless went even crazier after hearing it. Seeing this scene, Juggernaut started getting goosebumps. Oh my god, it feels like he's actually playing around. Back to Commander Ho John while holding back Ruthless. She had a free hand to remind the main guy, saying this isn't the time to slack off. Hearing that, Jugan also pulled out his sword and turned to face the spider. "In this situation, I know what you want to say, but isn't this mission already tough enough?" His teacher nervously said, "Because even if this elite spider was injured by Jugun earlier, it's still a tough opponent for him. If you carefully observe my attack, you'll be able to do it." Commander Ho John said this while giving the main guy a confident look, making him only manage a silly smile. "What exactly makes you say that?" Without waiting for the main guy to complain more, the spider launched an attack, smashing one of its legs straight at him, causing Julian's body to be thrown far back. "Hey, Julian, are you okay?" Lai asked worriedly. What the hell, they just left and it immediately attacked. He shouted in surprise, and it seemed Jugan felt like the spider was mocking him. "It's barely hanging on, and it still thinks it can take me on." "All right, fine, let's see about that." Jugan shouted loudly, and right after magical circles appeared around the spider from which chains shot out tightly, wrapping around its legs. "He's tying up the spider's legs!" Lai exclaimed at the scene before him. Meanwhile, Juggernaut took advantage of the moment. With the spider's movement restricted, he rushed forward to attack. "I'll use IF to immobilize it, then add some slashes with poison blood and attack at close range. That means do it right away." Then Julian swung his sword hard and slashed straight into the spider's face, causing a deep wound to appear on its eye, and it screamed in pain. "Take this," he said cheerfully. But Lai, stuck on the side observing, frowned a little. "What now, Jugwon doesn't look okay." In the distance, Hozon Youngwon was dodging some attacks and muttering, "Too shallow. If you want to kill it, you have to expose its head." "What are you doing?" Jugwon turned toward the protagonist. By now, he had realized the nature of his attack. Other than making this spider even angrier, it didn't cause much damage. Too short a slash, why? Because the poison blood wasn't activated correctly. Thinking back, it makes sense I've never used 2 powers in a row before. With that thought, the spider in front started focusing strength into its leg, instantly breaking the chains into many pieces. Then just like that, its leg slammed hard toward Jugwon, creating a pretty big explosion. "Damn it," the protagonist cursed silently. From afar, Lai saw this and shouted loudly in worry, while Hozon Youngwon's face went blank for a moment. Then, as the dust settled, Jugwon's figure appeared once again. Luckily, it seemed like divine intervention helped him use his sword just in time to block that attack. However, even though he blocked it, it was just a direct collision. Julian felt like his entire skeleton was about to shatter. Huff, for a moment I thought I wouldn't be able to withstand that hit. The moment it touched the sword, I changed the angle. If I had taken that hit head-on, both the sword and my arm would have definitely broken. But how did I sense that? That moment felt like an endless second. Could it be because I saw Doc's sword technique then? Hozon Youngwon thought silently to himself. At the same time as surviving this life-or-death moment, his power increased a bit while resisting the enemy's attack. He had recognized and grasped the concept of flow. The depth of flow increased to level 5. Seeing this, Julian also used his sword to steady himself as he got back up. At the same time, he was able to confirm his own thoughts. That very sword strike affected me. "Haha, that's awesome!" Julian didn't expect that he could awaken a martial aspect within himself he didn't even know he had. Although I can't copy his sword style exactly, I probably now know what I need to do. Thinking this, Jugwon's confidence flared up as he stood in front of this elite spider. "All right, spider, let's try this one more time. Come on!" As he said that, he looked straight into its eyes with a very serious face. And to return that provocation, the elite spider started swinging its 4 front legs all at once towards him. However, somehow miraculously, Julian swung the sword in his hand like a machine, blocking all the attacks from the big guy. Watching those two bite at each other like that, Lai, stuck on the sidelines, quickly observed and understood something. There's a concept called parrying, a technique to block or deflect an opponent's attack. It can stop an enemy's strike or prevent critical injury. If done well, it even opens up chances for a counterattack. But that technique is purely tactical. In reality, it's not that simple. On a real battlefield, most people die before they even learn that technique or switch to other fighting methods. After all, you only get one life, and usually that's how it goes. But how on earth could Jugan show that technique in a situation like this? Wasn't he the one who said he'd never even touched a sword before? The more he thought about it, the more curious Lai became about Julian's development speed. Back to the main character, he now seemed to split into 3, moving in 3 directions to block attacks coming from the 4 sides of the big guy. And while blocking, Zuwon's eyes were wide open, staring straight at his opponent, waiting for an opportunity. And the moment he saw the spider swing its leg to attack again, Zuwon knew his chance had come. Right then, he blocked the direct attack head-on. The attack coming from the side was redirected. Thinking this, Julian swung his sword to knock the leg aimed at him aside. Next, the spider swung another leg to strike him from the side. Facing this attack, Julian placed the sword on his shoulder so the leg slid along the blade and flew off to the side. Afterwards, Julian breathed a sigh of relief inside. Good, bit by bit, it's getting clearer. Come closer. Back to the battle between Dr. John and Ruhal. This was a one-sided fight, literally, as the Beast Girl was toyed with by Dr. John like a cat playing with a mouse. And as if bored with the game, Dr. John casually tripped Root, causing her to crash face first into the ground, unable to pay attention to the shy girl. Dr. John then turned his attention to the main character's fight. Unbelievable, I imagined you'd learn something by watching the sword strike, but you showed me something I didn't expect. Banju Wan has a unique technique from the Central Plains that uses the nature of flow, but very few follow it. Redirecting an opponent's power is a technique that captures the moment in the blink of an eye, just a fraction of a millisecond. Because it's too risky and requires so much energy, most people prefer easier techniques. For someone like me who always pursues suppressive martial arts, you've opened up a new perspective. I never thought something I once considered a trivial skill wasn't worth learning could be so profound and look so cool. Thinking about that, the swordswoman's face flushed slightly before she was startled awake by Ruko's shout. Thanks, Beast, for pointing out my embarrassing state. Let me go, Lai said, reminding her without responding to the request. After giving Ruchel a headache-inducing headbutt, Dr. John went back to focusing. But just redirecting it won't be enough to end the fight. To win, you have to think bigger. If it's come to this, then show me Juggernaut. If you've mastered the flow technique to redirect an opponent's power, then of course you can use that power to counterattack. Back to Juggernaut, just as Dr. John said, our main character understood this too. That's why he's still focused, watching for his chance. Here it comes. Just as the elite spider thrust its leg toward Juggernaut again, he actively rushed forward to block. Right then, he used the enemy's piercing power to spin, combining two skills. Thinking this, Juggernaut swiped his sword aside to deflect the spider's leg. At the same time, he used its momentum to perform a spin, increasing the power of his slash. Along with that, he added two traits, Poison Blood and Inward Slash, swinging his sword straight at the spider's face. Immediately, a deep slash appeared on its face. The spider screamed like its house was on fire. Behind them, Dr. John clenched her fists in excitement, watching the scene. That's right, just like that. Well done, she cheered inside. Back to Jugwan, after seeing the spider finally collapse, he also sat down on the ground, panting from exhaustion. As a reward for his fighting efforts, the system quickly issued a notification temporarily summarizing the origin of the concept as a way to create a stronger concept. The depth of the poison air language concept increased by 5 points. Seeing these notifications, Duquan couldn't help but be a little surprised. Oh, I did it. It increased that much, he wondered silently. But before he could check his status again, Lai and Dr. John had already called out asking for help. Hey, Julian, can you handle this for me? Lai spoke up while he was still stuck tight in the spider webs. Meanwhile, the YouTube girl was going crazy, attacking Dr. John and that thing, too. Dr. John reminded them to focus back on YouTube, after hearing that he could only force a crooked smile. Everyone relies on me for everything, just because I defeated an elite monster, huh? You're a genius with all kinds of talents anyway. In response, Lai's eyes welled up with tears. I'm sorry I'm stuck and can't use magic. Even Dr. John nodded in agreement at his words. This monster has insane durability and strength. I wish I was stuck like that idiot over there. A female swordsman sighed aloud. Her words made Julian's eyes suddenly widen, like he just thought of an idea. Sounds interesting, he muttered to himself. Then the main character quickly started putting his idea into action. He studied the concept of the spider webs wrapping Lai and fed it to Eve. It's a net, so I just need to catch the monster, he said as he absorbed the concept from the strands of webbing and fed it to the little snake Eve. You have acquired the concept of spiderweb. Eve's concept depth is 25 higher than the level 16 spiderweb. There. After absorbing the concept, Eve's body transformed into a cage made of chains. Next, Jugan threw the chain net straight at Vutron, catching her off guard. As a result, she was tightly wrapped up by the chains. And the more Ruthless struggled, the tighter the chains held on. Seeing this, Juggernaut chuckled proudly. Ha, keep struggling all you want. Ruthless is even stronger, it can even drain your mana. The more you struggle, the tighter it gets, Jugan said with a smile as the chains began wrapping around Ruchel's body. Strangely, the more Lai and Jugun looked, the more their faces flushed red. Then the Night Lai raised his hands to cover Julian's eyes and warned him not to look. Julian, a bit annoyed, gritted his teeth and complained, What about you? I'm fine, Lai replied awkwardly. As for the female swordsman, Dr. John saw things had settled down and she looked around with a satisfied nod. Good, this room still hasn't been altered. That chain looks pretty useful. At the same time, Dugan's necklace began to emit warning sounds, making him feel more urgent as he reminded the group, "My certification card is beeping again. We should get out of here quickly." Hearing that, Commander John nodded in agreement. "Right. Let's get out of here." Just as the words finished, and before the group could move, suddenly, a red energy orb appeared behind them, and from inside the orb came a strange voice. "You kids who passed the test up ahead." The Jugun group was startled and became alert upon hearing this. Then the main character looked toward where the voice came from and questioned who's speaking. In response, the energy orb slowly transformed into the figure of a woman. Next, she raised her hand toward the group and made an offer. "I will give you your reward right now. I will give you the chance to make a contract with the overseer of the all-seeing." Time quickly passed as the scene shifted outside the tower. At this moment, Professor Yumina was still anxiously waiting for her students because the kids hadn't come out of the tower yet. But she didn't have to worry for long because shortly after the group with Zhu Wan was teleported outside via a teleportation array. "Is anyone hurt anywhere?" "Hurt?" Zhu Wan asked. "Where are we?" Lai asked curiously. "This is where we entered from," Commander John replied. Seeing her students returned, Professor Yumina rushed over with a worried expression. "Are you all okay? Any injuries or after effects anywhere?" Seeing her almost about to cry, Du-Wan smiled and reassured her. "We're fine, ma'am. Please try to calm down." Hearing this, the young professor's heart still hadn't settled. Although the emergency evacuation notice had glitches, she was really worried because no one came out earlier, but thankfully everyone was safe. "So what happened in there? Can you tell me?" The professor's question startled the whole group. Then Zhu Gun scratched his head and stammered, "About that. Let's go inside and sit down first." Time quickly passed as the scene shifted to an empty area with no one around. At this point, our main character had time to ask in detail about the incident inside the tower. "So what actually happened here?" "We got pulled into a really strange place after the fourth room changed. Not long after we went inside while we were there." "What exactly happened?" In response, the professor's face turned sad as she answered, "Actually, one student was murdered by an intruder from outside. The academy is trying to handle it, but that student's teammates are deeply grieving. That might also explain the strange phenomena earlier. We've mentioned the intruders before, haven't we?" On the opposite side, Yumina's previous warning echoed in his mind. Space pirates target new students. They kill them and steal their certification cards. They can't be resurrected and are imprisoned there forever. Thinking of this, the main character suddenly broke out in a sweat and asked cautiously, "So have we found that intruder yet?" To this question, Yumina could only shake her head. "They escaped. The students there couldn't stop them." Hearing this, swordsman Commander John, standing nearby, shared his guess. "It seems this test was staged. Even if they're not students here, there are some reckless people wanting to climb Ba Bao Tower. For them, new students entering the tower are easy prey. They murder new students who pass the entrance exam to tarnish the academy's reputation. They sneak into the academy using stolen certification cards. Then, from the academy's perspective, claim dealing with intruders is a mandatory test. That puts a huge responsibility on their shoulders, right?" As he said this, Commander John glanced at Yumina with a teasing look. And Yumina couldn't argue because what he said seemed completely true. Turning to Commander John, seeing Yumina's embarrassed face, not knowing how to explain, she sighed and sarcastically said, "This place really is something else." Intruders blatantly break into the tower. It's inside the academy's territory, yet the academy can't stop them from slaughtering its students, making the title of Best Academy naturally questionable. Behind them, the Jugun group fell silent as if pondering something. Only Professor Yumina couldn't agree with this viewpoint. "You're misunderstanding something. Commander John protecting students is the academy's responsibility, but once they enter the tower, they have to fend for themselves. Besides, the tower letting intruders in is unchangeable. That's because it's the tower's will." Saying this, Yumina's face dropped a bit as if she didn't dare to face her students. The swordsman, hearing this, clenched her teeth in frustration. "The tower's will. If that's the case, then I don't need to be here anymore." Saying that, she used her necklace to teleport away somewhere, leaving Yumina unable to stop her. Nearby, the main character spoke up to explain, "Please understand her, Professor. Something bad happened inside the tower." Turning to Yumina, she finally realized that since they returned, the Jugun group seemed to have a different mood, so she immediately asked, "Tell me, Zugun, what exactly happened in there?" The main character was a bit silent for this question from her. But then he told everything. Right before we came back, we encountered the Guardian. The stars. As soon as he answered, Professor Yumina's face turned alarmed. The omnipotent protectors or the Watchers. They absorb countless dimensions, and when they find someone they like, they make a contract through that person. They are transcendent beings with huge influence over that dimension. They grant magical powers, authority, supernatural skills, artifacts, and more to compel others to obey them. But in return, they demand quite a lot. Still some refuse those offers. But thinking about it, in a world where power is highly valued, there's really nothing better than what they give. The real Star Guardians are incredibly tempting partners. Returning to Professor Yumina after a few seconds to calm down, she curiously asked, "Why would a Star Guardian be in this world?" In response, Jugan nodded firmly. "Yes, the audience of sentient beings told me that in a very strange tone. That entity promised me power, in exchange for me fulfilling its requests." At this point, the main character's face showed a bit of embarrassment, but the female professor seemed not to notice. Instead, she started looking at Zuan with a bright smile and congratulated him. "That's amazing. Everyone is offered a contract with a guardian. Having a contract with a Star Guardian so early in your first days inside the tower is an event never before recorded in the Academy. Just having a contract with a Star Guardian this early means your talent has already been recognized," she said excitedly, not noticing that the faces of Lai and Ruthless were becoming darker as she spoke. Meanwhile, the main character found it hard to believe he was being praised so much, really. He asked again, and the professor nodded eagerly. "Would I lie to you?" Returning to Zuan, being praised like that didn't make him overly happy. Instead, he was a bit confused and asked his professor, "Professor, how will the Academy react to contract holders and Star Guardians?" Hearing his question, Yumina was first curious. But then she answered right away, "Of course they will be neutral. But if an opportunity like that really appears, of course, they'll encourage you guys to seize it." "I understand. So the Academy encourages them to accept this contract," Zuan replied. To make it clearer for the main character, Professor Yumina added, "Exactly. Among all the dimensions, the tower is the place where the Star Guardians focus the most attention. No one is more suitable to climb the tower than those who have a contract with the stars." Back to the main character's thoughts, the more he heard, the more his doubts grew. It's unbelievable that a place like the Academy has no defenses at all against an intruder like that. Well, they're friendly and don't cause harm, but there's so little info about them it's hard to be sure about that. Really strange, he muttered to himself before Yumina's question snapped him back. "So, Zuan, exactly what did the Star audience ask of you?" She asked excitedly, her face full of curiosity, and the answer she got was one she definitely didn't want to hear. When Zuan said this, her expression started to change. Well, that entity asked me to assassinate. That entity promised to make contracts with two of us if one of us kills the other." That was the request from the Star Guardian. Time rewinds to the moment when the Star Guardian made the request to the group. "Only those who carry the blood thirsting for power, who offer me songs and chants. Children with incredible potential, cut your teammate's throat and offer it to me. And I will make you my most trusted servant until you reach the top of this tower and receive what you desire. My love will never leave you. Now do it." As she spoke, the red-clad girl extended her hand toward the group as if inviting them to slaughter each other. Of course, Jugan thought this demand was completely ridiculous. What nonsense is this? What kind of request is this to kill your own friends just to gain power? Who would ever do that? You think I'd go along with that? Am I right? Am I right? He thought, glancing at Doko-John with some uncertainty. If Doko-John really lost it, no one in the group could stop him. And sure enough, not to disappoint facing that request, Doko-John stepped forward a few steps and glared at the Star Guardian. "Leave me alone," she said coldly, releasing her power. Back to reality after hearing the story, the professor girl also felt confused. Instead of the others, she learned that things wouldn't be as simple as the main character described in just a few words. So that's what happened, huh? That girl must have used up all her energy. Yumina sighed, said a sentence, and Jugan nodded. "Yeah, he forced the guard to explain why he had to stay away, but treating our lives like toys like this is really terrifying." After saying that, Du Quan paused for a moment, then asked, "So does that mean we can't enter the tower until the end of the week? It seems too dangerous. They'll be monitoring this tower all next week to prevent any intrusion." Yumina replied, and this made Jugan start rethinking his plan since he needed to get stronger to fight that rock guy. The showdown with Yektor is on Tuesday, but now we can't climb the tower. That's definitely a disadvantage. So what now? How do we train for the remaining time? Du Kwon muttered quietly to himself before remembering something and turning to ask his professor. Professor, I'm thinking of reporting what happened in the tower along with the recordings we have. Is that okay? For that question, the professor was thoughtful for a few seconds and then nodded. She was fine with it, but if possible, she really wanted to hear the report while having a meal with you guys. Though it seems that won't be possible now, right? While saying this, she glanced over at Ruchel sitting quietly off to the side, and given their mood, Zuan could only shake his head. Yes, everyone seems pretty drained. Turning back to Professor Yu Mina regarding what her students had been through, she could only offer a few words of comfort. I understand. You all did really well. I'll make sure nothing like this happens again starting next week. Hopefully none of you will have too biased a view of the academy. Today just take a good rest. Hearing this from her, Lai's mood lifted a bit, and he replied, Yes, ma'am, thank you. Have a great weekend, Professor. After saying that, Lai and Ruchel used their pendants to teleport away. Just as Jugun was about to do the same, Yumina suddenly called him back. Wait a moment, Jugun. I have a question. Yes, please get straight to the point. That so-called commoner not only promised to make contracts with 2 of the 4 of you, but also directly appointed you and Commander John Wright. Her accurate guess left Jugun stunned. Then he bitterly nodded, recalling the moment when that star-named guy singled out himself and Commander John. You two can definitely make it to the top of the tower together. Yeah, definitely, but only if we can get rid of these burdens first. As she spoke, she pointed toward Lai and Root, who were standing cautiously nearby. Hearing that, both of their faces immediately went blank in shock. Ignoring this, the omniscient spectator continued, Now, my dear children, go deal with those burdens, and I promise you two will stand shoulder to shoulder with Leo up the tower. You'll be left with only the purest, loneliest potential to defeat them all. Take the power I offer you, that's what this world revolves around. Back in reality, after returning to his room, Julian saw Lai curled up in a corner, sitting like someone lost in his own world. Finally back. Isn't he going to shower or anything? Seeing his roommate like that, Jugun casually said, Impressive, huh? Even Ju Chul isn't exactly cheerful. Can someone be comfortable sitting like that? He looks pretty uncomfortable. As he spoke, Jugun loosened his shirt. Meanwhile, Lai looked at him with a somewhat distant voice. Jugun, are you mocking me because I'm sitting weird? Hearing that, Jugun quickly explained, No, man, I didn't mean it like that. Behind that, Lai seemed to realize he'd been harsh and bowed his head. Sorry. Honestly, I want to dig a hole and bury myself. Feel free to insult me all you want. I'm not trying to do that, Jugun said awkwardly, but somehow his words made Lai laugh bitterly. Really? Am I not even worth you wasting your breath insulting? Over here, the more Jugun listened, the more he thought his friend's mind was a bit scrambled. Why would he react like that? He's usually really arrogant, Julian wondered silently. Then suddenly Lai said coldly, Julian, to be honest, I kind of hate you. In response, Jugun didn't even bother showing a reaction and just admitted, Haha, so what? I hate you too. Finally, we have something in common. That's what Jugun thought, but didn't dare say out loud. I want to say it, but I have to hold back, be patient. Because calling someone stupid is just rude. Thinking that, Jugun clenched his fist in frustration. After a few seconds trying to calm himself, the main character sat down to listen to Lai again. If you have something to say, just say it. Complaining won't change anything. I'll listen to everything. Saying that, he stared intently at the night. Only after hearing these words from the main character did Lai begin to open up and share his story. Me too. In my world, I was one of the greatest geniuses. Not exaggerating. My family, my followers, everyone admired and praised my talent. They entrusted me with the Holy Sword. Not because of flattery, but because of the trust everyone placed in me. So I was able to make a contract with the Holy Sword and come to this academy with everyone's expectations. But what is this? What the hell am I doing? Why does he treat me like a useless burden? Saying this, Lai's mental state seemed to wobble a bit, making Jugun quickly try to comfort him. Hey, Lai, you don't have to pay attention to those holy artifacts or whatever. Before Jugun could finish, Lai cut him off. Whether they're holy artifacts or not, you call them whatever you want because you're the chosen one. But I'm different, I'm just an outsider. For the chosen two, first of all, they're divine beings, superior creatures much stronger and wiser than humans. With an offer like that, how could you and Doc Ho-John just easily turn it down like that? Lai loudly questioned Jugun, making him silent for a few seconds. Then Jugun slowly explained, because it's obviously meaningless. That kind of proposal has tons of ways to get stronger without anyone dying. Neither you nor I came here to buy into that stuff, right? Jugun asked again, but those words still didn't seem to convince the knight. He still curled up and shook his head. You're like this because you're a superior genius. Honestly, if it came down to it, I might hesitate but sacrifice all of you. I probably couldn't refuse as firmly as you and Doc Ho-John. I'd choose that. The truth is, I feel deeply resentful, terrified, and unforgiving toward myself. Saying this, Lai's face became incredibly hard to read. Time flew by fast. It's unclear how they ended the conversation, but Zhu-Wan had finished showering and sighed as he looked over at Lai lying on the bed. Sensing the main character's gaze, Lai spoke up. Zhu-Wan? I'm sorry for whining earlier. It's not your fault, he said. I was the one acting jealous. I told some pretty annoying stories. Sorry, Lai said with the voice full of guilt. Seeing him say that, Jugun smiled softly and brushed everything off. We're friends, I'm always here to listen. I'm stepping out for a bit. If you want some hot chocolate, have some. You know, usually bad feelings fade away after eating something sweet. Saying that, Jugun placed a cup of hot chocolate on the table. But in bed, Lai gently replied, Thank you. Back to Jugun, after closing the door and stepping into the hallway, he thought to himself, he's completely changed since we first met, hasn't he? Next time I need to be more careful with what I say, Jugun reminded himself. At the same time, the swordswoman Doc Ho-John, walking down the hallway, spotted him and excitedly ran over. Oh, you're back already! At least you didn't have to go inside, lucky you. Hearing Doc Ho-John's voice, Jugun suddenly panicked and shouted, Why are you here? Is this the boys' dorm? The guy said this with wide eyes. Seeing that Doc Ho-John quickly put her hand up to her emblem to hush him, Shh, if no one sees, it's not a problem, don't you get that? Then Doc Ho-John flashed a playful smile, and before Jugun could complain more, she grabbed his shirt and pulled him away. Cut to some wooden bench outside sitting there. Jugun shrugged. So you came here because the side cafe was too crowded. Without answering Jugun's question, Doc Ho-John turned to ask about Lai's condition. I was curious, so I came. How's the burden? Is he still okay? Well, responding to this, the main character's voice had a bit of complaint. Come on, what do you mean by burden? Why do you keep saying that? Hearing this, Doc Ho-John cleared her throat. Isn't it true? He just uses brute strength like an idiot. A pathetic, incompetent guy who can't even adapt. That's not right, Lai isn't incompetent. He's very skilled with the sword and has many other abilities. Jugun spoke up to explain for his roommate. But Doc Ho-John had already seen through the true nature of that knight's abilities. The problem is it's all thanks to the sword. You know that too. Strong, body-sharp combat instincts, special powers. It's all because of that sword. Without it, he's nothing but a useless fool. He can't even grasp the situation and becomes extremely anxious at critical moments. He lets himself get caught becoming a dumb, clumsy idiot. The swordswoman slowly listed each of Lai's weaknesses, making Zhu-Wan next to them rub his forehead in frustration and try to stop her. All right, I get it. You can stop now. If you keep going, this will never end. Hearing this, Doc Ho-John paused her list of weaknesses. Then her tone became much more serious. In such a serious situation, if he loses all courage and spirit, then it's over. There's no need to stick together anymore. Even without that, the monster is already very weak. If that idiot keeps silent, then really... At this point, Dr. John didn't say anything more, but this was enough for Du to understand the meaning behind the words. Still, he was a bit curious, unsure whether Dr. John was insulting Lai or actually worried about him. Thinking this, he suddenly turned to ask Dr. John, What about you? You acted really strange when you met the deity. You even got annoyed in front of the professor. Are you okay? Zhu-Wan's voice carried a little concern, making the swordswoman's face blush slightly. Her mental state was also a bit flustered. Are you worried about me? Why don't you just use your power to check? Dr. John stammered. Hearing this, Julian just looked up to the sky and sighed. Or even without using your power, I can still clearly see it on your face. I just wanted to ask if you're okay. As he spoke, he took out a cup of hot chocolate from his pack and handed it to Dr. John. Back to the swordswoman's thoughts, she gently reached out to take the cup from Jugun, feeling a bit pleased inside. Yeah, I get it now. He's comforting me. Thinking this, she tasted the hot chocolate and nodded in approval. It's sweeter than I expected. What are you talking about? Hot chocolate is supposed to be sweet, Du responded casually. Then Dr. John's mood seemed to improve, and he began to share, "Thanks for worrying about me, but it's not that serious. I was just annoyed at the time." Hearing this, Jugun shot her a curious glance and asked, "What made you so upset?" "Honestly, I'm not really sure. Do you think I'm someone who observes with 10,000 eyes and that they all think the same thing? Is that what you believe?" She suddenly said this, making Julian exclaim, "What?" Nearby, Dr. John added an explanation. "It's pretty much the same. If those two can't help, I'm thinking about getting rid of them." Turning back to Julian, the more he heard, the more he felt the story was taking a strange turn. So he hurriedly asked her, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Responding to this, Dr. John's expression grew colder. "That's why I got so annoyed. If I were more ruthless, I would have only kept those with ability around me. If I were truly determined, even if I didn't kill them directly, I could have indirectly done so through my indifference. Probably me. I'm angry with myself for agreeing to such a method," Dr. John said bitterly. Meanwhile, our main character just quietly sipped some hot chocolate and then asked, "Is that so?" "Exactly," Dr. John calmly replied. "So that means you're an idiot, right?" Julian's tone was teasing, making the swordswoman's face flush red. She then annoyedly turned her face away, sharing her innermost thoughts. "Is this really the reaction I get?" the swordswoman muttered to herself before asking again, "Do you really think those two are talented?" In response, Dugan gave Rochelle a very confident look. "Yes, no matter how amazing their work is, if they're not talented, they can't get that far. Lai has a natural talent with the sword, but he tends to rely too much on it. He struggles to keep up with the variables in a fight. It's the same with Rochelle. She has extraordinary physical ability and potential, but it's being blocked by her inner self. It's not easy, but if they can complement each other and fix their problems, their talent will far exceed what you and I can imagine," Jugan said with a smile, giving his assessment. This statement made the white-haired woman a bit pensive. Though still not fully trusting those two, she decided to trust Jugan. "All right, I believe you. If they train hard, sooner or later the results will speak for themselves." Hearing this from Dr. John, Zhu Wan's eyes lit up with joy, and she asked, "Oh, so now you're ready to help?" "Like you said, if they overcome difficulties and grow, I'll admit you were right, but if the results aren't what I expect, then you'll be responsible." She said this while looking at Jugun, making his face a little flustered. But before the main character could refuse, Dr. John continued, "That's because you made me put aside my judgment and spend time on those idiots. Make sure you think carefully about that. See you tomorrow morning, and don't forget to bring those two kids with you." After saying this, Dr. John immediately walked away, leaving Julian speechless as she watched him leave. Time quickly passed, and the next morning the scene shifted to training. At this time, Lai and Dr. John were sparring without weapons. Their strikes began cutting through the air with sharp sounds echoing all around, and as expected, Lai was overwhelmed. His punches couldn't reach Dr. John. Meanwhile, with just one punch, Dr. John easily sent the knight flying toward Jugan. "Jugan, you're weak," he said as if giving his last will. Hearing this, Julian hurried over. "What? I'm here right here." In response to this, Lai made a very resentful face and complained, "You said you would teach me something, so I followed you, but why am I the only one getting hit?" Because of this, Julian stammered, trying to explain but couldn't find the words. Before he could come up with an excuse, Miss Doc Ho John came over, stomped her foot hard on the ground, and shouted, "That's just stupid. This is physical training, and doing it this way is totally normal. You're not the type who can get it right just by watching like Jugan, so stop whining and get back up." Turning back to Lai, who was trembling and reaching out toward his sword, he said, "Why my sword? Give me my sword." "No, until you learn how to fight without it, you won't get your sword back." It was just like being inside the tower. Miss Doc Ho John refused outright. Her words made the knight Lai's eyes go completely white. "But I'm a swordsman. Taking a swordsman's sword away, how does that make any sense?" In response, Doc Ho John gave him a look like he was a fool. "If you lose your sword, that's how you'll ruin yourself." "No, I won't lose it," Lai insisted. His dodging like that made Doc Ho John a little irritated. "So do you want your sword back and fight me? I guarantee you'll lose it within 3 seconds. Doc Ho John's confident words left Lai no room to argue. He could only mutter to himself in despair, "But without my sword." I mentioned Ju Wan to encourage Lai, and he had to say a few helpful words. Lai, this is training for your growth. It's something Doc Ho John and I agreed on. Trust us this time and practice without your sword. It's all for your own good. Back to Lai's perspective, it seemed he felt the sincerity in Ju Wan's words and slowly regained his determination. If Ju Wan has a plan, it must mean something. I get it. I'll trust you and give it a try this time. Good, let's start again. The excited knight said this, but before he could finish, Doc Ho John rushed in and launched a spinning kick from above, sending Lai flying backward like a sack of potatoes. Another opening. What are you doing? Your stance is terrible. Aren't you going to block? Don't just rely on your eyes to attack. Use all your senses to feel it. Don't let yourself get hit like this anymore. If you understand focus now, is your fighting instinct really that bad without your sword? Doc Ho John said this while launching a series of lightning-fast attacks, leaving Lai no choice but to raise his hands to block. Nearby Ju Wan, relying on his insight, also recognized the problem. What Doc Ho John said was completely right. Right now, Lai's stats are steadily dropping over time. Normally, he's a monster who could easily take down that Irtor guy, but for some reason he's starting to fight without using his sword. His abilities could have skyrocketed. If this change is caused by the sword, then his condition is even worse than I thought. Thinking about this, Ju Wan's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Meanwhile, Commander John's scolding didn't stop for a moment. She kept throwing heavy blows like a hammer while yelling, "You're getting weaker! Is your true self really the sword? Are you the sword?" "No," Lai shouted loudly. "What do you mean you're completely useless without your sword?" Commander John challenged back. "That's not true." Lai gritted his teeth. "If you really don't think that way, then stop looking for your sword. Even if it's not in your hand, come face me." Commander John's eyes widened as she shouted, and her words seemed to awaken something inside Lai. Suddenly, his whole body started to emit a glowing light. Then Lai shouted loudly and threw a lightning-fast punch straight ahead, making Commander John flinch and immediately tilt her head to dodge his strike. It was so powerful it created a strong gust that blew everything behind him away. But what shocked everyone even more was that Lai's appearance had completely changed into a woman with long, silky hair and large breasts. This new look made Ju Wan and Ruchel, who were watching from the side, stand there stunned. Speaking of the swordswoman, Commander John looked at Lai's fresh new form, hesitated a bit, and seemed about to say something. Suddenly, Lai's body began to change again. At that moment, the beams of light surrounding him were suddenly sucked into a 10-shaped mark on her chest, causing Lai to wince in pain and collapse to the ground. At the same time, Ju Wan hurried over to check on him, but Commander John held out her hand to stop him. "Don't worry, he's still fine. It's just not something easy to handle." Her eyes narrowed slightly as she said this, and Lai's form had returned to normal. Then Commander John coldly asked Lai about this issue. "Lai, you know what the problem is, right?" In response, the knight's face showed sadness as he nodded and admitted, "Yes, Duquan, you're right. I also think I can't keep going like this. Fight me, then." Across from him, Commander John spoke up. "Before this, I apologize for misjudging you." Hearing that, Lai scratched his head a bit awkwardly. "No, you don't have to apologize. I'm the one being helped here." Lai's voice was a bit cheerful, but that happiness barely lasted 3 seconds before Commander John's next words completely shattered it. "I thought you were just a clueless idiot, but you're actually an idiot carrying a bomb on your back. I hope that bomb doesn't explode inside the tower." After saying that, she sighed heavily, full of worry, while Lai could only groan, "I really don't like you." Back to Root, seeing Lai and Commander John like that. She got a bit fired up and suggested to the main character, Root, we should do the same. She said this while lightly tugging on the main character's shirt, but Root couldn't hear her because he was still focused on Lai. Because he noticed something really strange. What was that just now, Holy Spirit Malin? How can such opposites coexist inside one body? It seems like that's what caused the outbreak. Does Lai know about this? All right, I'll tell him after we get back to the dorm. Duquan muttered to himself and turned to answer Root. "Oh, sorry, Root. You've been calling me for a while, haven't you?" I was lost in thought. "Ah, it's okay. More importantly, if possible, we should spar too," Root awkwardly suggested. But when Duquan thought about how crazy she gets, he hesitated and stammered, "Is that okay?" Across from them, the pink-haired girl guessed what Duquan was thinking and quickly replied, "I mean, it's not okay, but Duquan knows how to keep me in check. So I want to control my power and I want to help too." Her voice was full of pleading, making Julian unable to refuse. "Okay." He nodded and started heading back toward the nearby weapon rack. While walking, he also thought Lucio's unusually active today. Was it because yesterday's event was too shocking? Thinking that he casually threw his friend a wooden sword and explained, "We need to set our own pace. We don't have to be noisy like them, right?" Gradually increased the intensity. Got it. Ruschel nodded. Hearing that, the main character also raised his sword. "All right, let's get started." "Yeah, I'll do my best too," Vutro replied. And right then, Duquan suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. Isn't this my dream school life? But the youth I imagined wasn't a chaotic battle with meaningless teeth-gritting strikes, but boys and girls encouraging each other, sharpening skills together. That's it. Ha ha, I'm so lucky. Thanks to Root, my dream has come true. The main character happily thought to himself even his nose tip was a little rosy. On the opposite side, Jujutsu's face showed a bit of worry as he spoke up. "All right, I'll start then." "Okay, your turn," Jujutsu said softly. And the moment he finished, the pink-haired girl's entire demeanor changed. IV went into a frenzy, making even the main character turn pale with fear. Just 5 minutes later, Dugan had to urgently ask Little Snake 4 to quickly transform into chains to restrain her IV hold on tight. "No matter what happens, don't let go," Dugan said in a panic. But it was quick because the chains were gradually absorbing Ruschel's mana, so her consciousness slowly returned. "You're back," Zuo said, his eyes already welling up as he looked at your current condition. Zu seemed to realize things weren't going smoothly, so he covered his mouth and asked Julian, "Are you okay? No injuries, right? How many times has this happened already?" In response, the main character's spirit seemed to have nearly left his body. "I forgot to count, but probably more than 10 times by now." "No worries, my arms and legs are still intact." Turning back to Ruchel, she could only cry and blame herself. "I'm sorry. It's because of me that Jugun ended up like this." Saying this, her eyes were a bit wet, looking utterly pitiful. Seeing that Jugun couldn't hold back and reached out to stroke her head and comfort her. "Really, it's okay. Besides, I promised to help you. I've prepared for things like this, so don't be sad anymore." Zuwan spoke warmly, making Zuchul's face flush slightly. But before this couple could get too cozy, the sharp shout of Captain Ho-Jan rang out, making them both jump as if caught red-handed. "Ha-ha! While I'm working my butt off training, you're here whispering sweet nothings to some beast," Captain Ho-Jan said as she dragged the limp body of Lai toward them. Under her questioning glare, Zuwan quickly denied, "Sweet nothings. Didn't you just see? I almost died." "Seriously?" Hearing this, Captain Ho-Jan didn't believe it at all. Whispering sweet words to an innocent beast, her tone was full of dissatisfaction. "No, Rugon was just worried about me." Rugo quickly explained, followed by a suspicious look from the white-haired girl. Sure, beasts always have some hidden motive." Her words hit a nerve, making Russo jump and blush deeply. Then Captain Ho-Jan stopped teasing and switched to serious advice. "When you're training, don't get distracted thinking about nonsense, beast. You need to toss those thoughts aside." Listening quietly all this time, the main character had some thoughts. Ruchol's usually so positive, but now she's shy. "She's way too soft with Captain Ho-Jan, that's not right. Thinking about what happened, isn't it great that she has motivation? If it were me, I'd probably be down all day." She might not have time to care for her mental health, but Ruchol was doing her best to think about it. Zuwan also felt he should do something to lift the spirits of the pink-haired girl, so he spoke up. "All right. I asked the professors if I could take one of you off the floating island when we leave. I just got approved." Hearing that, the swordswoman Doc Ho-Jan ran her hand through her hair and fantasized, "Great anyway, it's been way too stuffy here." Ignoring her words, Julian immediately turned his gaze to Ruschel and said, "So Julian, from now on, go out with me. Let's go on a date." His words startled the other two. Time quickly passed, and according to plan, Julian and Ruschel were now out on a date together. Cut to a clothing store where Doc Ho-Jan's questioning voice echoed over the comms, "No, I told you before you left." Hearing this, Zuwan sighed and explained again, "It's not overnight, just a little outing. I'll be back before evening." Only after hearing this did Doc Ho-Jan's expression lighten a bit, but she was still angry. "All right, you've been living in another world too long if you actually think men and women just casually go out at night like that without caution." Elsewhere, Lai started tearing up, "Hey, Julian, is that all? If you go out with anyone but me, your roommate?" Before the young man could finish, Duquan immediately cut him off. Are you my mom or what? At the same time, Ducho came out from the fitting room shyly saying, Sorry, I tried on the outfit you suggested. Does it look okay? This feels like showing off my body, Vutrun said with a bit of embarrassment, but it only highlighted her beauty so much that Duquan couldn't help but cover his mouth and immediately give her a thumbs up. Really beautiful. On the other end, Lai and Dakho John nearly went mad seeing this. Just wait until you get back, come on. I want to go out too. Putting that aside, the two then started walking together. And this was the first time Rushel had been outside the school grounds, so she was really excited. Wow, this is amazing. I never thought there'd be such a big city outside the academy, Vutran said, eyes wide, looking around to take everything in. Behind her, Duquan nodded with a smile. Awesome, right? Though I've only been to the city outskirts twice myself. Yeah, let's walk around a bit. There's shops and a shopping area over there. Okay, Rushel replied and hurried to follow Zuwan. But before she realized it, there were already too many people. If this keeps up, I'll lose Zuwan, she thought to herself, and quickly reached her hand forward. Luckily, Zuwan noticed and quickly grabbed her wrist, speaking with a bit of concern. Oh no, are you okay? Sorry, I forgot this is your first time in a place like this. I'm fine, Rushel shook her head. Seeing this, the main guy gently held her small hand and suggested, There are a lot of people in the shopping area. From now on, let's hold hands. Saying that, he turned his face away as if to hide his blushing face. Behind them, Rushel also nodded softly. Yeah, and so the two spent the whole day together having a great time in the city. From trying street food to visiting a teddy bear shop and strolling around the park. This really lifted Dakho John's spirits like never before. Finally, they stopped at an outdoor eatery. While eating, unlike Dakho John, who anxiously asked, Are you really okay with this? The ingredients here are all made from monster meat, I think. In response, Dakho John's worries were completely worthless because she was enjoying the meal without any hesitation. That's exactly why I like it. It's so delicious, she said with a very satisfied expression. Behind her, Duquan nodded in agreement. It really is better than I expected. Back to Rushel's thoughts, she was happily enjoying her meal. She was even humming a tune. I'm really surprised. I can't believe I'm eating such good meat since arriving in the city. It's all thanks to Julian. Thinking this, something seemed to hit her, and her mood suddenly darkened. Seeing this, Julian immediately sensed something and asked, What's wrong? You don't like it. Rushel answered sadly, No, that's not it. I just realized I'm getting way too excited. This is the first time Rushel has taken me to the city. After a while, you gave me a really nice outfit as a gift and treated me to a meal. I can't do anything for Julian in return. I wonder if it's okay to enjoy so much like this. I don't even know if what I'm doing really helps me control my powers. I just don't know. The more she talked, the more confused she sounded. Hearing this, Julian fell silent for a few seconds. Then he lifted his hand, gathered an energy concept in his palm, and said, Can you look here for a moment? The emotions you're feeling right now are showing up on my hand. Seeing this, Rushel looked confused and shook her head. The emotions you're feeling right now are showing in my hands. Seeing this, Rushel's eyes also became confused and she shook her head. I don't see anything at all. Well, let's just assume it's there. Jugan awkwardly replied and continued explaining. Until recently, my ability could only show anger, but now it's different. Even spending just a short time together, I can sense these emotions. If we become even closer, I'm sure we can figure out how to solve your problem. Turning to Rushel's perspective after hearing the comforting words from the main character, her face slightly lowered and she murmured, You know my problem now, right? Yes, but now all your worries have disappeared, Zuwan said while crushing the sphere representing Rushel's sadness in the palm of his hand, then continued firmly. I promise you once again, I'll take care of all your troubles. So I hope you can enjoy today without worrying about anything. My Du Army smiled as if his assurance had really lifted Rushel's spirits quite a bit. Yeah, she replied softly, thinking to herself, what Du Army said is really amazing. Feels like magic or something. Then back to the main character, sensing that his previous words might have sounded a bit too confident. He scratched his head awkwardly. Even though I was so sure about that, next time we hang out, I won't call it a date anymore. Before Zuwan could finish, Rushel quickly interrupted. No, it's not over the top. Not at all, actually the opposite. I mean, I want to be closer to Jugun. I want to know more about you. What I mean is that's right. She might scare me and others a little, but she seems to really like you. As she spoke, Rushel glanced toward Jugun with a probing look. Not sure if Jugun got what Rushel meant. He quickly raised his hand to deny, "No, she doesn't like me. She's more like she wants to own me like you want a sword or some sharp weapon." Across from him, hearing Zhu Wan's explanation, the pink-haired girl couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, Zhu Wan, a weapon! You really think that—" Looking at Ruchel's expression, it was now Zhu Wan's turn not to understand. "What's so funny? Why are you laughing?" "No, I just feel a bit relieved now. I used to think Zhu Wan was some kind of all-powerful wizard or something, but I guess I was wrong. Thanks to that, I feel like I can try even harder." "All right, if you're done eating, then let's go." "Zhu Wan, you bought me so many gifts and clothes to thank me. I'll pick a dress and outfit for you." As she spoke, she reached out and took Jugun's hand. "All right, don't worry about money. Let's just enjoy ourselves." Jugun smiled and nodded because he's basically rich kid material. "Haha, hanging out with someone talented like that feels like a real luxury," Ruchel added. Meanwhile, in another scene during a meeting of the Academy's professors, the atmosphere inside the room was tense enough that the small robot on Professor Yuma's shoulder looked a bit worried, so she turned and quietly signaled for it to be quiet. "I'm fine. It feels a little unnatural, but it'll be okay in a moment. It will end quickly." Thinking that inside the meeting shouts began to rise. How did the information about the tower spread so widely? Who would accept a ranking like the tower climbing leaderboard? How dare they do that? Hearing this, a female professor also voiced her opinion. "The information spread fast earlier. There's no way to stop it now." "Yeah, because there was no violence involved," someone else replied. But then another professor slammed the table and shouted, "We shouldn't have allowed those people from the secondary world to act so recklessly from the start." At the same time, a loud voice inside the meeting silenced everyone. "Enough, Professor Yumina, no matter how you feel. Regarding student self-discipline, you've gone too far. This clearly violates the Academy's rules, right? Are you aware of the responsibility you'll bear for letting him do whatever he wants?" The purple-haired professor said, eyes wide. Going back to a time before the professors' meeting after Yumina watched the video recorded by Jugun's group, she couldn't help but get a headache. Oh my god, he really recorded the entire process inside the tower. At first he said he'd climb and film the climb. There wasn't any opposition at all, but I never thought it would succeed this much. Clearly, peripheral electronic devices and artifacts don't work inside the tower because the tower's power overloads them. That's an obvious fact in this world. Yet he managed to overcome that and produced results beyond imagination. He probably has no idea about this. It's not just about him bringing back footage from inside the tower, but that he created a tool that can work inside the tower is ridiculous. And on top of that, that ridiculous idea didn't stop there. Thinking about it, Yumina also recalled the conversation with Zhu Wan when the main character made a proposal to her. "You plan to publicly post that video on your channel?" The professor was surprised. Jugun also straightforwardly shared, "Yes, I think it will help attract more attention. Rebellion is another name for our group. It's a way to increase favorability among other students in the academy." Back to Yumina, she had no intention of stopping Jugun's words. However, she still had to make sure to remind him about this right. "The valuable information about the tower that you all worked so hard to gather will be spread on social media. You won't regret that, right?" Hearing this, Zhu Wan was confident without any worry. Others helped too. Besides, right now, only Techie can film it. There's no other way to record inside the tower, so that means he has exclusive access to the information. Some things like guards, for obvious reasons, will be edited out before posting the video. Sharing this information will benefit everyone. If that's the case, then fine. Yumina nodded in agreement, also deeply admiring the main character's way of thinking. "Great. I once told him I warned him about the injustice happening inside the academy, but I never thought he'd handle it like this." Thinking that Yumina didn't forget to remind him about possible backlash. But remember, there will be some consequences. In response, Jugun had already expected that and had no objections. "Yes, as you said, this will bring consequences big or small. So we should also assert our position, not just that being monitored will make the professors feel more secure." Jugun smiled, making Yumina think even more highly of him. "The most remarkable thing is I never imagined it would be so adorable and worth cherishing. He created a strange kind of hope. It feels like what he's nurtured will make a miracle trying to erase the distance between dimensions." Back to the meeting after the purple-haired professor saw Yumina lost in thought. He also spoke up to remind her. "What are you thinking about? How will you take responsibility for leaving him like that? Hearing this, Yumina reminded herself silently. I have a feeling I should trust him and support him. Thinking this, the professor stood up and questioned back, Isn't filming and posting about the tower a human right? What's wrong with that? And he said, Who should be responsible for what? I don't understand what your question means. The professor responded, and the blue-haired Professor Canton suddenly gave a sarcastic smile. Ah, he, you're quite the beautiful liar. Am I the only one who feels like your words were just trying to show you care about the students? No, wait for him to finish, then. The head professor, Thalia Liriana, head of the Artifact Creation Department, interrupted him. Silence. Then she turned to Yumina and said, Hey, Yumina, don't provoke me. Just say it straight. Who is he? Even if you ask that he's just a normal student, a first year who just enrolled this year. Yumina shook her head. In response, a blue-haired professor objected. His name was Ryujin Myong, a professor in the combat department. The aura isn't just because he's a student that I can't accept it. Selfishness still has its limits, you know. Information about the tower is closely related to the academy. How can you irresponsibly spread it around? That's clearly a violation of the academy's rules. Hearing him say this, Professor Yumina's expression changed slightly. Professor Rio, your words sound different from usual. The reason no one has been able to record the tower until now is simply because the equipment isn't advanced enough. What we need to talk about right now isn't the rules or policies, but how to use her ability. I don't think it has anything to do with rules or policies anymore. Then, Professor Yumina, could you explain the core of his ability and technology so everyone can understand better? Professor Canton said this with a proud smile, which made the little robot scared and cover its mouth with both hands. Next, Professor Talia pressed on, Listen, Yumina. I've spent 200 years researching this field. Artifacts made outside the tower can't work inside it. Especially those requiring high precision like recording devices, they definitely can't function inside. Nothing can withstand the magical waves emitted by the tower. The deeper I study, the more I believe that any machine from outside working inside the tower has become an unchangeable law. But Banju Wan managed to do it. Yumina softly said, Yes, that's exactly what I'm asking. How did he do it? Isn't he from a lower world with no magic at all? How do you think that makes any sense? Why do you keep trying to make it sound like he's the only special one? At that, Talia immediately looked toward the robot on Yumina's shoulder with a greedy gaze. That's right, the registered artifact inside the tower handed over to me right now. I'll take it apart and see what kind of technology was used for him to be able to record. She put on gloves on both hands, clearly ready to snatch the robot immediately. Of course, Yumina would never accept this action. I refuse, Talia. I was asked to take this artifact, but it's a major achievement of a student. I can't let anyone ruin it. With a determined look, the group of professors started to bristle and turned to scold. Hey, Professor Yumina, are you refusing to cooperate? The atmosphere in this meeting grew even tenser. Then suddenly a voice rang out, breaking the tense mood. All right, this debate is getting a bit too heated. Now's the time for everyone to cool down a bit. Let's pause the discussion. A well-dressed man with bright blue hair smiled as he spoke. His name was Xenon Union, head of the Babylon Constellation Department and also the Academy's vice president. But after he said that, everyone around immediately got scared and fell silent. Understood, Chairman? They nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Professor Zenon was satisfied and turned to talk to the young lady. Professor Talia today. Professor Talia, I want to thank you for the research and effort you've put in over the past 25 years. Anyway, for a professor with as much authority in this field as you, it seems Banju Wan's artifact is extremely special. Yes, I don't know exactly why, but that's how it is. Talia blushed as she spoke while Zenon leaned back in his chair, nodding. I understand this must be hard to accept for a professor. In short, Banju Wan has been recognized by the tower, the only one in the world. He said excitedly, but inside the meeting room, everyone disagreed. They started shouting, criticizing him loudly regardless of Xenon's status. What kind of conclusion is that, Professor Xenon? That student just entered the tower for the first time yesterday. How could someone like that be recognized by the tower? Isn't he from a low-level world? Even if he's the vice chairman, I still think that's a ridiculous conclusion. Annoyed voices started to rise. However, Xenon didn't get angry at all after hearing that. He kept a cheerful attitude and shrugged, saying, Everyone has the right to believe me or not, but the reason he's special is definitely because he has something else. Saying that, he looked toward Professor Yumina and said, Tell me, Professor Yumina, shouldn't you share something else from the footage with the other professors so they can better understand? Hearing this, everyone immediately turned to look at the female professor, their faces full of curiosity. Is there something else, Professor Yumina? More information that wasn't shown. Faced with the sudden change of topic, the female professor looked confused and speechless. What? What is it seeing her bewildered and stunned face? Xenon's eyes showed a bit of surprise as he explained, maybe Professor Yumina doesn't know about this. So let me tell you, Banju-wan and his classmates are the only ones among the tower climbers chosen by the Guardians. As this information was revealed, all the professors in the meeting completely lost their composure. Even Professor Talia stood up from her seat and asked, "Oh, someone who climbed the tower for the first time yesterday was actually selected." Without giving Zenon a chance to answer, Professor Yumina immediately reminded, Vice Chairman linking with the spiritual seat is also a personal achievement of the student. If you speak carelessly here, then... Before she could finish, the Vice Chairman interrupted and asked back, then answer honestly. This is a question from me as Vice Chairman. Did Banju-wan and the other students make a contract with the spiritual seat? On the other side, since this is a superior asking a subordinate whether she wanted to or not, Yumina had to answer, no, neither Banju nor the other students made a contract with the spiritual seat. Back to Zenon after hearing the answer, his face became a bit thoughtful, as if considering something. So they refused, definitely not ordinary. It must be very difficult for them to express their intentions under the pressure from the spiritual seat. Thinking this, he clapped his hands together and made a decision. If that's the case, fine. I will allow Banju-wan and all the 11th grade students to attend my special lecture. At this decision, the group of professors in the room gasped again. What? Wait a moment. Vice Chairman, didn't you just say that none of those students made a contract with the spiritual seat? So why is he allowed to study advanced chemistry? Hearing this, Zenon looked a bit annoyed and explained patiently so the foolish professors around could get it. Professors, the important thing isn't whether they've made a contract with the spiritual seat. What matters is that they were chosen by the spiritual seat. Being chosen by a spiritual seat already proves their excellence. Since they refused the contract, other spiritual seats will definitely pay attention to them. So aren't they the students who should attend my lectures? I'm the professor guiding students chosen by the spiritual seat. If Banju-wan was chosen by the spiritual seat, then he's my student too, understood. As he said this, his eyes brightened a bit as he glanced around the room. At the same time, it seemed he was radiating some kind of pressure that left the professors with no choice but to agree. Yes, sir? The weak group responded. Seeing this, Zenon continued. Then I will proceed with the meeting regarding the internal video leak of the tower. There's nothing we as the school can impose as punishment on that student. As for his abilities, personal questions and requests will be allowed. But if during the process we discover anyone pressuring the student or causing any disadvantage, anyone involved, whether professor or student, will be expelled from the academy. Everyone please remember this. The class will end here. I hope everyone finishes the rest of the week well. Saying that, the chairman smiled and left the meeting room. Meanwhile, Professor Yumina had also come to understand everything. Now I get it, this meeting isn't to decide how to deal with Du Quan. The vice chairman's words are exactly what the chairman thinks. This is a warning from the chairman through the vice chairman, don't mess with Ban Du Quan. That's great, Ban Du Quan. I never thought he'd win so much favor from the chairman. Or maybe I don't really need to worry. Thinking about this, Professor Yumina let out a heavy sigh. But meanwhile, for some reason, Professor Canton suddenly approached the beautiful professor and asked, "What do you think? Let's grab a drink at the bar. I want to celebrate your student's success with you." In response, the little robot shot him an angry glare as if asking why he had been putting the beautiful professor in awkward situations just now. And now he had the nerve to invite her out for drinks. Next to them, Yumina looked at him like he wasn't even there, and immediately left the meeting without another word. Seeing this, a few other male professors could only force a smile and comfort Canton. Ha, looks like you got rejected. Professor Canton, come have a drink with us instead. Time quickly passed, until the next day when the scene shifts to the cafeteria. At this time, for some reason, Zhu Wan was surrounded by a crowd of students. Everyone wanted to get to know him. You're Banzu Wan, right? My name's Mireya from the world of Hatoro. Are you interested in the student council? Jugun want to chat for a bit. I'm Eureka. Did you really come from that secondary world without mana? Are you even listening? I'm asking you out. Let's meet up tonight, okay? Should I write this down in my diary? The student council always welcomes talented people like you. A string of questions came so fast, Zhu Wan's face went blank. He had no idea how to react to so much sudden attention. Looking at the scene, Dr. John couldn't help but ask, curiously, "What's going on? Why is it so crowded?" To explain. Live spoke up. "You know the channel we created, right? It's become popular. After posting the Leo Tower video, we passed 2,000 subscribers. The video about the tower got over 5,000 views. At this point, it's hard to find anyone at the Academy who hasn't seen our channel." Back in Dr. John's thoughts, seeing Julian get so much attention from people wanting to meet him made her thoughtful for some reason. But honestly, compared to his abilities, I didn't think filming would be that impressive. But seeing how people reacted, Bazugan's ideas and skills really stood out. Time flew by quickly. Finally, Zuwan was able to break free from the crowd around him. He collapsed tiredly onto the table and complained to his friends, "Oh man, it's only Monday morning and I'm already like this." Across from him, Zhu Chul smiled and praised, "Well done, Zuwan." Nearby, Lai teased, "Wow, Julian, you're really famous now. You must like it, huh? Maybe it's better than getting into arguments just for breathing." At that, Julian suddenly remembered something and said to Lai, "Hey, you really have a lot of fans. If someone talks to you, be gentle with them. They say they're really scared and don't dare approach you." Lai smiled and replied, "If they come with good intentions, that's no problem." On another side, not everyone liked Julian's group. Some started mocking, "It's ridiculous to make a fuss over a staged video. There's no way they made it through 4 rounds so quickly, especially with their second-rate skills. Look at the size of that spider. Clearly the video's fake. How could they just let things like that run wild? Just wait a little longer tomorrow, all these lies will be exposed." They said this while glancing at Zhu Wan with hostile eyes. Their warning reminded Zhu Wan of something. Now I remember tomorrow's the day. The day I have to fight that huge brute." After hearing all this, those doubting the video or disliking Zugun were definitely eager to see him crushed tomorrow. Behind them, Lai and Ruthless looked visibly worried. However, besides cheering for Jugun, there was nothing else they could do. At the same time, the swordswoman Ho Jan had just finished eating. She lightly wiped her mouth with a napkin and smiled, replying, "Then you just have to respond as best as you can to both your opponents and supporters, right?" Dugun laughed, "Haha, you're right." At the same time, he reminded himself that at least tomorrow's event would be the best chance to attract more subscribers. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the training arena where Dugun and his opponent, the stone-faced Erecto, had arrived. Meanwhile, the referee spoke up. "This match will be broadcast live on the school's channel. Do both of you agree? If yes, just sign the document." As soon as he finished speaking, a system screen appeared in front of both of them. Reading it, Juguan couldn't hide his surprise. "What? What are these warnings about the match? If either one surrenders or becomes unable to continue, the match ends. Attacking vital points is forbidden, but if you get hurt, it's on you. So they expect us to fight until one of us is crippled." The more he thought about it, the less Juguan understood the school's policy for this match. However, before he could think much longer, the director snapped, "Hey, negotiator!" The sudden voice startled Dugun a bit. He asked back, "What negotiation? Are you really a subscriber to our channel?" Ignoring the question, the director continued sarcastically, "You scared now. If you're scared, just surrender. If you drop your pants and bark like a dog, I'll accept your surrender." His delusional words made Dugun's eyes widen. What the hell is this stonehead even talking about? Nearby, some thugs who had been taught a lesson by Lai were also here speaking up, mocking lowly fools who cause trouble here. "Tear that guy to pieces." In another corner, Optimus was on the stands observing. At this moment, he was looking at Ho Jan with a thoughtful expression, as if something was weighing on his mind. Unaware of this, Ho Jan turned to ask Lai beside her, "Since he's also streaming live on his channel, how's the reaction been?" Hearing this, Lai answered with a forced smile, "The live viewers have already passed 10,000, but most are cursing Zuguan." Seeing this, Rushal worriedly said everyone was targeting Zuguan. It's really unfair. As for Ho Jan, she seemed to not care about any of this. And honestly, this reaction isn't surprising. At most, the people who like us are few and far between, so this kind of reaction is expected. So right now, with so many people watching, besides proving himself, he doesn't really have any other choice. Anyway, to prove his talent, he just has to try his best. Back to Juguan's perspective, the words of the stone-faced Iractor made him laugh out loud. Then he thought about kneeling, ignoring him, and barking like a dog. "Ha ha, no way! I never thought I'd actually hear something like this. Sounds like it's from a cheesy novel." Julian felt that if he didn't say something back to that idiot Iractor, he'd really be annoyed. "Hey, did you prepare well to provoke me? What you just said actually sounds pretty good. But do you have what it takes to back it up?" A director on the opposite side replied with a challenging look. I wonder how long you can keep that calm face. Over here, Jugun shrugged, turned around, and while walking said, whether I'm calm or not, just come and see. Then he pulled out a sword from his gear and raised his hand to taunt that dumb, stone-faced guy. That action made his two jaws clench so hard they made an angry grinding sound. Inside, he was boiling with rage, wanting to crush the main character right away. He demanded the referee beside him, Professor June, to quickly announce the start so he could crush this guy into pieces. Start the match, hurry up. His voice was full of murderous intent, making the professor next to him break out in a cold sweat and quickly comply. So Class 1 Iractor will fight against Class 11 Banjugun. Begin the match. As soon as those words were spoken, the fighter didn't hesitate and launched the first attack. He clenched his fist tightly and swung his massive arm like a hammer, smashing straight at Jugun's small body. Die, he shouted, as if he wanted to send Duguan straight to the underworld with just one hit. Meanwhile, Duguan stayed calm watching the attack and thought, looks like you're charging in way too confidently. But moving that slowly, what can you actually do to me? His slow movement was an advantage for Duguan, thinking that he slightly pulled his leg back and spun to dodge Yektor's attack. At the same time, the sword in his hand struck straight at Yektor's face, twisting the fool's face sharply to one side. His massive body followed, collapsing to the ground. When facing a rock like him, the most effective way is to use the movement techniques you've learned. At that moment, Zuo Wuhan started recalling the memory of the night after his date with Ruochu in the Class 11 arena. At that time, Hojan also began guiding the main character. Her voice rang out. But before using this technique, there were too many trials and errors. If that's the case, it's nothing more than a half-baked skill. When facing a new opponent, a new attack, you have to be able to use your quick reflexes. And at that time, you might feel a little overwhelmed, but stay calm and watch your opponent's moves carefully. So to master it, you have to keep practicing so you can use that movement technique anytime. With this stick, I'll attack at different speeds and in various ways. And each time it carries a different meaning. If you can counterattack even just once, then you've made it. Hearing Hojan's sharp voice, Duguan trembled like a lamb. Even the corners of his eyes began to water. Back in the present, Jugun was also focused, watching ahead and analyzing that stupid rock. He can't even touch me. His attacks are useless. He'll expose a weakness any second now. On the other side, Director still hadn't recovered his composure. He didn't understand how he got hit so easily. Wait, what just happened? He suddenly shouted. But just as he jumped up, the stone-like skin on his face began to crack open, causing him to clutch his face and scream in agony. Seeing this, Jugun nodded with satisfaction. The effect of that strike seems really good. Before attacking, I transferred wave energy into the sword. And your stone-hard body apparently conducts wave energy very well, which is why you felt so much pain. In response to Jugun's explanation, Irtor's eyes went wild. He shouted at the main character like a mad dog, "You dare hurt my body!" Back to Jugun, seeing this weakling still barking crazily in front of him, he coldly walked toward him and said, "Sorry, but can you stop whining and attack me already? If you don't want to suffer more, then stop right here." For Irtor, a proud fool, how could he stand Jugun's sarcastic words? His whole body started trembling uncontrollably with anger. Then, without any warning, he suddenly swung his huge arm toward Jugun, like he wanted to grab him. But with his snail-like slow speed, how could he reach the main character? With just a light jump, Jugun easily dodged this attack. This made Irtor even more furious. "You, a lowly dog from a lower dimension, dare to look down on me." At this, Irtor's eyes turned pitch black like ink. From his mouth and the cracks on his head, white smoke kept pouring out. Next, not sure what skill he used, but his already huge hand grew several times bigger. "I will definitely kill you," Irtor roared wildly. At the same time, he raised his hand high and slammed it straight down. His strike was so powerful it made the entire arena shake once. But making his arm bigger only slowed him down even more. This attack posed no danger to Jugun at all. He even mocked silently, "How stupid. At least after getting hit hard like that, you should try a different attack. If you keep attacking the same way without any effect, I'll have no choice but to counterattack and take you down quickly." Unaware of Jugun's thoughts, Irtor went completely mad. He charged in crazily with no strategy whatsoever. Meanwhile, Jugun ran around to the side. He slowly focused energy into his sword. Just before Irtor's giant hand slammed down Jugun's sword, slashed straight up, hitting his stone arm. With just one swing, he created countless cuts on the giant arm, causing it to develop many cracks. Irtor kept screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Elsewhere, Vice Principal Sinan was also watching the battle between Jugun and Irtor inside his office. When he saw this part, he gave a slight smile and shook his head. What is this? Such a pointless fight. Not just him, everyone who had looked down on Jugun while watching the fight began leaving many question marks in the comments, making the live stream really entertaining. Ha ha, even seeing it with their own eyes, they probably still couldn't believe it. Nearby, Rochelle also excitedly responded, "Yeah, compared to when he first registered, Jugun has become unbelievably strong." Meanwhile, the gang who had been taught a lesson by Lai were now pulling their ears out over this outcome. Is this for real? Why was Irtor defeated right at the start of the match, and by someone from a lower world no less? Could it be that the skills shown on that channel are all real? Wow. Leaving Optima behind with a very sad face. Putting that aside, the scene switches to the training ground where Jugun receives several notification screens. You have been revealed to many creatures. You have engraved your existence into their minds. You have comprehended a new concept, charm and honor. The depth of charm and honor is 10. Seeing this notification, Du-Wan was a bit surprised inside. Just uploaded this week's video to the channel and already got a new concept. Then Zu-Wan checked in detail the two concepts he just received. Willpower 10 has the ability to charm and influence others. Honor 10 is power gained by being recognized by other creatures. After reading, Zu-Wan clearly understood the essence of these two concepts. However, he wasn't too happy about these two new abilities. They seem good, but will they be useful for climbing the tower? Thinking that to test how much these concepts affect him, the main character turned to ask his close friend, "Roy Tron, do I look different?" This sudden question startled Cho Roy Tron, who stammered, well, I think you look pretty handsome." Hearing this, Du-Wan got embarrassed. Waving his hand, he said, "No, I didn't mean that, but thanks anyway." Not far away, the swordswoman Ho Jan saw them acting so lovey-dovey and got annoyed, starting to get a bit angry at Lai. After finishing, she dragged Lai in front of the two of them and said with blazing eyes, "You two focus on what you're supposed to be doing. Stop sitting there flirting with each other." On the opposite side, Jugwan saw her coming and quickly asked, "Hey Ho Jan, do I look any different?" Before the male lead could finish, Ho Jan embarrassedly held up his hand in front of his face and cut him off. "Really? Didn't you hear what I just said? Focus on training. If you keep this up, you'll be training until tomorrow morning." She snapped irritably, making Cho Rugal too scared to joke about appearances anymore. All right, Rugal. Let's keep training." "Oh, okay." Rugal nodded and said while Lai sitting next to him was already crying and complaining, "Let me rest for a bit." Meanwhile, while Ho-Jan and Lai were resting, Zu-Wan and Rushel dove into training hard. Each clash they made started to send shockwaves around them. Watching their moves, Lai had to admit that Du-Wan had gotten a lot stronger. "I think it might be time to train at a higher level." In response, Ho-Jan just shook his head slightly and said, "Not yet. He's stronger but still far behind the two of us." From the start, the fact that he held his own was only because Rugal was holding back. At this point, the swordswoman frowned, thinking, "Anyway, tomorrow's the day we have to enter the tower. Do you have a plan to face the monster yet?" Du-Wan. "Otherwise, it'll be like last time. If we don't quickly find a solution, failure will just repeat itself." Back to the main character's perspective, while fighting the beast woman, he quietly activated his observation skill. In his head, he silently started coming up with a plan. After a week of training with YouTube, I gradually understood her rage is triggered by emotions. And depending on the type of emotion fueling it, her state changes. When negative emotions and anger are the fuel, she gets stronger and harder to control. But when positive emotions like happiness are used, the rage calms down and she stabilizes. In battle, angry emotions are easy to come by, making her uncontrollable. But if I change the fuel emotion to something positive, maybe something will change. Thinking this, Zu-Wan tilted his head to one side. He dodged Ruchel's attack. Then immediately he lunged forward, raising his sword high in front of his chest, and pushed hard forward, sending Ruchel flying backward. Then, taking advantage of the moment when Ruchel was still down, Zu-Wan told himself, "This is it. I spent this whole week with Ruchel, gathering his genuine emotions when he's happy, relaxed, calm, not fake feelings, but his real emotions. It's definitely going to work." Thinking quickly, Dugan pulled out some of the conceptual emotions he had gathered earlier and rushed forward. Just like that, Jugun started pushing those positive emotion concepts straight at Rochu. It's just a shame that Ruochu's beast instincts are incredibly sharp. Before the protagonist's hand could reach her, Ruochu swung her arm and knocked his arm aside. Then she growled angrily and lunged straight at Dugan, spreading her arms wide, grabbing his waist tightly and pushing him down to the ground. Then, as if completely out of control, Ruochu raised her sharp hand high and plunged it down. Watching from the side, Lai and Hojan hurried over to stop her. But before they could get there, the little snake, if transformed into a chain and quickly wrapped around Ruochu's attacking arm, pulling hard in both directions, leaving her helplessly screaming. Finally, after a few seconds, her dull red hair slowly turned pink, signaling that she had completely changed and was gradually regaining consciousness. Over here, Dugun was also startled and commented, "Ruochu, it seems like you move faster after being chained, huh?" From his gaze, Ruochu was breathing heavily and weakly replied, "I think so too." Then Julian started to undo the chain and breathed a sigh of relief inside Few. Luckily, that rage didn't last too long. But having to do this after every fight is way too dangerous. Something's changed, but what's the condition for it? Julian pondered silently. While Julian was up front, he said, "Thank you." Hearing this, the protagonist snapped out of his thoughts and curiously asked, "Why are you thanking me?" "We still don't understand it." In response, the beast girl shook her head. "No, thank you. Because of you, I can fight more comfortably now. That alone is a huge step forward. I'm really glad you're here." Hearing this, the protagonist smiled with satisfaction. Watching from the side, Hojan snorted coldly. This startled Julian, who hurriedly explained, "Hojan, we're just training hard." Yeah, I see that." Hojan nodded. Lai then laughed to ease the tension, haha. Luckily, no one got hurt. Back to Hojan's perspective, she stood up and said, "The most important thing is everything's been said." Then suddenly her voice faltered. After a few seconds of thought, she quickly waved her hand and shook her head. "No, it's nothing. Let's end it here for today." Hearing this, Dugan looked confused and said, "What the heck?" Already done. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to below the tower. At this point, Dugan's group had prepared all their gear to enter the tower once again. What's special is that this time, Lai wasn't using his holy sword. Instead, he was wielding a large spear. This decision was all at the request of the swordswoman Huang Zhan. This made Lai a bit panicked and say, "Hey, Huang Zhan, wouldn't it be better if I used the holy sword? At least when going inside the tower. I wouldn't care if it was just for me, but this affects all four of us, you know." In response, Hojan gave him a confident look. "We all agreed to build a solid foundation first. Instead of rushing headlong, this is just an expedition. We're only in the second semester of freshman year, so don't worry too much." That's right. Dugan nodded and followed along. Before he turned to look at Lai's trembling figure beside him, he silently assessed in his mind. Lai seems not to notice much, but the more frequently he uses the holy sword, the more dependent he becomes on it. The nature of the demon's soul is gradually merging with the Holy Spirit. Now, I'm not even sure if it really is a holy sword anymore, but anyway, it's better to keep it as the last resort. Thinking this back to Lai's point of view, looking at Hozan's determined eyes, he could only bow his head and accept. "All right, I get it. But if I fall in this tower because of the challenge, don't blame me. Okay." In response, Hojan cracked her knuckles and threatened, "No one's going to blame you. We'll make sure you suffer way more." Nearby, Jugun also threatened, "Who has time to blame you? Don't forget there are millions subscribed to watch our videos." Hearing this, how could Lai not understand their intentions? He started tearing up. "So in the end, you guys are still going to blame me." "Shut up!" John snapped. While the two of them bickered, Jugun took the chance to check his own status and nodded satisfied with what he currently had. "Good, everything seems fine. Ready to bring Eve and Taish along, right?" As he spoke, he called out to the little snake Eve and the tiny filming robot and said, "I'm counting on both of you." At the same time, the beast girl Ducho stepped forward and said, "Duwan, I'll try my best and listen to everything you say." Hearing this, the protagonist turned and nodded. "All right, trust me. I'm strong in battle too." "Yeah, I believe in you," Rochu responded with a trusting look. For some reason, seeing them so close like this, Hojan felt a little annoyed and sarcastically said to Zuwan, "I just hope we make it at least until Saturday afternoon. The first person to die will endure the harshest punishment." Hearing her say that, Zuwan's eyes briefly flashed white as he whispered, "You seem to enjoy putting others through pain, huh?" Next to him, Lai panicked and said, "Hey, do we really not need the holy sword?" Ignoring his complaints, Hojan's expression shifted slightly, and he whispered, "Zuwan, come here for a moment. There are a few things I need to clear up before we set off. Today is the first evaluation day. Honestly, you know I'm a bit disappointed. You still haven't kept the promise you made to me, have you?" As for Jugun, of course, he still remembers the promise he made earlier. You replied, "Of course not, but both of them have started to change. No need to wait for the results. It will go exactly as I said." Up ahead after hearing this, Hojan could only agree, "I hope so." But anyway, about the monster's condition, there's something I didn't tell you yesterday. But first, who dares to eavesdrop here? As she spoke, she snapped her fingers, and Cho, the beast woman Ducho, who had been eavesdropping nearby, immediately covered her ears with both hands. But even so, Hojan didn't stop snapping her fingers at all. While doing so, she irritatedly said, "Honestly, the monster's condition gets wilder when it's facing you." "Julian, do you understand what surrender means?" Render. Upon hearing the question, the male lead, a bit curious, turned to answer, "Does it mean being dominated?" Ho. John sighed and replied, "Not exactly wrong. From the perspective of someone who has been dominated, it's kind of uncomfortable. But some people have strong leadership abilities. For those people, that beastly state is like someone who can fully dominate and control it." Hearing this, our main character still didn't quite get it, and asked again, "What do you mean?" Up ahead, Hojan stepped closer to Jugwan, staring intently at him, and reminded him, "You really don't get it. In other words, when that monster becomes uncontrollable, trying to reach its heart is useless." Across from them, the eyes of the forest fool Duguan widened, question marks practically growing over his head, and he cluelessly said, "Sorry, but I still don't understand." Hearing this, even with her patience, Hojan couldn't hold back her anger and shouted, "Oh my God, seriously! Forget it if you don't understand, just remember that much, okay?" She said this while grinding her teeth, and Duguan still smiled blankly. "Don't be mad. Don't be. All right, I don't really get it, but I'll remember it. Thanks." Putting that aside, the group then started moving to the entrance, and Duguan placed his hand on the door and turned to everyone saying, "All right, is everyone ready?" In response to his words, the other three all nodded at the same time. Seeing this, Duguan confidently spoke up. "Freshman privilege of Class 11, the second exploration officially begins." As he said this, Duguan pushed the door open with both hands, stepping inside. The scene inside looked like a maze completely different from before, making the group astonished as they looked around. Then, after glancing around the swordswoman, Hojan spoke up. "I was wondering why we started from room 1, but I didn't expect the boss to go this far. Is this a maze this time?" Lai said with a worried face, while Duguan, after checking the pendant around his neck, reminded everyone, "Based on the number on the pendant, this seems to be the 5th floor." Hearing this, Lai suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. "Good thing we're starting from the 5th floor. You seem a little too proud, huh?" The white-haired girl grumbled something that made Lai bristle and shout loudly, "No way!" Turning back to Jugwan, he suddenly noticed that Rukol looked a bit different and asked, "Rukol, what's wrong?" In response, Rukol shared her feeling, "I smell monsters, let's catch them." Duguan didn't know what to say about this place. You found monsters instead of a way out. No sooner had he said that than the protagonist's expression changed because a distorted figure appeared right in front of the group looking like a scratched, damaged image. Seeing this, Lai instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon and shouted, "What is that? Is it like the thing we faced in room 1? Isn't there someone else in it?" Duguan answered, "It sounds cracked and twisted like it's falling apart." Then, while both of them were still trying to figure out what kind of monster it was, the beastman Ducho suddenly rushed forward, swinging her sharp hand, and immediately tore the strange shadow in half. At the same time, Duguan received a notification from the system. "Error no mark 1 demon soul, no mark 2 light, no mark 1 noise, no mark 1 dysfunction, no mark 05 reversal, no mark 1. Looking at this message, Jugwan could fully confirm his thoughts. Just as I thought, this is an error phenomenon where the signal is cut off, both image and sound are distorted, and the reversal of this creates a strange fear, turning it into a monster, because it's different from any monster I've encountered before with many new concepts. What do dysfunction and reversal contribute to this concept? Right now, the error includes reversal, so it might be useful. Let's try to collect a bit more. At the same time, while Jugwon was lost in thought, an error monster sneaked up on him, and as it got close, its whole body lunged like a curtain trying to cover Jugwon. Too bad it couldn't pull it off. Standing nearby, Ho-Jan just snapped her fingers, firing a beam of light that shattered the error monster into pieces. After that, she squinted and said, "Julian, focus on handling this for me. But escaping the maze is going to be a hassle. The path is complicated, so be careful and don't split up. For now, just follow this way." Saying that, she quickly dashed forward while Lai, annoyed, fought off attacks from error monsters coming from behind. "Wait, these things just keep showing up," he complained. On this side, Ho-Jan guessed, "Are these some kind of spirit monsters?" Looking back at Jugwon's view, seeing the speed of collecting the reversal concept, the god inside him felt deeply frustrated. "Even if only a little, I've been slowly accumulating reversal. But I need to get 100 points to use the ability right. Is it really worth it?" Just as he thought this, he was drawn back by a scream from the beastman, Ru Cho. Then just as she was about to go all out against the error monster, Ru Cho controlled her chain to stop her. "Wait, Ru Cho, you don't have to fight so much. You'll go crazy. Just stand next to me for now." Hearing this, her face flushed slightly and she nodded repeatedly. This only annoyed Ho-Jan, watching nearby. This isn't the place for flirting. While saying that, she flicked her fingers and shot out 2 energy blasts, shattering the monsters in front of her. Back to the main character, he reminded himself. For now, just ignore the concept appearing on the wall. Behind him, Ruchel also kept watch and helped Jugwon. "Jugwon, they're appearing over there." "Got it." Jugwon nodded and quickly controlled his chain to attack the error monsters. Time passed quickly like this. Jugwon's friends fought while retreating, but they still couldn't find a way out of the maze. This made Lai frustrated. "Oh man, hours have passed. When will we get out of this maze?" Hearing that, Ho-Jan in front frowned and said, "It's true. I remember every path we've taken." Not to mention even Jugwon himself felt it. "This place seems a bit different, but it looks like we've been here before. Exactly, this isn't a normal maze. It changes over time. At this rate, the only option is to try to destroy it. If we destroy everything, something will surely appear," Ho-Jan said as she started gathering strength into her fist, preparing to perform a powerful move to destroy all the walls ahead. Her words sparked an idea in Jugwon. "Wait, now that I think about it, I've been too focused on collecting reversal and haven't paid attention." Thinking this, Jugwon stepped forward to stop Ho-Jan. "Ho-Jan, wait a moment. Normally a path doesn't change easily. That means there has to be something inside these walls." Saying this, Julian reached out and felt along the wall in front of him, and within seconds his hand gently pushed against a section of the wall, causing it to sink inward. The system displayed a message, "Illusion not rated 5 has had its concept stolen. Humans cannot possess it." Turning to Jugon's viewpoint, the wall in front of him slowly dissolved, revealing a path ahead. "I knew it. I guessed right." Jugon chuckled quietly as he looked at this. Lai and Ruchel turned to admire the main guy and asked, "How did you do that, Jugon? You even broke through the maze." Hearing their words, Zuwan rubbed his nose happily and thought to himself, "Actually, I noticed it before. I was just too focused on collecting concepts to mention it." After thinking that, Zuwan waved his hand and smiled awkwardly. "I don't like wasting time. Wasting. I just walked around for a few hours and found the piece falling out. Let's go, I'm sick of this maze already." After saying that, Jugon quickly moved forward, and behind him, Ho-Jan started watching his back with silent admiration. He found a magical loophole that even I didn't know about. Sure enough, he's not just an ordinary genius. Time passed quickly. At this moment, Dujun split a giant glitch monster in half, making it scream miserably. Its appearance made the whole group more alert during this expedition. Lai spoke again. "Encountering an elite monster on the second expedition, our team is definitely different from the others." Hearing this, Ruchel agreed. "Shell, seems like that's true." Then, noticing Julian kept looking left and right as if searching for something, she asked, "Hey, Julian, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" "Ah, no, I'm fine," Julian replied, but inside he was panicking. because at this moment his mana had reached 199,999 and wasn't increasing at all. This made Jugon a bit anxious. It's not going up at all. I absorbed so much mana in the last 3 hours, yet my mana still hasn't passed 200,000. This never happened with my strength or stamina. What the heck is going on? The more he thought, the more confused Jugon became. If one stat gets stuck like this, it's going to cause a lot of problems. But Ho-Jan didn't know this, so she stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you hurt anywhere?" Her sudden appearance startled Zhu Wan, who shouted, "Hey, I told you not to come up on me like that." Over here, his panicked look only made the group more certain about their thoughts. "So you really do have a problem, huh? Jugon, what's wrong?" Hearing this, the main guy turned to share his problem. "It's not just that I just defeated an elite monster, but my magic power hasn't increased at all." For some reason, after Ho-Jan heard Julian's problem, she smirked and laughed, making Julian a bit embarrassed. "Why are you so happy about this?" Ho-Jan replied, "You've hit a wall. Julian, you've absorbed energy like crazy. You've drained everything around you, which is why your growth rate is so incredible. But if you keep pouring water into a tank without giving it time to expand, you'll soon hit your limit." Hearing this, Dujun immediately understood and gasped, "A tank. So what should I do now?" In response, the swordswoman quickly offered a solution. "Right now, blindly hunting monsters to push past your limits isn't the way. A more effective method might be—" As she spoke, she glanced at Root and then pouted, speaking in an annoyed tone. "Some people are living the good life, huh? Not stuck at school on weekends enjoying fresh air, good food, and shopping." Her pointed remark quickly made Zhu Wan realize the issue, and he clasped his hands, pleading, "Ho-Jan, if you agree to teach me, I'm ready to study at night. Even consider going out to eat and shop together, so please, please say yes." Only after hearing this did Ho-Jan's anger calm a bit, and she agreed, "All right, you only lower yourself when it comes to things like this. It's going to take some time, though, is that okay?" Hearing that, little Du Chul nodded eagerly. "If it can help, do one. I don't mind at all." Nearby, Lai sighed. "We defeated an elite monster, but nothing shifted, so there's no other choice." "Thank you, everyone," the main character said with tears in his eyes. Then the swordswoman slowly laid out her plan. "The best method for you right now is to learn the basics of the divine manifestation technique, the foundational martial arts of spirit manifestation. It sounds tough, but it's just basic martial arts, so it's not that hard." Though as she said this, her voice wavered a bit. Jugon seemed to realize something too and quickly asked, "So this time I'll be properly taught martial arts. Should I at least perform a master-disciple ceremony or something?" His question made Ho-Jan thoughtful for a few seconds before she turned and said, "This is just basic internal energy training even kids learn. Forget about that and get ready." Then Ho-Jan silently reminded herself, "It's surprising an outsider talking about master-disciple ceremonies. I act like it's no big deal, but divine manifestation technique isn't the kind of martial art you can teach just out of respect. It's a secret art passed down only to bloodline descendants. If my father found out about this, he'd be shocked. We only met recently, and he's from another world. I never thought I'd pass down the family's secret art to such a clueless guy, unless he's my husband. Otherwise, this just can't be accepted." Ho-Jan thought this with a faint blush on her face while her best friend Julian stood crying in the front row. He felt like he was about to die of embarrassment. Nearby, Lai looked at the sharply defined muscles of the main character. His eyes wide and warned the girl beside him, "Don't stare." In response, Root covered her mouth and whispered, "But Lai is staring too." "It's fine, I'm a guy," Lai stammered. "You're making a lame excuse," Vutro retorted. "Both of you be quiet," Ho-Jan shouted to silence the two chatterboxes. Only then did Ho-Jan continue her teaching. "Now sit down and calm yourself." As she spoke, she slowly reached forward with her hand. A thought appeared in her mind. "From the very first moment I met him until now, this strange feeling has grown. I feel like I want to personally teach this man. He's completely different from anyone I've met before. His martial arts talent is undeniable, and his potential is huge. If someone with his talent and ability is properly and systematically nurtured, what could happen? How fast and how far could he go? At the same time, I don't want his potential to be affected by anyone else. What is it about him that makes me feel this way?" Putting aside distracting thoughts, Ho-Jan said, "I've explained the basics earlier. Are you ready?" Jugun nodded and asked back, I understand. But before we start, shouldn't you chant some kind of mantra or something? Hearing this, Hojan was first a bit puzzled, then she couldn't help but laugh out loud. If I said a mantra, would you even understand? It's a long explanation. Just imprint it deep into your body, and that's enough. All right, let's get started. As soon as she finished speaking, Hojan began channeling her energy into Jugun's body to guide him. Rewinding a few minutes earlier, Hojan was explaining the martial art she intended to teach Jugun. The divine manifestation technique I'm about to teach will completely change the nature of the chi in your body and its foundation. Hearing this, Jugun stopped undressing and thought to himself, I thought this was just a simple martial art. He thought to himself, I thought it was just a simple martial art. But it seems like this is not simple at all. Looking at his slightly worried expression, Hojan smirked and said, Don't worry. If you want to get stronger, changing your energy is a normal thing. The magic power changing due to divine manifestation will stimulate your body. At that point, your body will transform the magic power into true energy. When both your body and magical power are significantly strengthened, you'll get stronger quickly. Hearing this part, although Julian was still a bit unclear, he nodded to let it slide. Even after the explanation, it's still pretty hard to understand. But overall, I get that it purifies magical energy and converts it into true energy, right? Back to reality, Jugun feels like he's inside a furnace. His face wrinkles up in discomfort because it's way too hot. The moment Hojan touched him, it felt like a fireball entered his body. It kept absorbing the magical energy inside his body, moving around like a new path was forming inside. How much longer is my body going to keep burning? The more he thought about it, the more panicked Zuwan looked. As if sensing this, Hojan whispered softly in his ear, Main character Zuwan, calm down. Follow the path that has formed inside your body, transport the true energy. That flame is the origin of divine manifestation technique. If you succeed now, you'll be able to walk your own path. Hojan's gentle words seemed to carry a kind of magical power, helping Zuwan's mind to calm down. He closed his eyes and slowly felt the energy moving inside his body. The blue flame inside him kept circulating throughout his body. As time passed, the heat from this energy gradually lessened until it completely disappeared. At that moment, Duwan opened his eyes. He let out a deep, relieved breath. Phew, I feel better now. And I realized directly using magical energy isn't the best way. At the same time, a congratulatory notification appeared before him. You have learned a new martial art divine manifestation technique. Understanding level reached 20. Along with practicing divine manifestation technique, some negative concepts in your body have been removed. Positive supplemental vitality has gradually formed inside your body. They will assist the development of new concepts. Soul understanding reached 440. Defense understanding reached 7. Looking at each line of this notification, Duwan couldn't help but think, wow, I did it. This is awesome. Just like Hojan said, the concepts in my body are being replaced by true energy. The more I practice, the stronger these concepts become. This is divine manifestation technique. Speaking of Hojan, she also sensed Duwan's energy slowly changing and asked, So, are you satisfied? For Zuwan, he was more than satisfied, so she immediately turned back and gave her a thumbs up. Awesome. What do you want as a reward now? Hearing that, Hojan also burst out laughing. Hey, I want one too. But first wipe your sweat unless you want to climb the tower alone. As she spoke, she threw a towel straight at Jugun's face. Next, while wiping his sweat, Jugun recalled the earlier memory and pondered, It's strange if I focus during training, I can feel the energy circulating inside my body. The more vital energy I build up, the stronger my body becomes and my senses get sharper. A martial art this powerful, and she gave it to me without expecting anything in return. The more he thought about it, the more confused Duwan felt. Before he finished dressing and rejoined the group, he said, Sorry I'm a bit late. In response, Lai asked, Should we record a video? Are you expecting something? I'm not doing it. Whatever, let's just get going, Julian replied. Over here, the beastkin girl Julian seemed not to give up and encouraged, But maybe the view count will be really high. Her words immediately got Lai's agreement. That's exactly what I was thinking. Hearing their chatter, Juwon shouted irritably, Stop it already! Then before they could move far, Lai suddenly said, Just remembered it's already around noon. Aren't you guys hungry? Ju Wan replied, Since I took quite some time, let's eat now to make up for it. Before anyone could say more, the swordswoman Ho Jan cut in, No way! We've stayed too long in room 5. Before moving to room 6, we can't keep delaying. Her words made Lai the swordsman lose interest in arguing. Setting meal rules like we're in the army, huh? Ruocho snapped back. If you still have energy to complain better, use it to find a way out. As soon as he finished speaking, the group escaped the maze and saw a large door that left them all stunned. Right after you said that, I found it. Here it is. This must be the door to room 6, right? Let me see, I'm not too sure, Ho Jan said with a doubtful tone. Before Lai could step forward to check, Jugun raised his hand to stop him because he noticed something. What's this? I haven't used my skills yet, but here I can faintly sense something behind this door. Thinking that Jugun looked tense and moved toward the back of the door. His behavior made the others suspicious, but Ho Jan quickly said, Let's follow him. Then, at the back of the door, Lai looked around left and right and said, There's nothing here. Could we be on the wrong path? Unlike them, Jugun had the divine eye and could see many things. Maybe so, but inside my eyes this wall is full of illusions. Right here, Jugun said as he pushed forward as if he really touched something. A crack spread endlessly in the air, finally shattering into many shards of broken glass, revealing behind it a reddish-brown space. This shocked Lai and Rocho. What's going on? Did Zuwan find a secret passage? Looking inside the door, Ho Jan shouted, I get it now, this is a shortcut. From their perspective, behind this gate was a spiral staircase leading straight up. At the same time, a system notification appeared to Zuwan. You have absorbed 50 illusions. Seeing that Du Quan was stunned. What I absorbed 50 illusion points. Did I just find a hidden path? Awesome. Then he turned to ask everyone's opinion. I found a shortcut for us. What should we do with it now? Hearing this, the whole group agreed. What else can we do? Of course we go inside. Saying that, the group quickly stepped through the gate.